Let's go ahead and get started. In 3, 2, 1, go. Am I using a step route for this? No. So the step route really only works for the marathon type play or for the any percent. For white mages, you're going to be doing stuff that's totally off route. Speaking of totally off route, we need to buy some iron hammers and not rapiers. Because these are white mages we're dealing with here. Hey Greg, welcome in. Well, the good news is that when you get back from the party, we'll probably still be going. Some cloth armor as well. Cloth armor is only 1 absorb, but it's 1 absorb more than we had before. Alright, now what do I want for spells? I think I want to have the cure spell here on Ace. And we'll get 2 harms to start, 1 for Cal, 1 for Dan. Okay, let's put the cure spell on Bill. Harm for you, harm for you. This is a really long run. This is a really, really long run. I'm going to estimate about 12 hours to do this. Starting with 5 imps and a chance to strike first. How wonderful. As projected, because of the fact that every time you beat the game beforehand, you'll get this battle as your very first one walking up here. Is there any significant difference between 0 and 1 absorb? It's 1 more. That's all you get. Really, it's not much, but if you consider how many hundreds of times that you're going to be hit over the course of this, 1 absorb is hundreds of less damage that you take overall. Imp also taking a lot less damage thanks to its really high evasion, evidently. Thanks for the good wishes, Greg, and we will almost certainly be here when you get back. Hey, Tipo. I will try to spare some cure spells for you. I can't promise much because we do need those cures for healing our party members up, but best wishes. Oh no, Ace. Well, speaking of cures, try to get that cure off on Ace before he dies. Okay. Alright. Not dead yet. Working on it, but not dead yet. Yeah, you both have harms. Man, this is really awkward. There we go. We got the ghoul down. Too cool for ghoul school there. Do I go for the zombies? Oh, this is very dangerous. I'll go ahead, heal Dan here. I know right away that's a bad idea. There should be a zombie after the ghoul fight. And then I have to get all the way back to Canaria after that. Okay, 2 zombies. How many harms do I have? You don't have any harms, but you've got a pair. Alright, Dan going first, that's perfect. Mow those zombies down. And with that, we get level 2. Alright. Good start, only slightly nerve-wracking to get that first level up. But way faster than doing just imps, because imps are terrible for experience. Hey Till, welcome in. Alright, we only have 1 wolf here. 1 or 2 wolves. I think we want to just go ahead and take it, considering that we do have probably 1 hit to give on everybody. Did everybody go to medical school? Well, they went somewhere. Let's just say it wasn't a good place. What are we doing for money? 130, so I could buy... Do I want to do a grind on undead? So I don't think we have enough money for that. I'm going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and get another cure. This is a tough one. Like the best way to get these white mages some levels. Actually, let's take the imp and the ghoul up there. I'm gonna try to kill Garland here. This will probably not work, but I want to at least see if level 2 white mages are going to be enough. So run. We have a couple of cure spells to use. We had a couple of cure spells, now we're probably going to need them just for the ghoul fight. We do have a harm spell here for the ghoul battle, so we can attack them that way. Level 2 white mage against Garland doesn't sound great, I agree with that. But the alternative is to spend a lot of time grinding white mages. So we're gonna try this instead. I don't know, that ghoul might be enough. Like, do the zombie ghoul zombie. I have to get 75 gold so I could take a 10th. Alright, we got some damage here in round 1. 30 damage, that's actually not bad. Okay, I'm at 53 damage. I'm gonna go ahead and drop a cure on Bill. You don't want the mages in the front to lose their spell charge. That's why I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive about healing them. Garland being very cooperative. More than 1/3 of the way through the fight. Hey, Rudy-Zakun, welcome in. That's right, Bill, just believe. Believe you can do this. Hey, Angry Bear, welcome in. That's right, it's a very early start for 4 white mages. These things take a lot of time. There we go, Garland down. Level 2 white mage is good enough for Garland here. Maybe you could have done that at level 1, but it would have been a pretty big stretch for some of those. Astos is going to take a long time. It was like a 20-minute fight the last time I did this. Not like we spent 20 minutes fighting him over and over again, but one single battle against Astos was 20 minutes. Okay, I've got 300 bucks. Let's go ahead and pick up the remaining harm spells that we need for you guys. We'll get a cure spell. No, we can't get a cure spell for Cal because we're going to be out of money and we have to hit the end here. I want to take the same walking path that I normally do so I at least know what the monsters are going over to Provoca. And I also wanted to save enough money so I could save at Provoca to be able to retry the pirates. The pirates are going to hurt. They're going to do like 15 damage a hit. And that means we have to get kind of lucky in the first couple of rounds to make it through those early ones until we can thin them down a bit. The good news is that because pirates are really wimpy, any single hit will kill them. We're gonna do Ruse stacking for early game or Fog. I'm planning to do Ruse. We don't have enough money to buy it yet, but once we do, that'll be my spell of choice. Okay, looks like we might not be getting away from these wolves. He's being very clutch, but not running away. There we go. This will throw off all my counters, but I can't take a death. We don't have enough money to revive people. Priority is to get to Provoca. So let's Let's see what our experience is like. 93 more. So yeah, definitely not worth grinding on things like imps. Those would be a lot of battles to get your level ups. And that's one thing that can just really suck up time is bad grinding strategies. Especially with some of your weaker character classes. There we go, Ace, getting us out of there. Continue east. There's our early creeps. So we're not going to be in the right zone for the ogres that I normally have. So I'm wondering what we get instead here. It might be another wolf encounter. Oh, just another creep. First quadruple count run. Alright, Dan, you need to stay alive. Hey, hello, Nopal, welcome in. Made it to Provoca. Next up, challenge is to survive the pirates. Again, these guys are going to be a little bit more devastatingly bad than they are normally. But we have the firepower to kill them. It's a question of whether they kill us first. Go pirate battle. We're looking for good turn order here. We want to see our guys going before the pirates do. There's one down. We also want to see a lot of misses for the pirates. 2 down. 3 down. It's a pretty good start so far. 4 down. All right, that's what I wanted. Let's go ahead, cure you 2 up. Try to take out 2 more pirates this round. 5 down. 6. 7. 8. All up to Cal now. Can Cal finish it? 9, we got the frame perfect pirates. That's a really good fight for white mages right there. But we're 3 experience short. 3 experience short of our level up. It is Bicky, the pirate, that we were facing up against. What HP does each pirate have? The pirates have 6 hit points. I'll go with gloves now. Gloves are priority over cure spells. I guess we can do this because we're gonna get some money in Dwarf Cave before I have to do a lot of shopping. So 1 set of gloves all around. Okay, and in the Provoca area, so we have our imp battle, our ghoul battle, the wolf battle, which we then reset out of. And then we had walking over here, the 2 creep fights. Trying to figure out when our next undead encounter is going to be. I don't see any for a while. Looking up where this is in the encounter cycle. Alright, looks like second battle after Power On is my best one. So we might take that. Let's see if this is correct or not. So we want to skip an encounter here, which we can actually do on the boat if we want to. That'll be a little bit faster tile-wise. And I want to see, is this a Geist battle? Yes, but only 1 Geist. I guess we'll still take it. So that Geist battle does get us level 3 here. Wait, how far do we need to skip for the next one? A whole bunch. Alright, so I see what we need to do. We need to get later into the encounter cycle, and there is a stretch where the Geist battles get a little bit more common. I want to try to see if we can squeeze out level 4 from this. But it's going to require a lot of encounter skills before going on. This is a little bit of an experiment to see if this is a faster way of leveling. Rather than trying to take on a lot of the monsters like iguanas or ogres, you can look for the undead encounters. And there is a decent number here, as well as by Elfland. But there are different points in the encounter cycle. I think the ones in Elfland might be better positioned. But I want to see if I can get some of these down first. Hey, Cluster, welcome in. Why use the ship instead of walking on land? Because the ship moves faster, so you take your steps quicker. Land has a higher encounter rate though, so it depends on where you are in the step cycle about which one is going to be better. This one probably would have been better on land, looking at that. You can do the same thing, just walking around here if you want. What we're doing right now is advancing to a later part of the encounter cycle so that we get a couple of groups of Geists. And I want those Geists as a way to get my white mages hopefully one more level before setting off. Also, the undead monsters are generally really good experience, so that is another good reason to fight them. This should be one of the rare Grimp werewolf encounters up here. Actually, no, I think the Grimp werewolf is down. This would be the iguana instead. Yep, there's the iguana. Alright, let's try taking an ogre. We'll see how these go. What I did was get as close as I could to where the Geists were reasonably. And now I want to see what the other battles are like. Like, ogres and iguanas might not be bad. 2 ogres are probably bad. We'll keep re-rolling until we get a relatively good ogre fight to start. This will be another Grimp battle, or an ogre if we want it. I think we want the ogre. Alright, one ogre, let's try him. Now the ogres hit pretty hard, which is the problem with white mages. They just don't have any defense at all. Also, they have no offense, so that's another slight complicating factor. Yeah, we did 5 damage in round 1. We're gonna need sturdier gear to take these guys on. It looks like 19. 32, okay, this is turning around a little bit. 36. 48, so that's halfway. I'm taking a Geist and an ogre fight back to back. Definitely gonna be tough on Ace. There's 50, that's the actual halfway point. 62. 68. $71. Okay, hitting Callus, so that actually works out really well for me. 74. Let's go for it. 26 damage in a round is definitely doable. There's 10 so far. We need Dan to really step up. Alright, Bill, you need 9. We got him. There was a good ogre. And up next, our first good Geist. Okay, who's got some spells to burn? Oops. You guys just have harms. I kind of have to do the cures up on the front here. I want to save at least 1 harm on everybody. So I don't think we have enough steps to go back to town and then also get this fight guaranteed. Yeah, that was a little bit too close. Oh, and they strike first. Did not want that. Alright, so Ace died. We lose out experience on Ace. We'll hopefully get experience for everybody else here. Bummer for Ace. The Geist battle will pay for itself, though, in terms of being able to afford a revival. Alright, so I think we got a relatively good plan here. We're going to take Ogres when we can. We're going to take Geists as much as possible. And that'll be how I get at least another level or so before setting off into the more dangerous parts of the world. I can actually wiggle on these two squares. Get an ogre fight up here, maybe. Yep, we do get an ogre fight. Dan taking a bunch. Alright, Dan does not actually have any curing spells, but we can try to keep him alive with some other people. This one's a more conveniently placed ogre because I am nearby town and I can actually stop at the inn before going to do the Geist fight. I'm sure Ace will get over it. The whole party's just going to rotate through who's dead at different points, depending on how the battles go. Dan, not known for his dodging skills. I think Ace was doing much better at that. Ace not really known for his dodging skills either anymore. Ace is done with the dodging games. Alright, that was a really good round, so I'm going to go for the offense here. If we can get like one dodge, then we're probably good for the rest of this fight. Cool, thank you much for the host there, and welcome everybody to the very early days of 4 White Mages. This is going to be a really, really long run. We've just beat up Bicky the Pirate. Working on getting a little bit of money and levels before we go on and start grabbing items out of Dwarf Cave. Hope you had a good stream before this, Cruel. Hey, thank you, Rules. Welcome in. Alright, we do have 2 Geists here. I'm going to be manipulating a lot of these Geist encounters because they give me really good experience, but they will sometimes murder my characters, so we just have to rotate through the White Mages. Luckily, the Ghoul fight, or the Geist fight, does pay for itself in terms of revival plus an in-trip. Your White Mage is not really known for offense in the early game. Makes it very difficult to get a good start. But you can see we can take on Undead, and once we get a few levels, we can do Peninsula of Power, which is the well-renowned spot for getting some really late-game enemies. And it's fortunate that the first and third encounters after Power On are both really, really good for Peninsula Power for having high Undead rates. Getting lots of those zombies. Let's try for the Geist. 4 Geists, okay. We're either going to get destroyed or get a lot of XP here. All depends on turn order. That's a good start. Ace has got 2 of them down. 3 of them down. Very nice one. All right, so we're getting level 4, at least on Bill and Cal, I think, because they've been alive the whole time. Ace and Dan have both had 1 death. So they should be picking up their level in the next battle or so. So the ones up here, we've got an Ogre and an Iguana coming up before our next guy's fight. Okay, 2 Ogres, we probably don't want to take that on. We can try an Iguana, though. The Iguanas are not bad. Iguanas shouldn't be bad. Known for their feisty temper. They're like Agamas, but slightly slightly cooler and much less delicious. That's a really good start there. All right, 19 in the first round. After a long stretch at the beginning with no Geist, you for quite some time have like a Geist every 4 or so battles. That is why I want to stick around here until I get the most experience I can out of that. Oh man, I want to go in after Ace. Not sure if we'll be able to keep him alive here. We will throw 2 cures onto Ace. The rest of our team just not doing enough damage to take the iguana down. Ah, okay. We'll try the Geist fight. The iguana doesn't give me enough money to be worthwhile to take a death on, because you just lose everything on the revival costs. And the experience is less than an ogre, so it's more of an opportunistic fight than anything else. Oh no, Ace! Ah! We gotta get better luck on these Geist fights. We're taking too many ambushes. Geist fights, though, they are worth it. This should be a level up for Dan now. And Dan will swap back into position 1. With just your first character dying, you'll not get an even rotation throughout your party members. But over time, we will have a greater amount of shuffling as we get some of the mid characters dying as well. Bring back Ace here, so we do have an ogre coming up that we can try. Not far enough. All right. 2 battle skips and then the next Geist. The Geists are usually more reliable because we do have those harm spells. Harm is like the white mage's one real attack until you get all the way to the very end of the game and get Fade for your white wizards. Ah, just a single Geist. Well, maybe that's all Ace needs. We might be close enough to get him his level still. What I want to do after this is try to sail over to Dwarf Cave, grab the money out of the cave, and then go down to Elfland for some additional pieces of gear. So we have 1,300 right now. It's enough to get a couple of tents here to make the Dwarf Cave trip more doable. Actually, I could probably get away with just 1 tent and maybe a pure potion or 2. Now we want to save as much money as we can because we are going to need a lot. I will be buying a bunch of spells at Cunaria when going over there, and the money from Dwarf Cave is going to basically be funding my armor purchases when we get to Elfland. There we go. Cunaria first. It's a nice halfway stopping point as well on the way to the Dwarf Cave. Definitely not surviving this fight. Most aquatic creatures have very high evasion rates, making it difficult for you to take them down with your low accuracy weapons like the hammers. Can finally go ahead and get the rest of our cure spells. That'll help out with distributing the load for curing. It'll also let me, at the same time, pick up the ruse spells here. So you're going to get a cure, you're going to get a ruse. Bill, you already got harm, so that means you just need ruse. Callus got harm, so he just needs ruse. And then Ace. Is that correct? We have all 3 spells on everybody now. Harm, cure, harm, ruse, cure for Cal. This is going to be really confusing having my spells in different orders on like every single character. But one of the sacrifices you have for the white mages is that you just never have enough money. What does Ruse do? Ruse increases your ability to dodge attacks. And there is a bug in this game which allows Ruse to basically stack to the point where the monsters cannot beat it except on critical hits. So you've got, for some of the more difficult fights, just a huge amount of damage coming your way. And if you can stack your Ruses up in time, you can basically dodge all of it. Come on, Dan, clutch it out. There we go. Dan gets away. There's 1,000 gold here, which is going to help out my money situation. But normally you would not go for this cave until you've got the TNT. We're coming here early because money is tough for white mages to get fundraising on. I'm actually almost tempted to get a silver hammer. That'll be a ways in the future for being able to pound on things that way. No, Dan. All right. Dan's not dead yet. He's working on it. Dan the dearly departed has left us. Let's see if we can get back to Canary here with what we got. Hey, Angela, welcome in. We do have a pure potion, but I really don't want to use them. Alright, we'll use one. And because we got good progress here, I'll drop my tent down. This will be my save point, so that if we don't get back to Canary, I don't have to retry that earlier section. Canary is going to be cheaper for reviving at than the later clinic at Elfland. Clinics are based on their location, not based on your character levels or things that a lot of other JRPGs use. So like Dragon Warrior is based on your character level. The higher level you are, the more it costs to revive. In fact, it's like the square of your level. So you get increasingly larger and larger costs over time. With Final Fantasy, you've got nice, cheap clinics here at the beginning of the game. What are my options for Elfland? I'm checking out the Elfland encounters here just for a second. Looks like the Elfland encounters are actually not very good for what my setup is going to be. I see a lot of the Geists are actually doubled up with the rare ogres, so I might actually do Provoca instead. Continue on that Provoca grind until we get another level or two. Level 5 is where we're going to have the ability to get Harm 2. That'll definitely help out a lot. We need Harm 2 on basically everybody in order to get the real ability to grind at Peninsula Power. Alright, made it up there in one piece. Alright, 1,400 bucks for right now. Yep, we got all of our spells and everybody. So we got all our first tier spells out of the way. I don't need Mute quite yet until we're ready to go fight Astos. So that's okay for right now. Back to the grind. Alright, skip one encounter there. That'll give us our Geist next. As we get a couple levels, you'll notice that we're dying less and less often on these monsters, so the ability to kill things will go way, way faster. Oh no, Ace. Ace dies again, I might actually just reset and do this battle a second time so that Ace doesn't miss out on experience. Okay, he's fine. Go ahead, get the level for Ace. I really want that level up on Ace because he's starting to drift too far behind the rest of the party in terms of HP. What is my goal time? Under 12 hours, I think, would be pretty good. The last time I did this, I stopped to kill a couple Wormeks, and it was 12 hours and 15 minutes. So I think if I don't do the War Max, under 12 should not be impossible. Hey, Hyperstrike, welcome in. Let's go for the ogre fights. The thing about ogres is just they are really, really brutal for these early white mages. Alright, one ogre, let's do it. Yep, I'll be doing the mini marathon 1 week from today, which is another thing that I want to kind of just practice on, is doing these long streams to make sure that I've got at least a healthy start for it. And I'll be doing most of the different versions of Final Fantasy over the next couple of days, so probably tomorrow, assuming that I don't have any of this to finish off, I'll relax a little bit with Randomizer Bingo. But then one night for each of the 5 versions probably next week. Alright, we got a good start there. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the cures and see if we can pick up the second ogre fight without going back to town. If you're coming back in 6 hours, we are almost certainly still going at that point. Oh man, these ogres. We just can't deal with ambushes for a double pack. That's okay though. We got plenty more ogres coming up. I look forward to a lot of things. Having AoE items is going to be amazing. That does require that we get 2 ordeals first though, and there's a lot of content before that happens. Alright, double ogre here. I'm going to try the ruses. We can ruse our way to a double ogre fight. This will be decent experience. Ruse, unlike Fog, is self-target only, which is a big downside, but it's very effective once you get a couple of stacks. We basically just need to get through, I think, 3 rounds here at the start, and then we're fine. I mean, even 2 ruses, because ogres are not very accurate, should put us in a really good spot. Hey, Zanny Boy, welcome in. Nice, alright, we're starting to get the dodges. Let's do one more ruse here. Again, a critical hit can negate the value of these, but the ogre's critical hit rate is like a 1% chance. So I will save like 1 cure spell with my last spell charge here at the first tier. And now I should be able to take down both ogres and get a decent amount of both money and experience for this. I might make a dash to Elfland, because we got a little bit of an opening in the encounter cycle where there's no good fights. I'd like to get caps. Cap is another 1 absorb rate increase. So we got our cloth armor at the start, we got our gloves at Provoca, and then caps at Elfland gives us 3 total absorb, which is still like nothing. You're gonna have 15 at the start for like a fighter. So his ability to tank damage is way, way better than we have right now. Killing. Again, once we get level 5, we can start buying the next tier of spells, which is going to have harm 2 in it. But we need a lot of cash for that. The way that this grind goes is we actually lose huge amounts of money just from having to hit the inn and the clinic all the time. So it'll take us a little bit of work to get harm 2s on everybody. We'll need 6,000 total gold, which is why I do keep an eye on my gold total. This is 390 for this pair of ogres, by the way. So it definitely does take a while to raise your funds for it. Hey, Insult, welcome in. Nuclear-powered liches is the backbone of our economy, though. We've got to have more nuclear-powered liches to ensure that our productivity can increase. Alright, we got away from the shark fight. That's a good start. You want to pull for the teams? I'm thinking about opening up the names to people. Like just trying to generate a bunch of names for the different marathon runs, except for the NES one. Even for the NES one, I might not worry about doing Final Fantasy, because it'll be really late in the stream. And Fantasy at that point is going to be hard for the bot to go through that big, gigantic video file by the time we get there. So we might be able to have any names we want for all 5 of the games. Well, not the Famicom version. For technical reasons, you have to have certain names for those. Alright, let's go ahead and get caps for everybody. You can also get copper bracelets. I think those are a bit of a ripoff. It is 3 additional absorb over the cloth armor for that 1,000. And we can get 1 for free in Marsh Cave when we go there. Alright, there's our caps. Everybody's capped. Hey, Avin, welcome in. I guess we can pick up a harm 2 while we're here. I do have the money for my first harm 2. Let's give it to Dan. I can think of no more fitting person to harm people than Dan does. Accidentally across there. There was a slight danger of poisonous monsters, which I only had 1 pure potion in reserve to correct. Would we try a shark? I don't see why we wouldn't. I mean, it would take a really long time to hammer the shark, but with our ruses, this guy is worth a little bit more than an ogre in terms of experience. Although his money is not so good. Sharks are very poor. So do not beat up sharks looking for lunch money. How long is this run total? I'm going to guess about 12 hours to finish. If it gets too late and it's looking like I will not be able to do it in one sitting, then we can of course just pick it up tomorrow. But my goal is to at least go give it a good solid effort for a single sitting playthrough. Alright, Ace, we need you to get this last ruse off. Alright, Ace, you dodged it. Commence hammering then. Cure, cure, hammer, hammer. Be really nice if the white mages had better weapons or armor or really anything. Takes a while for them to get good. And then there is actually a stretch where I think the white mages are very strong as a character class, because after Astos, you have a pretty decent chunk where undead is the biggest danger in the fights. Now there is a little bit of a wrinkle to that, which is that when you're walking around, you get like a random encounter against things like wizards, and then you're just totally boned. Oh, the critical. Alright, Ace almost clutched it, but in the end he biffed it. What is the earliest you can get one of the damage items? The first damage item you can get is the Zeus Gauntlet from Ordeals. So you have to beat Lich before you can get it. Ace to the back of the line again. We actually lost money on that exchange, although we do get to still keep the benefit from having gotten the experience. Except on Ace. He gets nothing. Start working on some ogres and geists. Alright, 2 and a chance to strike first. I'm going to go with the ruses. With 2 ogres, I would have a very hard time keeping this party alive, even with the little bit of extra absorb that we've picked up now. So we're definitely going to ruse to do this, and we got plenty of time before the next fight, so I don't have to worry about running out of steps. And yeah, Lich is undead, Vampire is undead before him, Zombies and Ordeals are undead, most of the monsters in Ice Cave are undead, and then you're also going to have the Zeus Gauntlet there, so you could take the Zeus Gauntlet to the eye, and as long as he doesn't kill the person carrying it, then you can kill the eye as well. But it's definitely a pretty tough climb to get to the point where you can fight Lich, because both the fight against the Wizards in the Marsh Cave and the fight against Astos, they really 100% expect you to have attack spells and decent weapons before you do those fights. Get some good hits here. This should be top ogre down. Work on bottom ogre after that. A lot of pressure on Dan. Dan delivers. A rarely heard phrase. Usually it's Dan dying. Dan delivering is a much less common occurrence. I think Dan has had his liver removed on more than one occasion. Luckily, with modern medical technology, we can usually fix that. Getting pretty good into the bottom ogre fight here. We'll do a couple of skips and then get another ogre creep pair. For this one coming up, because I'm not sure if I have enough steps between the ogre and the creep. If I don't get a good setup on the ogre, then it's better to just not do him at all, and not the creep, the Geist that follows. It's the Geist that are around here that are the good fights. Hey, no sense of style, welcome in. Do we get a good ogre start here? We do get a good ogre start. So this one doesn't need ruses, hopefully. Saves me enough spell charges to do the Geist after this. Is it worth doing Peninsula Power? Yes. As soon as I get the ability to do Harm 2s, we are Peninsula Powering. That is going to be how we avoid spending the next 12 hours just doing ogres. Critical power will save us a lot of time. But we do have to manipulate the fights, though. We have to get a Zomble fight, just nothing but Zombles. And luckily that is the first and third battle after Power On that we have a good chance of that happening. Ooh, that's pretty good. Okay, get your harm there, harm there, harm there, harm there. There we go, hitting level 5. Level 5 is where I get my first third tier spell charge. So once Dan has one of those, he can do harm 2s, which would then be like a guaranteed kill on the Geist, I believe. Even if you roll low, the harm 2 does enough damage to those small bug type undeads. Okay, let's stay up here. Then if I get a bad ogre fight, I can drop by the inn before going downstairs. Alright, looks like we got a good ogre fight though. Almost definitely have to miss one of the ogres in between because this is like the best cluster in terms of battles that I want. So good that I can't actually take them all. Here we go, Dan level 5. So he's gonna have a harm 2 next time he goes to the end. Triple Geist it. Oops. Harm, 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 and harm. One thing you'll notice is that the caps and gloves are actually really good on these undead monsters because they have multiple attacks per round. And every single attack is going to be reduced by your armor value. So you get basically double or triple benefit depending on how many of the Geist hits land. Alright, so that one's down. I mean, maybe we can get to the end and back before the ogre fight happens. It is possible. I'm not going to afford a second harm 2 now. Or I will be in the very near future. Yeah, we're definitely making a lot more money that we can survive at least a battle. Alright, so this is going to take the ruses, but now that I've got harm 2s, I can afford to do the ruse strats and also do the Geist afterwards. The Final Fantasy series actually is pretty well respecting its path for a lot of it. There are a couple things that are not in the original Final Fantasy, so there's no chocobos, there's no Moogles. Like, those did come later, but they were also very early on. Like, chocobos are in Final Fantasy 2, the Japanese one, not just the US one. So almost the entire history has had a lot of the major both monsters and characters, but also some of the kind of the overall themes of the game. Which some people argue that then it gets repetitive, that you have, you know, the same type of quests and things over and over again, but I like that they do have like a very consistent, like, this is what you should expect to get, and you're gonna get it. Come on, top ogre here. We just gotta hammer away until he goes down. Again, there is a chance of a critical hit going through those ruses. That would certainly be unfortunate for Dan or Ace right now. Bill and Cal could probably survive a critical. Actually, I think they definitely could, because I don't think the ogre can do more than like 75 to 78 or so. Yeah, you do often have those throwbacks, although I will say I'm very disappointed in the poor representation of Agamas in the later games. Agamas, one of the most underlooked awesome monsters of Final Fantasy 1. There are actually Agamas in later Final Fantasies, but they generally went for a more like a slim, long lizard that jumped on your face and bit you, rather than being casual and laid back like our well-known Agamas are. There we go. Ogre's down. He's hitting 5, so everybody should have level 5 now. Dan can afford to drop this cure. He's going to do it on himself rather than Ace because he's more likely to be targeted here. That gets me a harm 2 and 3 harms for the Geist battle. Let's do being jerks first again. These guys have to have a noticeably elevated ambush rate for this to happen, like the frequency at which it's doing it. This is not normally a fight I would take with the undead, generally a monster that you want to avoid walking around the overworld. Alright, Geist down. So at this point, we just want to rack up the money. So ogres are going to be pretty good for us here. The Geist are still pretty good. They do have the downside that they tend to take way more of my resources away, but still useful. And it looks like we are 1,000 away from our 3rd harm spell. So we would need 2,500 plus maybe a little bit more for doing things like tents to start our initial try on Peninsula of Power. 4 harm 2s I think would take out the Zombies. Plus we'd have harm 1s to follow it up. So we just have to get there with the harm 2s and be able to drop them. And hopefully nobody die before that happens. Like the very first couple of Zombie fights, you're looking at like a half level to a full level per battle, but your odds of dying are really, really high. There we go, finish off the ogre there. So 1 skip, then we have another Geist Ogre combo. I think this is getting towards the end of where I can get Geist, so this is also a good natural starting point. Could I do Zombies with 3 harm 2s? Is that better for getting started? I want to see what the damage range is like when I do a harm 2 here. That'll get me a better idea about whether or not I can take them on. There's the harm 2, harm, and harm. Ah, Dan's stunned. Still gonna see what my harm 2 is doing. We should be able to spare the cures for Cow. You get a cure there. Try the ogre fight. Hey Mike, welcome in. Double ogre chance to strike first though. Alright, so we do get our ruses up. Having that first round is really nice because it reduces the chances of getting 2 or 3 hits on somebody before I have all my ruses in place. It's especially important for Cal and Dan to have these because they're more likely to be targeted than the rest of the party is. Ruse and ruse. All my ruses. I do have one more. Let's go ahead and do the triple ruse on everybody. The triple ruse on Cal and Dan will save the cure spells for Ace and Bill here. What makes the ruses very effective on the ogres is they have naturally a low accuracy score. So they are already pretty easy to beat out. Unlike, say, Kraken 2, you need a lot of ruses on to reduce him to missing all the time. Good couple of hits. There's that critical. Luckily, we do have those cure spells we saved up. So Ace and Bill will be able to drop cures on Dan here. Try to keep him alive, even if another critical were to happen. At 42 and 68. So Dan could potentially survive a critical with that, but we have seen criticals into the 70s for an ogre. Somewhere in the mid to high 70s is about the upper limit of their attack. They'd have to both get like the 1% critical chance and also roll towards the high side of their range, which would be like another 50% chance to be able to do that. Hey, Soundhound, welcome in. There we go, ogre's down. Another 390 in the bank. Technically 340 because I do have to hit the end. We spend a lot on in fees in the early parts of the game here. I don't think the iguanas are going to be worth it, so we're just going to skip and skip. Take our one last Geist fight before going to Elfland. So after this Geist fight, I should have enough money for 2 Harm 2s at Elfland, which I think is my minimum to want to try Peninsula Power at all. Ooh, and we get the full house. Alright, so Harm 2, Harm 1, Harm 1, and Harm 1. There's the Harm 2s. We're doing 100 plus damage. Then we only need 3 Harm 2s for Peninsula Power. So I feel pretty good about this. It's going to be a really long walk to get there and back. So we will want a couple of tents as well. Like, I'm going to have to do like 1 battle of Peninsula Power, then come back. But it'll be worth it with how much experience you get for it. Okay. Yeah, that's all I can afford. Actually, no, I can afford 1 more pure potion as well, I think. That'll take me down. Yep, that works out. Just have to in right here, 3,000 Elfland, then in right here again before going up to Peninsula Power. Yagama, thank you much for the host there. And welcome everybody to 4 White Mages for Final Fantasy NES. We're in the very early days. We've just got enough money to start buying some decent harm spells, and we're going to go try to take on Peninsula Power for some levels. Thank you much for the good wishes there, Yagamoth. I hope you had a good day before this as well. Thanks again for the host there. Some Sahags, not too bad on the way to Elfland. I actually do not have enough money to hit the Elfland Inn, so we have to get all the way to Elfland and back without anybody dying. Cal getting us out of there, that's fine. And made it to Elfland. Alright, let's get the Harm 2 spell. I think everybody except for Ace will be able to get this. Ace does have enough levels to cast it once, but we don't have enough money yet until we do a couple of Peninsula Powers. There we go. Harm 2 for Cal, Harm 2 for Bill. Any speedrun tricks for a casual playthrough that are worth doing? You should definitely look at some of the grind spots for the speedrun, because those are way more efficient than walking around for hours going after some of the worst monsters. Also, some of the routing for the treasure chests. Like, knowing which treasure chest to pick up and which you can skip saves you a vast amount of time and danger on a lot of floors there. And Yagama, thank you much for the subscription. Glad that you're enjoying the stream, and I hope that you enjoy your out-of-bounds bat, who should be coming through your wall in just 1 or 2 seconds. Well, it's definitely appreciated, Yaga. There we go. Peninsula Power, try number 1. So we have to make a mad dash for Peninsula Power. I can't get poisoned. I can't really do any of the fights along the way there, so we're just gonna run as fast as our legs can take us. Hey, Dark JDL, welcome in. Ace is a great person to have in the front because he doesn't have Harm 2. So probably the most expendable member of our party. Alright, there is some poisonous monsters. Getting us out of that, that's a good start. We can get up to Peninsula Power, that I don't need to do any healing, because we do have our tent as well. And I can afford to throw a couple of cure spells, so we don't need the Harm 1 as much as we need the Harm 2. Alright, how did we do? So 31 on Cal, 24 on Dan, so Cal will be 1 HP off of max. 3 HP off, never mind. 33. And now, let us get the Zombuls. First and third battle after Power 1, so if there's any trolls, we reset and try again. So, try again on that. This 4 White Mage is my favorite. It's definitely a very renowned challenge run. Probably the most famous of all Final Fantasy challenges due to its history all the way back to Nintendo Power Magazine. Okay, 2 Zombuls. Maybe we can try this with just the Harms. Yeah, we should go for a bigger pack. That's okay. We can try for the 3 and 4 here first. We got more importantly plenty of time to do it. No, we're not going to do a 1. We have a 25% chance of having 4 Zombuls and a 12.5% chance of having 3 Zombuls and no Trolls. Either one of those would be ideal. There we go. 4 zombies. Now we just have to survive. Harm. Harm 2. Harm 2 and Harm 2. We need those Harm 2s to go off early. Dan gets a Harm 2 off. Some really good damage there. The 78 not so good. The 70's not so good. Bill gets the Harm 2 off. Alright, the 40 really not so good. Okay, we need Cal here. Oh, we're going perfectly down the line. Alright. Now it's just turn order. We need to go before they do. Bill! Alright. 1 down. 2 down. That's what you want to see. So we've been getting like 49 experience points per ogre, and now we just got 1,000 experience. So that's 20 ogres of XP that we picked up from the zombie fight. Go ahead and get a level for everybody. So level 6 means that we have 2 casts of harm 2 each. So go ahead and just tent. Now we're safe. We can walk back to Provoca, get our spell charges recovered. We also have about 20 more hit points, so it'll be easier to survive the zombies next time. This is the post-grind pre-grind. This is the still in the pre-Marsh Cave grind. I'll want to get about a level 11 or so before doing Marsh Cave and Astos. And level 11 sounds like it's going to be really far away, but once we get going on the Peninsula Power grind, I'll be able to sit there for like 4 or 5 battles. And we will get generally a level like every 2 or 3 fights. Get a stack of tents here. Let's get 6 tents to start. Start getting some more pure potions so that we don't worry about poisonous monsters nearly as much. I need to make sure that I don't go below 1,500, but that shouldn't be really a problem with the number of things I'm planning to buy here. Alright, that's enough pures for right now. Let's get some heals. As you saw, we had to do the start of the fight with one of our party members down a little bit of hit points. If we had some heal potions, that wouldn't be an issue. So that's why you do want to stock up on heals and not have to use your white mage's very limited charges for the cure spells. You would think that you'd have, like, unlimited amounts of healing, but you're going to feel very pressured for healing throughout the entire game with this party. I'm looking forward to Famicom Any% for the marathon, because that is a very, very short one. It'll let me recover my stamina a bit for the remaining games. Getting our last harm spell here. After this, the next trip to Elfland is to get houses. Each house is 3,000 bucks, but it's the only way that I can recover spell charges without walking all the way back to town. So it is actually more efficient to house up than it is to do a walk to Provoca and back between each pair of fights. Ace should be the person that needs the last harm too. Go ahead and pick that up. very good luck on these sharks. But once you have Peninsula Power, really nothing else here is worth considering to take. As you saw, getting 20 ogres worth of experience in one battle is definitely a life-changing experience for these mages. Alright, now sprint to the peninsula. You can almost start thinking about grabbing Geist fights if you happen to get one with your Harm 1s. I like saving those, though, for the cleanup on the zombies. Like, if you're down to like the last 30 damage, you might as well save a Harm 2 for another fight if you can. Okay, let's go with Shuffle. I don't want Ace in the front when he's already taken that much damage. Close cow. Okay, so we need to drop one heal potion here, so we should be fine. Looks good. It'll also be possible now to take less packed zombie fights and still be okay. We, though, cannot deal with trolls. It'll be a very, very long time before trolls are something that we can tackle. Let's try again. .5% chance of getting a good fight. 3 in a row without it. Means we're due here. Basically how statistics work. Alright, we got it. See, it's how statistics works. So Harm 2, Harm 2, Harm 2, and Harm 2. With the extra Harm 2, we have a much higher chance of one rounding the zombies. Which makes me less scared about having to do a cleanup round. We do want to see some good rolls in there that hopefully one of them dies early, reducing the number of attacks that they have. There's one down. Cow, can you finish the pack? 1, 2, 3. All right, another 4 zombies out of the way. Go ahead and get level 7 for everybody. 7 does not give us a strong level up, so we don't have a lot more HP yet, but it's still nice to tick those off. And yeah, I can afford to do my cure spells now. Everybody's gonna be full? Yep. I'll leave it on response rate 7 for a little bit. It's okay. I mean, technically I could do those Geist fights, but because I'll have the zombie fight right after, that is unlikely to work out. I don't know how valuable it is to get those. Alright, come on, 4 zombies, we're due again. 4th fight, 4 zombies. It's how the logic says it should be. Nope. Yet another troll-packed encounter. Hey, Greg. Are you lurking at the party? With 2 Zombles, I could go for Harm 1s and see if we could stretch this to a 3rd encounter. Harm 1 is definitely going to be on the low side for the damage, so we do have to be lucky that we don't get beat up really badly before we get the Zombles down. I plan to do things differently than my last 4 images run. For this run here, like the big thing is to try to get a single segment completion if possible. If not, we will do it in 2 parts. Oh, Bill. Bill tried. I will probably not kill Warmax, just because that was nice to show off, but doesn't actually help with the speed run overall. And maybe we'll get some more efficient late game grinding. I think that the late game grinding the last time I did it was not quite as good as it should have been. And I've got some ideas about ways to get the fade charges more efficiently. Alright, another 2 Zomble encounter. We'll try this again. Didn't work out last time, but you know, maybe it'll work out this time. The problem with doing Harm 1s is just it's so long that you have to tank the damage that it's really tough for the white mages to stay alive. We did it. Alright, so we got 2 Zombles out of that. We still have our Harm 2 charges left over. Now we're looking for that 3 or 4 pack to use our Harm 2s on. It's been a while since we've had a large pack of Zombles we could do. Hey, Ninja with Guitar, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. We'll definitely need them. This is not an easy setup, alright? I'm gonna go ahead and just take the 2 Zombles. 2 plus 2 still gives me my 1050 experience, so that'll be a big chunk of the way till level 8 at that point. Looking at our numbers, yeah, 2 more Zombles away, and then we'll have level 8. Level 9 is where I get my 3rd Harm 2 charge. That'll definitely help out a lot when we get there. Alright, okay, you're out of harms. You guys have plenty. Hey, the Shady Nerd, welcome in. Luckily, it's only 4 white mages and not 4 thieves. 4 thieves would be pretty much impossible to do in a single sitting. 4 white mages, I think that even if I don't do it in one playthrough, it'll not have too much left for tomorrow. Didn't like any of the enemies. You didn't even like Agamas, but they're so cute and cuddly. You can also see how much gold we're piling up in a hurry. So we were struggling to get, you know, a few $100 for just our supplies, and now we got a couple thousand without really trying too hard. The monsters at Peninsula Power are incredibly lucrative. A lot of undead are. Undead are one of the best monsters in terms of money for their drop rate compared to their experience totals. And their experience totals are not bad. Final Fantasy came with 4 packet items for the maps. There was the monster chart, the world map, table of weapons and armor, and then also the dungeon maps for the first couple of dungeons of the game up to like Ice Cave. I should have gotten more tense. Realizing this right now. Oh, there's 4 zombies. But we'll definitely take that. We're doing randomizer. No, this is the normal game. There are no convenience features here. Good, we got 1 zombie out of the way already. This should do a pretty good job taking most of the rest of the pack down. Ace, can you finish it? 1, 2, 3. All right. There is level 8. Level 8's really good because it's another strong level up. So that's another 30 hit points we have, making it harder for the zombies to kill us before we can kill them. I think that was my first one coming up here, right? If I get the Geist, I know that'll be correct. Yep. Alright, so we do have another one we could try. Kind of the stinky part is, without another tent, I will have to walk back after my zombie fight and try to stay alive. Oh, another 4 zombies. Is it the dream? Is this the 8 zombie dream? It's a really good start so far. Okay, Bill's slightly dead, but the rest of the party should be walking out here with a chunk of the way towards level 9 already down. I'm willing to take that just because the experience is really good. It's hard to say no to 4 zombies even with 1 person dead. And that was our last one before going back to town anyway. A dram of zombies is probably way too much for 1 drink. No more than a ½ ounce of zombie per day is recommended to stay safe. Hey, King Booty. Thanks for the good wishes there. We will definitely need a lot of good luck. White mages are not built for this, but we're gonna make them do it. Go ahead and get Bill back there. So he's in the back now. Do I want to pick up houses here and go for a big long grind? Or do I want to get more money set aside for spells? Tough one. I mean, we have until level 11, so there is a bunch more zombies to go. I think so far we're doing pretty good with the strategy of 2 zombies per trip. Okay, get a nice stack of tents here. We're gonna get a lot of heal potions. Make sure that we don't run out of these things. We'll buy a little bit of a generous amount of pure potions as well. There are poisonous monsters on the way to and from Peninsula of Power. One of the big things that's holding me back from dropping a bunch of money on houses is I want to have a lot of money for silver bracelets. In fact, I'll probably go and grab things out of like Temple of Fiends for the swords, just because I need to sell as many things as I can for money. White mages are going to be very cash starved up until about the time that they finish buying all their spells, which is like level 30. At that point, they'll finally be free from the money crunch. Right, that should be good for a while. Let's pick up a spell that we'll be using later on. We're going to get the Mute spell from the White Magic shop here. A rarely used spell, unless you're doing White Mage playthroughs. Everybody's got their mutes. And back to Peninsula Power here. So we've got 2 more sets of zombies we need to get through. Is Mute glitched? No, Mute actually works as intended. It's just the scenarios in which Mute might be useful are very, very, very limited. Nice, dang, get us away from there. We're actually starting to get to a point where we can run from a lot of things without too much hassle. Nice, another 4 Zombo pack. We also have 3 Harm 2s now with our spellcasters, so we're definitely going to be in great shape for dropping the damage here. Forgot we got them 1 level earlier, because I was thinking about red mages being level 9, but the white mages and black mages get their spell slots sooner. Gonna class change? Yeah, I'm gonna class change. I think it is gonna be more fun that way. Missing the Zombo. How could you guys miss him? Alright. Hopefully 1 more harm does that. I want to save those harm 2s for additional Zombo encounters. There we go. There's another 20 ogres down. Bill does not get level 9 yet because he was dead. That's okay, he'll catch up eventually. Zombies, 2 zombies is not bad. I'm willing to take like a 4-2-4. 4-2-3 would also not be bad. I think Bill's just attacking, which is not really what I wanted. You know what? It was only 2 zombies anyway. We want those 3s and 4s. 2 more Zombo fights here. Which, if we get 2 4s, might be enough for level 10. Gets his harm 2 off before he dies, which is always good. There's 1 Zombo down. 2 Zombos down. 3 and 4, alright. Bill Picking up level 9. Belatedly level 9. One more set of zombies here before we head back to town. There we go, another 4-pack. I guess it's an okay start. Did take a little bit more damage there than I want. He's within danger range of getting knocked off with one hit. We do have plenty of harm 2s already on the board. There's one zombie out. Bill could take down the rest. 2 down. 3 and 4. Alright, our zombies are out. What I do for early levels, the start was Geist and Zombie, and then Ogre and Geist. Till I had the money for Peninsula of Power. Just go ahead and harm him. I was going to leave this Geist alive, but he had other plans. Oh yes, for Temple of Fiends, Ghoul, and Zombie, and then Geist once you got over here. How are we doing for tents? Plenty of tents left. Levels, still level 9 on everybody. Level 10 should be coming up really soon. I like level 11 or so. We're moving on to Marsh Cave for the first try there. Just grind forever. That would be the dream. One day we'll just grind forever. Hoping Dan has fun. Always a good sign of a wonderful evening is when even Dan enjoys it. There's not many times that Dan has been thankful for things, but he's actually a very valuable member of the party for tonight's playthrough. Ooh, there we go, another 4 zombie group. Losing exactly 1/2 of his life. Two down, one more harm 2 to go. Alright, that's perfect. Very nice distribution of the damage there. Maybe not quite perfect. Missing out on the top right zombie. We got it. Be level 10 for everybody except for Bill. Yeah, we'll be very close to level 11 at the conclusion as we get 2 more of the 4 packs. Maybe we'll try Marsh Cave at 10. Oops. I just done a hard reset, not a soft reset, so I want to stay up there. A double troll fight anyway. One measly Zomble. We demand more. You could probably take that guy down with just the harm ones at this point. Which will allow me to maybe do a 2 or 3 pack of Zombles and not be as sad about it. But I really get the big packs. The big packs. Alright, we got 2. We'll take the pair. It feels bad, but we'll take the pair. That way Bill gets his level. He gets 30 more hit points or so, which will help him out for survival. Once you get level 10, that's where you start having enough HP that the odds of dying in the Zomble fight goes way, way down. Okay, one more round of harms here. There we go, triple. Alright, I was going to do level 11 for Marsh Cave. I'm not sure why level 10 wouldn't be pretty much just as good in terms of the setup for it. So, let's see if we can do it. We're going to have level 10 on everybody at the conclusion of this fight. There we go, looks good. Still 10, the rest of the party 2,000 away from their next level, so that's a while before we would get that. That is 8 more Zombles we would need to kill. Grab a big pile of heal potions before heading off. Maybe some tints as well for recovery. We'll make our sprint over there. The question is, do I want to try to grab the copper bracelet? I don't think it's worth it. The problem with the copper bracelet is that it causes me to have an extra fight against Bone and possibly double Crawl. And Crawl not being undead, we actually don't have a really effective way of killing them. So you would have a hard time getting away from that fight if they happen to like ambush you. I think we should be good on pure potions, because we do have a nice big stack from 2 previous shopping trips. You can buy copper bracelets at Elfland, but I don't think that they're worth it. Takes your armor rating from 3 to 6. That's way less than most of the monsters in this area. 10 more heal potions. And one more, and done. Alright, let's grab a couple of tents while we're here. Definitely want to have plenty of tents for both encounter skipping as well as for safety outside of Marsh Cave. We'll basically want to get 2 wizards, so a 1 in 3 chance of that being set up correctly at the start of the fight. Great continues to lurk. Alright, let us go to Elfland. I'll grab the Cure 2 spells while I'm here. That's 6,000 gold down. We'll need those pretty heavily through the later part of the game. And they can be helpful right now, because there's not a lot of things that actually require our Harm 2s. So Cure 2 is a much more effective spell to use in battle. The Dangerous Asp. I think that's the first Asp that we've seen so far. And again, with the much higher level than I would normally have at this point, it'll be easier to run away from things in Marsh Cave than I will typically see. That's great for a lot of the encounters we have there. Gotta get everybody here. 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't think heal 1's really worth it. I don't think A Fire really is worth it either, because a lot of times when things are using fire, it's like the very first attack that they have. So over to Marsh Cave. Let's burn the first encounter. This is going to be our Grimp Werewolf fight. So he's out of the way. We can run from our ogre battles. Obviously getting level 7, not really a concern considering that we're already level 10. So at this point the ogres are just going to be almost minuscule in terms of value that they can provide for your experience totals. Skip the ogre creep, skip the arachnid. We're basically just following along with the marathon route in terms of walking over there. What I will do differently, though, is I will grab the house and iron armor on my way out rather than my way in. And that way it's a shorter trip if we have to reset and do the Marsh Cave over again. The grind is over. Maybe. I will tentatively call this the end of the grind when we camp outside the cave here, so we'll run from these ogres and say, ogres have been battled. We do an Agama grind. Agamas are not that great, unfortunately, for white mages. We do have a lot of monsters in Waterfall and Mirage, Sky Castle, Temple of Fiends that we can grind on. So those are going to be the bulk of the run, actually, is doing that late game grind. Can we do Agama Facts anyway, of course? We can always do Agama Facts. There is never not a good time for Agama Facts. Zombie D grind. Unfortunately, Zombie D with this version of the game is really tough to grind on. Because where he is in the encounter cycle is right by Argoyles, and I don't want to fight those. Argoyles are awful. If it wasn't for that, Zombie would be a really good grind spot. Now, maybe what I could do... I might be able to swing a small Zombie grind. It's just tough getting a nice sustained one. So we're not going to get those treasures on the way in. We're going to get those on the way out. I'll need to remember that. It's going to be really, really tough to remember. Dan's slightly poisoned, but that's okay. He's used to it. Let's try it. 2 wizards! 3 is not as good. Get our ruse spells going. So with 3 wizards, we do have a problem in like the very first round or two with how much damage the front characters take. Good turn order, at least. That was a really good turn order. Oh, that's perfect. Alright. Double ruse. Ow. There's the criticals. So you're gonna do a last ruse. Everybody else, let's do cure, cure, and cure 2. All a ruse. That's what it comes down to in the end. Hey, Rhythm Song, welcome in. Excellent start. The quadruple miss. Alright, 6 attacks in, we've done 1 damage. That's a little bit better. Alright, 13 damage on the top wizard now. $14. This is excruciating. 17. 29. 41. Why do I pick up Iron Attempt in this round? I'm not sure what you're going for there. Do you mean Iron Armor? Ruse lasts for the whole battle, that is correct. Although, if people die here, we don't have a way of reviving them. And there's no way in Final Fantasy 1 at all to do in-battle revivals. So you definitely have a problem when that happens. Yeah, Iron Armor. Iron Armor I will grab on the way out. $400 and it's in the same room as a house, which is another 3,000. It doesn't impact my my walking at all because it's part of the normal step route to grab those. So I will be good on steps if I do that. Down. Very impressed that they were able to do this with a 3-wizard start. I was thinking that I would have to have 2 wizards. We got a very good first round. The first round, all 4 of our characters went first, and then the wizards missed. It's like, alright, that's just ideal. Even if we do have to kill 1 more wizard at the end of the day. There we go, 2 wizards down. Thinking about my best way to do Astos. I probably want to stop into town, get my spell charges recovered. I could use the house here. It feels like saving the 3,000 bucks is going to be important. We do need to buy 4 silver bracelets, or else come back down here for one of the 4. And almost tempting, but I think I will pass and just get the items out of Dwarf Cave instead. So 4 silver bracelets. We might want to get A-Ice for the Lich fight. I could maybe be sold on a first round A-Ice attempt. We'd have a very good chance of somebody going before Lich, so if everybody has A-Ice, we could maybe do it. Boom! Crowned! Dan is now a queen at checkers. Dan does not know how to play any board games at all. This is quickly becoming apparently true. I'm at my house. I remember I'm just gonna sell that for 400 bucks. Poisoned. That's okay. Just means Dan's one step closer to being on the front lines. We'll have our poisonous party mix last try at the way out. 3/4, that's not bad. Respectable amount of the poisonous party mix making an appearance. If anything remained, we do have the Shadow Battle, which unless they critical, they're not doing very much damage. They will do more than ones though, because we have such poor defense. White Mage is just totally lacking in armor in the early game, and the mid game, and the late game. Well, Elder Joy, welcome in. You're tuned in right after we've picked up the crown from Marsh Cave, so our big project is going to be killing Astos here. It is going to be one heck of a fight. My button-holding finger is going to get extremely tired by the end of it. Are you back from partying, Craig? Go over my hands. I will do the normal walk I would have to go to Northwest Castle for the mummy grind. And that way I'll know at least what the encounters are on the way up and on the way back. In theory, I've got enough spell charges right here, but I want to get all of my Cure 2s and Ruses if possible. And that way we'll be able to heal some during the Astos fight if necessary. Dan, right, let's go ahead, grab our intrep here. We have for attempts 13, that's enough. Start off with our Grimp and Werewolf skip, of course. I guess technically I don't need to skip the ogres on the way up. Normally I would skip ogre here as a way to avoid encounters going to mummy grind. But for this party, they should be fine at the north side. Maybe another skip right here for the ogre creep fight as well. Ogre creep being a bit of a jerk with the ambush. Close down once again. All right. Takes us to Astos. So I basically need Rub to not work. I need the mute to go off relatively early in the fight. Go ahead, set up the walk. As long as I never go on to a overworld step after this setup, then even if I have to take multiple tries on Astos, the RNG manipulation will be in place for the walk back to Elfland. Here we go. Again, no rub, yes mute. Mute, 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 and mute. We'll get the mute spell off. It does not work. Cal tries the mute spell. We got him. 2 tries for the mute. So we are muted in round 1. So he's got no spells. He still has his physical attacks, which we're now going to have to ruse ourselves to protect against. There's 3, 4 ruses. Unlike the remakes, the monsters will continue trying to use spells even when muted, so you get free turns for those. In the remakes, they will switch to doing nothing but physicals if their spells are blocked. So it becomes a little bit more dangerous on some of these fights. Ruse, ruse, and ruse. That'll be our final ruse setup. Now, get to hammering. 1 damage. It's gonna take a while. So basically we're doing ones. He has a lot of HP. Sometimes we miss. Oh yes, Dan. Dan just saved us like 11 rounds of combat right there. 11 rounds. We've been training our entire lives for this one battle. Astos versus the white mages with hammers. Dan, another one! Dan has done 50 damage. That is probably 10 times as much damage as anybody else has done in this fight. Dana so far saved me at least 10 minutes on this one battle. Dan again! I think Dan is the MVP of the Astos fight, and all fights. Three crits is pretty low odds. On top of that, all three by Dan. It's not even an RNG loop because two of them at least had different values. All right, we might be in a big RNG loop, but Dan's done 22, 28, 22, 28. And I'm very proud of him. I'm holding this A button down. Because if he keeps critting like that, that is definitely going to be a fast fight. Oh yeah, I think we got a loop here. So Dan is going to be our champion today. Five crits in. For those that haven't seen this before, what's happening is that the Final Fantasy random number generator only has 256 possible values for its initial state. So if you get frame perfect input just over and over again, and I'm doing all of these attack inputs on the very first frame, so we're getting consistent timing for everything, then you'll notice patterns where you see these loops going through the random number generator. It just so happens it's set up so that Dan is getting a critical like every 3 or so rounds on Astos, which is enormously speeding the fight up. So there we go, Astos is down. Getting Astos is really important because that is a fight the white mages are totally not built to be able to do. And it opens up so much of the game, because now we can get the TNT, we can get the access to Melmond and to Crescent Lake. It really expands the next 2 portions of the game. Do I need to do anything in here? I think we're actually good, other than the in trip to do the next skip. I'm just gonna follow along with the marathon route in terms of skips coming through here. Now, do I need to do any mummy grinding? I probably should grab a few mummy encounters. See if I can get maybe level 12 before Lich for additional hit points. All these fights we'd normally be just blasting away lit 2s on, and we got nothing. Nothing these white mages can do, except against undead monsters. Then they're actually decent, although Harm 2 being less than Fire 2, does that cause me any problems? I don't think it does, because I could do like Harm 2, Harm, and actually go through the mummies really fast that way. Maybe 2 Harm 2s and 2 Harms. There's some way that'll be efficient for it. Rob the old woman as any good white mage would do. And then heal her eyesight. Also as any good white mage would do. So now we got our herb. We can go ahead back to Elfland here. I will not bother with the Ogre Creep skip. That was fairly minor, and at level 10 we should be running from these guys quite easily. Alright, maybe slightly munching on Ace's toes, but still an easy fight. Dan did not steal the broom. It was a present. It was clearly marked for Dan. into that plan, we're going to cut through town here to avoid an overworld encounter from taking place. Even though you're taking extra time for those little screen transition animations, saving 10 steps in the overworld moves where the battles are, and it will help out quite a lot for the walk to Dwarf Cave. Okay, let's honor, welcome in. In addition to playing Final Fantasy, we've got this side game called Fantasy Final Fantasy, where people try to predict what monsters are going to cause me the most pain. There, Mr. Kiwi, go ahead and grab some things here. I do want to pick up the items at Temple of Fiends as well. There are 2 swords there I don't normally get in a speedrun. Those sell for 4,000 and 3,000, which will help out the money situation a bit. We need a lot of money for this route. Alright, so give that hammer an ace. Don't need that anymore. Actually, don't need that. Iron glove, or iron armor is worth selling. The copper glove's not as much. Feeling Dan earned the silver hammer. Dan earned the gold hammer. That's the thing. We don't have a gold hammer for him. Silver's for the second place winner, which was definitely Ace. I think Ace got lots and lots of ones, which is really what you expect from white mages. Info knife here is worth a decent amount, so go ahead and grab that. Saber and the iron staff are not so good. We get the iron armor, that'll be another 400 bucks, and we can get the TNT. The middle one is the iron shield, that would only be 50. Maybe 40. I know it's not a lot. Got our level 1 spells out of the way. We've got our level 2 spells out of the way. Level 3 spells out of the way. Do I want to buy Null Frost for Lich? So there's 2 ways I could do this. I could get some levels and have enough HP to tank Ice 2. But with our white mages not having a lot of defense, if Lich does anything else, like even like a physical attack, could make it very tough to continue to survive after that. But since we have Harm 2s, you know, we're going to be doing a good amount of damage per round. It doesn't really matter if somebody dies, as long as we don't wipe the whole party. I think I could do this without A-Ice and just go all offensive on that first round. There's really not too many other spots where A-Ice is nice to have. Maybe on the Frost Giant Frostwolf encounters? The Frostwolves are going to die with 2 Zeus gauntlets, so hopefully we get some Frostwolves that are not going to breath us all the time. How much heal potioning do we want? We want a lot of heal potions. You always have way less healing than you think. Despite having 4 white mages, our number of spell charges is still quite limited. Go down to like maybe 28,000 or so, so 15 more heal potions. I don't think we're quite in danger of maxing out at 99, but we will be working towards it over the next couple of shop areas. 10 more to go. Three more, 2 more, 1 more, and done with heal potions. have a small number of pures here. We should be fairly good on pures because we didn't get poisoned much in Marsh Cave. And I bought a little bit of a safety supply for my trips up the Peninsula of Power. So I don't need a ton of those, but we will need more tents. Tents are always going to be a crunch in the early game because I've got lots and lots of overworld skips that I can throw in here to match up with the marathon route. I'm just thinking I'm going to have to... Do I do another wizard fight after the vampire? Or do I try to set this up so that I don't have wizards in my descent through Earth Cave? I might do a skip of the wizards. If there's enough room in the encounter cycle for that to work out. Might expose me to some cockatrices, which is bad. Spectre Geist is not terrible because we do have lots of harm twos. Buy the Pure Spell and save on Pure Potions. It's a possible idea. I'll put that down for ideas for next time to get the Pure Spell instead. Alright, that should be enough tents. Let's see what our totals are like. Yeah, 37 tents is way more than we need. I will do... or Temple of Fiends after hitting the mummies. Okay, that was 2 extra steps, so we'll be there instead. Oh, that's right. I was ahead of steps because I didn't do the Ogre Creep skips. I was fine on the boat. By the way, for people that were not here at the beginning, this was a feature that was voted on when we were doing our poll. For challenge games and randomizer runs, in addition to your normal team, you're going to have bonus monsters to bring you up to 10 total monsters on your team. So if you do !FF score, you will see what additional bonus monsters you have. And those can be any monsters in the game. So as long as it's not duplicating an existing team member, you could have Wormek, you could have Iron Golem, or you could have like monsters that are part of the run normally. But again, those are a way of balancing it out so that you could still have your normal marathon route team and then also be competitive for these kind of one-off events. I'm still wondering if anybody has Wormek. I have not seen it pop up yet. I have seen Iron Golem though, which is another one of the impressively rare ones. Right, I should have enough steps for that. Yep, perfect. Go ahead, drop that down. I saw Wormek. Zerakian has Wormek. If you want your Wormeks, talk to Zerakian here. Chimera is actually a really good monster because that'll be a monster I'm going to be fighting a lot of once the White Wizards are going to town on their grind for the late game. Are the bonus monsters random for each game? Yes, the bonus monsters are regenerated every time a new game starts. Okay, get rid of that. And that. And this. Can he drop onto Cal? Nope. Alright, so he's good there. I guess technically I could get these silver hammers, but not really worth it because we have plenty of harm spells for dealing with the mummies. Okay, Iron Helmet can go. Wooden Helmet can go. Silver Armor can go. Does Ace get anything? No, Ace got nothing. Smart but Worthless got Wormek too. There's 2 Wormeks so far confirmed. Go ahead and pick up the items from Northwest Castle here. This is a good amount of money and also a chance to get some mummies, which it looks like everybody can get at least 1 level off of, if not 2. Normally I wouldn't tent right there, but the odds of dying on the mummy grind are much higher right now than normal. Or it may just cannot take very much damage. Maybe going to Melmon for the silver bracelets would have been great, but trying to save the trips back and forth as much as I can. There's the Falcon, there's the Power Staff, and this will be the Iron Gauntlet, which is probably not even worth carrying around. 2 mummies. How boring. Alright, so harm, 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 and harm. Yeah, 4 harms should kill these guys. I think it is a minimum of like 20 damage. Right around there, so you pretty much would never have a situation where 4 harms would not kill a mummy. There's some good harm 2 action. Alright, so harm 2s now. Definitely not going to mess around with a 5-pack. Got 4 out of 5 with that harm 2. That's nice. Seven mummies down. Another 4-pack. This time Cal taking the nap. Alright, so we have Bill, Ace, and Dan have all used the harm 2 now. Yeah, 2 harm 2s will always do it, because I think 45 is the minimum for these guys. 45 to 180 should be the range. Just like Fire 2 is. Alright, 3-pack, let's use a harm 1 for that. Pretty good pickings for a white mage party. Not as good as Peninsula Power, but because you're getting a guaranteed battle every single step, this is better than going back to Peninsula Power for like 1 last level. There is level 11 out of the way. For most people, we'll get every bit up to level 11 over the course of these next few fights. I think Ace is the one that died a bunch, so he would be like 1,000 experience behind the rest. Actually, no, he's more than that. He's like 1,600 back. How is Dan? Dan is doing amazing. Dan is the champion of hammer tossing in the Astos battle. There's another 5. Alright, so harm 2, harm 2. You still have not used one, Cal. Alright, so Ace is out of harm 2s. So we're going to be pretty unbalanced now for the 4 and 5 packs. Okay, 3-pack, we can harm 1 those. Ace might have to go sit at the front of the party. He's using spells way too fast compared to everybody else. Some of that's just luck in terms of turn order. Other parts of that are because being at the back, he's way less likely to get put to sleep during these fights. Alright, Bill didn't die. Good start for Bill. Go ahead and do the shuffle. Okay, 4-pack. Alright, harm 1. Everybody else harm 2s. Be the last harm 2 on Bill. We still have harm 2s left on Cal and Dan to go. Cal's got 2, and I think Dan has 2 as well left. And if you're wondering why didn't we do the mummies early on instead of doing Peninsula Power, it's because you can't get here until after Astos, which is really mean. If you could get here early, this would be such an amazing spot to start working on experience at. Alright, this is very scary right now. Harm 2, and you're gonna harm 1. A 5 mummy ambush is not what you want to see to start. Ruse stacking is actually intentional. Oh no, Cal's down. I guess we might have to accept this as our loop. Maybe we're pretty close to being done anyway. Anything that is a numeric value stacks. It's multipliers that don't stack. So things like fast, it's either set at 0x, 1x, or 2x for the fast and slow spells. So those are not treated the same way as most other spells. But things that just add, like Temper and Ruse, were kind of always meant to stack. How long did the Astos fight take? It was less than 10 minutes. Dan really crushed that battle. It was pretty impressive, to be honest. So I do want to drop into Temple of Fiends here. Go ahead and restock potions and we go up to Canaria that way. And then and only then, will we go and buy our silver bracelets. Yeah, my spell chart is looking... I can get... I can get harm 3s, I bet, pretty soon in this. We could harm 3 Lich, that would definitely beat out doing any kind of a Ruse strat or things like that. Or A-Ice. How far away are we from harm 3s? 3,500 to 4,000 experience. Ooh, that's a lot. Maybe it'll be okay. We'll get a little bit of experience at Vampire. That's a couple hundred. Yeah, unless we do a quick stop at Peninsula of Power or more mummies. It's hard to get level 12 otherwise. What is the estimate? I'd like to be done under 12 hours. We could also do this as a 2-parter if I get too fatigued during the day to finish it. But it'd be nice to get it done in a single sitting. Last time was a little bit more than 12 hours, but that was with killing 2 Warmechs. So I feel like if we don't take the time to kill Warmax, then under 12 hours should not be bad. Hey there, Hitaka, welcome in. There's our Rune Sword. I'm gonna get the Wear Sword as well. Again, normally they're not part of the speed run, but I'm picking these up for extra money. They each sell for a couple thousand. I can sell the Coral and the Dragon Sword. Like, there's a bunch of things that are relative close to my path that will let me raise some money, and I will definitely need a lot of money for these mages. They are very expensive to keep up with in terms of spell shopping. Dan is pretty high maintenance, I agree with that. I don't think let's go ahead and grab the soft potion. I was gonna say, the soft potion probably not worth the gargoyle fight, but it's like 10 seconds. Might as well pick it up and save the 800 bucks. It also gives me a little bit of backup there in case I try a cockatrice fight to avoid having the wizards show up. There's wizards normally in my route after vampire, and we don't really deal well with wizards because we have no attack and they're unrunnable. So come up with alternate ways of dealing with that fight. Either do it again like I did in Marsh Cave, which is a bunch of ruses, and we do have more levels, and we have the silver hammer now, so we'll do a little bit more damage, but it's still really slow and somewhat dangerous. Or delay and avoid the fight, and maybe get cockatrices or specter geist, but at least no wizards. I'm thinking about actually doing the wizards, to be honest, because we do have the silver hammer now, but I think we can do it without too much trouble. Nice clean trip to Melmond. I mean, Melmond's filthy, but the trip to Melmond was not bad. Our long-awaited armor upgrade. Oh man, I've been looking forward to this for pretty much the entire time we've been playing. We're getting rid of this cloth armor. We're getting the good stuff. Ooh, Iron Gauntlet's more valuable than I thought. Silver bracelet for Ace. For Dan, for Bill, and for Cal. Beautiful. So now they have as much armor as the starting chainmail that a fighter in Red Mage would get. Okay, get rid of the rune and wear swords. That should be the only weapons I picked up. Actually, no, they're... Somebody probably has, yeah, the Falcon and the Power Staff. There they are. Options, options, options here. So Harm 3 is really good for me, but I want the Life Spell and Cure 3, but Heal 2 is really good because it's bugged. It does Heal 3 worth of healing. I think I would get Heal 2 over Cure 3, to be honest. So if I was going to spend my money that way, we're going to start with the Harm 3s, and then get Heal 2s after that, I think. We got the first Harm 3 there. Just making sure. Okay, so Dan's getting Harm 3, Bill's getting Harm 3, and Cal's getting Harm 3. Normally Harm 3 not a spell that you would want, but with White Mages it's like, well, we need offense. Just skip past encounters. We want to get to the early part of the... Yeah, we want to get to the early part of the encounter cycle here. I guess we can use one harm. One harm is okay. 120 grand, man. I would settle for less, to be honest. These white mages living in poverty, giving away all their money to the fine shopkeepers of Melmond. Yeah, that was less than 10% of what I needed for the level up to 12, so I'm worried that I'm not going to have the levels that I want for the Lich fight, and that makes me very sad that we don't have the Harm 3s. I mostly blame Bill dying on the mummies for causing this predicament. Path I'm on that I am going to get the wizard fight. Skipping the coral sword here would not fix that, so I do have to do the wizards at some point. Might as well be now. Currently we are 3 levels above where we'd normally be, so our chances of running are fairly good. Hello, bat. Are you gonna be a bad bat? You're gonna be a good bat. Who's a good bat? Not that bat. That bat's a jerk. The other bat was an okay bat. That bat wasn't terrible. Maybe a little bit rude. But I feel bad about calling him a jerk now. Nice quick walk to the vampire. We should have the mummy and image fights here to take, which I normally would not do. But with plenty of Harm 1 spells, you might as well grab the XP and see how close I can get to 12. I am very tempted to just do like one swing by Peninsula of Power. Like just one little trip, even though it throws off like all of my setup for the Earth Cave, unfortunately. Alright, so harm, and harm. Ooh, I have to watch out my harms because those also are going to be my ruses for the wizard fight. Make it through the mummy fight. The 5 mummy ambush. Again, quite unpleasant. Hey, Samarg. Drop a couple of heal potions there. Hello, bat. It's just us, the local friendly white mages, come to heal the vampire of his illnesses. Okay, you can afford Harm 1s so far. Yeah, might as well. I only need 3 ruses for the wizard fight, so we should be okay. Virtually no chance, I agree, Hitaka. The odds are very, very small. The vampire will suffer some kind of accident while we were healing him. We did put Dan in charge, but other than that, the odds are very much against it happening. Oh no, Dan has killed the vampire. Dan about to be sued for malpractice. I mean, it was a 100% chance it was going to be Dan. Like, was anybody at all in doubt that Dan would be the one to do it? Okay, we get 3 wizards here, so let's go ahead and drop our ruses down. We got 3 wizards successfully the first time we did the fight, so let's do it again. We have a lot more armor than we had before, which is going to be great. We've got more attack power, we got a silver hammer. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Alright, Ace. Just clench really hard. Okay, you can use a cure 2, cure 2. Kel will use the cure 1 because he doesn't care. Ruses up. It is time to beat down the wizards with a hammer. We're getting pretty good at this. Hey, Oddbit, welcome in. This is going pretty good. We got all the way past Vampire now. We're working on our way out of the cave, and then ideally we will be having harm 3s for Lich. I have slightly miscalculated though, and we might be just a little bit of XP short of having our harm 3s, will be not quite as fun, but you know, other than that, not doing too bad. Our wizards called wizards because they mostly use physicals. They're 100% physical, which is why they're called wizards. Their magic trick is making you wonder why they are called wizards. Alright, Ace gets the top one down. But does Ace have the silver hammer? Was he the one that actually got it? I thought for some reason we passed it like Bill. But no, it's Ace, because I remember he was the runner-up in terms of the MVP for the Astos fight. Dan is the champion, gets the golden hammer, which we don't have, so he'll get that later. The silver hammer went to Ace, so I actually should not have Ace in the front slot, but too late for this fight. $12 in the Steam sale. I think I spent $33, and I don't have anything else I want to buy. I got Rayman Legends, which I've been looking at for a while. I thought about getting Origins as well as Legends, but then I figured I would just like get one Rayman game, and if I really liked it, I would get the other one. And I got the 2 Mega Man clones, the other game. Was there a 4th one? I'm trying to think if I got a 4th game or not. I did this like yesterday. I should remember this. I'm evidently not going to find my receipt. All right. I just know I got about $33, which was less than a lot of previous Steam sales. For some reason, the lower tier games tend to not really have a lot of discounts, and getting a game that's, you know, $50 base, even if there's a big deal on it, it's probably going to be cheaper next year anyway. Which Mega Man clones? It's Rosencrustalite and the sequel Rosencrustalite for Instashel for that. The good Mega Man games, not the bad Mega Man clone games. Okay, we can afford to use Harm 2s at this point. We don't have much left to kill on the way out of here. How are we doing for experience? Yeah, we need 1,500 to 2,500, which would be way more than we can get on the way to Melmont here. How old is Dan? Dan is old enough to know better. That is our only information about his age. We have successfully navigated the vampire. The problem is that the way that I set up the RNG manipulation for the Lich trip is tacked on to where we come out from the vampire section. So if I went to get experience, like drop by Peninsula Power for like 6 more zombies or something, then I wouldn't have everything set up unless I did like 2 or 3 minutes of encounter skips. So it's like, do I really want Harm 3 that much? I kind of want it, but at the same time, it's like, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Our Harm 2 should be doing almost half of Lich's damage, even if they all roll minimums. So we conceivably could one-round him with just Harm 2s. Drop a 10 right there. This is the same route I used based on the marathon route for avoiding having to house before Lich. Saves me 3,000 gold in exchange for another trip to Melmont, and I know that is a very costly venture for many people. But Dan is willing to make the sacrifice. Go ahead, drop the Coral Sword off. We don't pick up any more weapons for a while. Not until we get to Ordeals. Let's put Cal in charge. I don't think Cal has died yet at all this game. He's due. Four black mages to Lich. Ugh. That's gonna really throw off my steps. Trying to think about the black mage question though. Wonder if there is any problem with doing them at like level 8. Like they're gonna be on a suicide mission where if Lich gets Ice 2 off, they die. But if they get Fire 2s off, they win. So I would try it that way. Get enough Fire 2s that you can make it down to Lich. And just go for the good turn order. Like you either need the 25% that he doesn't do Ice 2, or you need to have enough damage at the start that Lich doesn't even get a turn. And that would be way better than trying to grind them up to like level 25 or whatever it is before they would survive Ice 2 guaranteed. Phantasy Star 4 for $1.49. Is that basically an emulator in a box for the original version? Or have they actually done PC ports of the Phantasy Star games? I know that there's a lot of Sega games that are on Steam, and it's basically just an emulator wrapper around the original Genesis ROMs, rather than like any real effort at all. Just emulator, alright. Maybe one day Sega will care. We've got our Gerwolf fight here. All of this setup is pushing out the encounters. It gets rid of the Wizard battle, Cactus battle. Spectre Geist battle I can actually deal with a lot more than normal, but I'll still try to skip it. So I think I'd rather do 1 to 2 trolls than Spectre Geist, just in case you got ambushed at the start of the Spectre Geist fight. That could very quickly lead to stun lock. Here, so I'm going to go for the Lich kill. Assuming this is successful, I think this will be a good time to take my first break once we get to Crescent Lake. Make sure I'm properly watered throughout the entire evening. Square's remakes are pretty hit or miss. Like, the ones that are the mobile phone ports, I think, unless you're really, really big into the series, you want to skip those. Like the Super Nintendo Steam's versions, they're pretty bad. Just unfortunately that a lot of other modern consoles don't have any other version of the game. So you're kind of stuck with it if you want those games at all. But some of them are really nice. Like, I actually think that the Final Fantasy IX remake was not bad for PC. And the 10.2 remaster is also not bad. You can get, 10 and 10.2 on other platforms if you want to play it on PlayStation 4. But the PC one is pretty good. Final Fantasy IV Complete, you mean the complete collection with the after years? And all that was on the PSP version? I was so looking forward to the after years when it came out, and then it was a little disappointing to play. It was originally meant to be episodic, so I'm not even sure what it would be like to get that like one little dribble at a time. But it definitely was not the same quality as the base game. One more harm spell should do it, Cal. I did like the start of the plot, because I think that the summon monsters in Final Fantasy IV were like some of the most interesting characters, with Rydia and also with the Land of Summon Monsters for the optional side quest, which hopefully everybody did, because that was like a really big chunk of the underworld section. Like, those were like really well done. So I was very happy about the setting, but when it kind of just like recycles all the characters, and then like here's a replacement character for all of your main characters from the base game, that's when it was like, well, I didn't really need that many characters for the game to start with. Like, you could only have so many people in your party at a time. Gonna get one more for Bill as well. I could take a Spectre Geist fight upstairs, but this turned out way better because we had a chance to strike first. Spectre Geist fight, though, was a pretty good experience. will be, I think, images. Harm them again. Add 2 images. We're not even gonna bother. Not even worth our time. One of the problems of having only AoE attacks is that 1 or 2 monsters take the same amount of time as 6 monsters to kill. And 6 monsters are going to give you way more experience for your trouble. Okay, so far we're still good. What I normally talk about here for the red mages is the magical 161 hit point number. The white mages are all good, because we are a couple levels higher and white mages do have decent early game HP growth. But we didn't quite hit level 12, so I don't have harm 3, and that was something I kind of agonized over for a little bit about whether I want to grab that half extra of a level to finish it off, but I think harm 2 is enough. I think harm 2, considering that everybody's going to be able to cast the first round, we should be able to take Lich down no problem. So let's find out if I'm right. We have 1 battle to go. This is going to be Troll and Bull right here. We got the max. That kind of hurts. Both Trolls and the optional Bull and an ambush on top of it. Luckily we do have plenty of heal potions. As long as we get away with nobody dead. Then we can Lich. Alright, white mages. This is what you've trained for. Get those harm 2s working. Ace 2 start. Alright. Ace, very good on that, but the problem with Lich is you really have to race him so that he does not get Fire 2 and Lit 2 off. You're very unlikely to survive those. Alright, that's pretty good. Any harms that are over 100 are doing really good work here. He's only got 400 hit points. So we can actually take him down this round. Daniel 7, you missed Astos. You missed Dan. I mean, Lich didn't miss Dan, but you missed Dan. Most of us survived Lich. I'd say, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, that was about a 7.5. With that, it's time to go to Crescent Lake. Get our canoe reward. Maybe we'll get Dan back. If only they had a clinic at Melmont. Maybe after this is over, we'll come back and we'll start our own clinic. Not in Melmont. We're going to put it someplace better. But we're going to start our own clinic with our 4 white wizards at the end of the game. Let's just do the normal marathon route, so we'll go ahead to the narrow choke point. We'll do a double skip here. Lufenia also doesn't have a clinic, but that's really, really out of the way. I think after we burn down the town of Elfland, we'll set our clinic up on its ashes. And no elves will be allowed in the inn. That'll be the iron rule that everyone has to follow. Alright, that's Blue. Have a good night, and welcome back if you do return later today. Hey, Janesdale. Yeah, for 4 white mages, you got to get a pretty early start because this is a really long run. Which, speaking of which, it's so long. I need to take my first break, so I will leave you guys to enjoy the in music here for a second while I get some more water. Let's see what we want to stock up on for ordeals. We'll need a lot of heal potions, so we will get a big stack of those. I already have a lot of tents left over, so I probably don't need any cabins. That's a good number to go down to. I think we could actually go until we hit 99, which would be around 20,000 gold here. Trying to think if there's anything really pressing to buy currently. I can't get exit until after class change anyway, so there's no point until after we've done Ice Cave and Cardia and have plenty of money for that. Not worth it going back to Melmond, because there is still a couple of spells there I want to get. Heal 2 would be great to have, but I'll use most of my charges for Harm 3 anyway. Hey Greg, glad you're enjoying the party time. And we will probably still be going when your party is done, so take your time at it. We're gonna go down to 20,000 gold here, which should be exactly the same as getting 99 potions. Cards Against Humanity at a Christmas party. How daring. It's more of a New Year's party type of game there. But I guess you can play it anytime you want. There we go. Cannot carry anymore, so we are stuffed to the brim with heal potions now. We don't need to go to the armor shop or the weapon shop because the white mages can't use any of that stuff. I mean, we could get them silver hammers. Yeah, let's get them silver hammers. They deserve it. They've worked really hard for getting to this part of the game. And the silver hammers are not that expensive. Maybe you could have spent that 7,500 bucks more wisely, but you know what? It's an early present for Dan. Here we go. One canoe later. We are all set to take on ordeals. Silverhammer is not super effective against really anything, to be honest. They just look a little bit nicer than our regular hammers do. I'm not even sure that they're made of silver. I need to get those tested. Might be a big ripoff in Crescent Lake. But now, ordeals. Ordeals is actually probably not too bad, because we'll have plenty of harm spells for the Zombuls and the Whiz Mummies. Ice Cave, it's gonna be bad. We know it's gonna be bad. The question is, how bad is it gonna be? The Frost Wolves are the things that I'm really not looking forward to. I mean, the Frost Giant and the Eye as well, but definitely the Frost Wolves. South turn. Let's move reach into a little peninsula here, clip around the corner. Tuck ourselves just into the side of Ordeals here. Let me go in early. I'm actually going to get the extra Zombull fight that I normally skip. This is the party to do that fight. If there's any time that you would want to have more Zombulls, this is the situation for it. Normally I'd be burning these steps on the overworld, but instead I will take the fight right here. And we get triple Zombulled, alright. Well, that's definitely Harm 2s. Kind of realized that we haven't actually gotten that much more HP than we were fighting Zombulls before, and they were pretty dangerous at Peninsula of Power, so maybe just maybe I shouldn't have provoked this, but we'll go ahead and take the fight. At level 12. Alright, so Ace is actually the only person that has level 12. I thought Ace died gruesomely at Peninsula of Power, and he was the furthest back, but somehow he is the furthest ahead in his experience now. I'm gonna Harm 1 these, and that way I've got Harm 2s for the rest of the fights. Otherwise, this would be a definite Harm 2, because it's the maximum number of zombies that can, or maximum number of mummies that can appear here. Some more Harms, and we're getting pretty far into this Whiz Mummy here. I think we just want another round of Harm 1s. This should do about 150 damage, so there we go. He definitely doesn't need 150. 12 on Cal and Dan. Gonna take the long passageway over. We have our next Zombull encounter here coming up, which I think I need to delay for before going upstairs, otherwise it turns into something worse. One Zombull. Alright. Let's try to Harm 1 him. It's a little bit daring. This would be setting up a double Zombie fight for extra experience before leaving. Hey, Adamant, welcome back. I hope your Christmas cartoon was enjoyable. There we go, Zombull's down. Bill 12. Alright. Maybe Bill was the one that got destroyed. Yeah, he got demolished back at Peninsula Power. Remember that happening now. See you later, Nightmares. Nightmare, even though it's an Agamorph of experience, I don't think it's a good fight because you have to ruse up a lot to be able to survive that. It's only $375, but do I want it? No, we're gonna pitch it. Upgrade you to a gold bracelet. We will hang on to the silver. That one's definitely worth a lot. Can I get this one with just Harm 1s? I can use one Harm 2 here. And then replace that with the Zeus Gauntlet. on the zombies. I don't know if I can do 3 zombies. I definitely want to try 2 though. The problem with zombies in this version of the game is that all around everything else on this floor is really, really bad encounters for the most part. So like sorcerers and gargoyles and man-cats and things. So it's hard to build up a good zombie grind here, which is unfortunate because this would otherwise be a really great source of XP for a white mage group. There's our Zeus. Let's go ahead and give that to... Let's go to Dan. Alright, you guys all look good. Zombie number 1, the double zombie. Alright, we're gonna quad harm to this one. So much damage. Alright, there we go. Yeah, you guys are a little bit uncomfortable with the zombie fight. Really good XP though. Like that is slightly more than a 4 zombie fight right there. So it's only 1 zombie, so I can use my Zeus right from the start. Damage so far. 50. 200. Alright, so we can do the harms from here. Harm, 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 and Zeus. And we will try for a 3rd zombie fight. Okay, Ace. You're still alive. Still alive. We're just going to do 3 fights here. I don't have the resources to do any more than that. And I don't have the steps safely to do very many more either. Alright, end 2. Okay, this is definitely the end. We got 5 zombies out of this. Cal is on the doorstep of death. Might be dragging his dead body to Elfland afterwards. Can probably kill the top one here. There he goes. Oh, we got both. Nice job, Dan. We are done with zombie grind. Sadly. My next really good grind is probably going to be Waterfall, but I need to get the exit spell first. And that's a ways away before we're going to have a spell charge for it. But I guess technically I could do Waterfall without exit because I'm never going to have Gasties. But it's still a pretty unpleasant walk back knowing that you might lose a whole bunch of experience. And it's a long setup to get there. Elfland for our little stop in. I do need to pick up some more soft potions. We want to get 4 before we do Ice Cave. I got 1 from Temple of Fiends, which I normally wouldn't have at this point. Ice Sword can go. That'll be some good money. Boom. Alright. Heal Staff. I guess Heal Staff goes to Bill? that we can conceivably heal and Zeus in the same round. Is there armor we need to sell? We want to sell the silver bracelet, that's right. Ditch the silver. We do have harm 3s now, so we do have a pretty good spell for undead. Just that there's not too many of them in Ice Cave. We can't really use it to its full effectiveness. Alright, 81 heal potions should be enough. Definitely the trip I've been dreading. Ice Cave is your next really hard dungeon. After this, we will get better equipment and we will be doing a whole lot of leveling before trying to do any of the remaining fiends to take on. Like, we will want to go basically dash to Kraken's top half of the dungeon, the mermaid floors, so that we can get access to Mirage Tower and Sky Castle, get the good gear out of that. And at that point, it is a just a grind to make sure that we can survive the bosses. The fiends are really, really tough with the white mages to get the first set down. And then once you can kill any one of them, you can probably kill the rest in pretty quick succession. Maybe you could kill Tiamat early because you got the Bane sword, but I would still want to have a bunch of resources before even trying that, because the odds of the Bane sword working are about 1 in 7. Less when Cal is using it. I didn't get soft potion, so I only have 1 soft potion. Think about that now. I'm supposed to get that back at Elfland before coming here. I mean, 1 soft potion means that I can survive the glare by the eye. But it means I cannot take any petrifications on cockatrices on the way down, which is the very first fight. One skip. Two. That gets rid of 2 of the 3 cockatrice battles. Technically, I get rid of all 3 because I don't need the flame sword. But I'm still going to grab the flame sword because it's like 7,500 bucks. Alright, chance to strike first. I mean, I guess we could kill these guys. Go ahead, harm, and Zeus here. Free experience. Why not? Especially because it's the worst possible formation otherwise. That chance to strike first was really lucky. We left 1 cockatrice alive. Dan, you may have made a mistake. Alright. Didn't make a mistake, Dan. You knew exactly what you were doing. Okay, the racer gonna hurt a lot. Ow. Okay, still paralyzed. We're definitely going to harm 2 of these. We can get away from a lot of undead encounters, but this is generally going to be safer to kill them. The undead tend not to have a lot of hit points, so as long as you don't get stun locked or get really atrocious turnover, then you can make it through the fights. Hey, Real Cajun Consider. Thank you much for the bits. We'll put those towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, always in need of more relief. I think we have another Wraith encounter coming up as well. Points for the stun. It's going to be somewhat inconsistent for picking up some of the battles. There's a lot of skips over fights that confuse the bot. Oh man, Bill. Keep it together. The bot tries its best, but like Dan, sometimes its best is not good enough. I'm starting to get some more level 13s. One problem coming up is that as I run lower on harm spells, I have to start skipping undead battles rather than just plowing through them. And there definitely are quite a few scary ones. Alright, maybe we'll try to skip this one. What I plan to do for the next farming, maybe Waterfall. When I go up there, grab the trap tile a couple times. Oh, it's double frost wolves. Double frost wolves. That is not fun. Let's see if we can get the frost wolves down in this round. We're gonna need some good luck on the Zeus. Okay, bottom frost wolf has a much higher chance of dying. There's the frost breath. That is awful. One down. Both down. Problem now is staying alive. The frost giant is going to hurt a lot. And we don't really have a good way of staying alive during this fight. Cal's out. I'm not going to take this. We need to get further into the ice cave before our first death. Try it again. This time not nearly as good of a cockatrice setup. That was not bad. As long as we get away with no petrifications, I'm happy. Like, we don't really need the experience going through here. This is a fairly dangerous area relative to the XP that we get. Like, these fights would be great, though. This is like an Agama worth of experience that we're passing up. Healing would not have helped because he killed me as the very first attack after the second round. There's really nothing you can do about that. Yes, Evan, we got Frost Breath by the first wolf encounter. So redoing this section again. There we go. Alright, 0, 1, or 2 Frost Wolves, and we get another 2-pack. Alright, we are 2 for 2 on Frost Wolves so far. Get through that, and Zeus. Good timing, Bill. we got neither Frostwolf down. That one's not going to go well. I don't think levels really make a difference. You're either going to get Frost Breath or you're not. Having levels does not help you survive it. A life would be good. The trip over here I don't have in my route. A way to stop into Melmond for spells. You actually only need level 12 for life. White mages get the spell charges sooner. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have. I think that might have been a better priority than Harm 3, in fact. I think it's so with more soft potions. More soft potions also would have helped. Cockatrices were so nice the first time. There we go. Past the cockatrices again. What we're really hoping for is not a large number of Frostwolves, and definitely not Frost Breath, which we are 2 for 2 on both so far. Hey, Pudson, welcome in. Here's our Wraith encounter first. The Wraiths are fairly dangerous just because of their very high attack power. But when they don't show up, it's really, really good. Go. What do we get for the wolves this time? 0, 1, or 2 frost wolves? It is 0 frost wolves. That's a lot better. Unless you got a really lucky roll, you should be doing more damage with the Zeus Gauntlet than the Silver Hammer. That's why I'm having Dan Zeus each round, even though there's only one target. could you be so terrible? You've been taking lessons from Dan again. We've warned you not to do that. How do you deal with the later fiends? The later fiends are going to be mostly faded. So we get a lot of levels before taking them on. Unlike the remakes, there is no power glove strats or anything like that to increase your attack power. So you have to have a fairly significant amount of leveling to be able to beat things like Kraken. Let's stack the flame sword here for some money. I guess a double harm here would be a good preemptive strat. This will take care of ideally the Spectre and Geist early on, and that reduces the number of attempts per round that you have for Sunlock. It probably does not kill any of the race. Probably only kills a small number of the race. More really scary fights coming up. In total, there are going to be 3 of those Frost Giant Frost Wolf encounters we need to survive. Another double Frost Wolf. Alright, let's go for broke here. We're going to go for the Zeus Gauntlet strats. Hope we roll high on the Frost Wolves. That was decent, but not good enough. Alright. We're just going to have to hope that we do not get Frost Breath. 1 in 4 chance of Frost Breath on each of their attacks. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go all in. Actually, let's have Bill heal staff here. There we go. Alright, so Frost Wolf's down. Nobody's seriously damaged, so I can go ahead for the triple silver hammers. Except for Bill. Bill's not feeling so good. Bill, I think, might be too far away from full health to be able to heal here, so I'm going to go for the attack. See if we can get 2 more rounds in. Bill's odds of being targeted only 1 in 8 for this fight. Math is on his side. Only 1 more Frost Giant fight to go before the Eye. I've got this set up so that all of the battles against Frost Giants are before the Eye fight, so we've got a fairly good chance of escaping should we make it to the Eye in the first place. Grab our 40,000 down here. Of course, avoiding the trap tile in the middle. Do not want more Frost Wolves. Is Bill the new Dan? I mean, Bill did get absolutely clobbered at Peninsula Power. So I could see some Dan-like tendencies coming out on him. A little bit on you. We've got our last Frost Giant fight here. No Frost Wolves. That is the dream. So we went 0-2-0 in this last trip, which is pretty good. I mean, we got 2 in a row with 2 at the start. That's just unfortunate, but that one was made up for with the 0-2-0 finish. One more round should do it. He's at 105. I think he's okay. Tail's not. Tail's very not okay. This unfortunately increases the chance of the eye taking out my Zeus Gauntlet wielder. It's also not so good with Ace now that we've lost Cal on top of it. No Ace! Alright. Now it's not looking good. It was going so well. Until it didn't. Hey, Ski Twitch, welcome in. Got nothing but R-bones on the way to the eye. Trying to think if I should go for the mute strats or not. Mute might be the better way to go without having access to the Zeus Gauntlet guaranteed. He's going to be 50-50 going after somebody that first round. And so you might not be able to Zeus him down. It's also going to be really awful doing the trap tiles with only 1 or 2 people left at the end. But here goes. We're going to try it. Bill's glanced, it's ineffective. Dan goes to the mute. The eye is silenced. Alright. So he still has a physical attack, but that's it. And it's like a 7% chance of using physicals. Do we have life magic? No, we have no life magic. Second time we've successfully muted a boss here, and there goes the eye. I'll count this as my split even if we don't successfully get out of here this time. Because Dan deserves it. Okay, 2 dangerous battles left. Yeah, we're gonna run. Bill, you gotta run. We're gonna heal up for the R-bones. We're not making any chances that they escape out of this. Yeah, if Mute actually lands, it's a really, really good spell. Because a lot of monsters that are dangerous have their danger in their like skills and spells, and Mute will seal both. Big danger. This is the last fight. 3 race. I'm gonna have Dan throw that harm 3 if he can. Alright. Racer down. Hey, Hyrule, welcome back. We were down 2 people going into the eye fight, and somehow we managed to pull this ice cave out. Here, drop our tent down. Once we class change and have an airship, we are going to be trying to break in to some really late parts of the game. So I want to get the cube and the chime as fast as I can, so I can get into Mirage Tower and Sky Castle. Those are needed to get access to the remaining AoE weapons. I could also get the Mage Staff from Sea Shrine, which is going to help as well. So those are going to be my big grind tools for the rest of this. Let's waste 2 extra steps because we can. When we grind Agamas, we're going to grind a lot of undead, which unfortunately Agamas are not undead, and they're also rather inconveniently positioned inside of Gurgurt Volcano, making it tough to access them. Beautiful right there. Got our airship. Go down to Bahamut here. During this time that we're going down this unnecessarily long hallway, it's time for me to get attached. With class change, once we have some more levels, we'll be able to get travel spells. I'm not going to have travel spells, unfortunately, for the initial foray into Waterfall and Sea Shrine, but we still want to do those as early as possible. What an upgrade. We've got the best of the overworld sprites now. I think Black Mage might be the best of the initial ones, but White Wizard definitely the best of the upgraded ones. I don't know where I am in the encounter cycle for this, but I will just drop a tent and see if we can rob the Cardi Islands. There's 20,000 bucks here, so might as well do it while we were in the neighborhood. Endgame strat with 4 white mages. I mean, we'll have Fade. We will get the Mazmune as well for extra attack power. Probably do Temple of Fiends in 2 trips to make it more fun. Last time I did this, I went for Mute and for Bane on Chaos, eventually landing both, which each one is a 3 in 256 chance. Should have left Bill and Dan in the same orders. They're fine. They'll get over it. Alright, so what do we want to do here shopping-wise? Let's get the rest of the party revived. Fear strats for Chaos. Fear, the problem with that is you have to hit multiple times. If it was only one fear, I would be totally down with it. Who's got this flame sword? Somebody's got to have it. There we go. Only 5,000 bucks for that. For some reason I thought it was 7,500 for selling. Okay, there's the ice shield. That can go as well. Should be the only thing we picked up in our initial trip through there. Hey, Rizu, welcome back. We just finished class change, so we're gonna have some fun with that. We need to go grab items out of Sea Shrine and Waterfall. Maybe get some levels in Waterfall as well, as we are passing through the neighborhood. Alright, Lorvanus, have a good nap. If your nap is as good as Rizukun's is, then you'll be waking up hopefully in time for the last or two so of the Fiends. This upcoming split is going to be a long one. Cold feet. I would recommend Agama slippers for that. My Agama slippers keep my feet nice and cozy. Maybe a little bit on fire, but definitely very warm. Idea for late game grind. It's mostly going to be Mirage Tower and Temple of Fiends Revisited once we've killed the 4 fiends. Like, if I can kill the 4 fiends early, then Temple of Fiends Revisited is actually a pretty good spot for experience, because the monster packs there are worth like 3 to 4 Agmas each. Warm socks. That's another good way to keep your feet warm. Also slightly on fire. Okay, we got some cash. Oops, we never revived Ace and Cal. Mistakes were made. Minor mistakes, that we didn't need those guys. They're just there to carry our luggage for Dan. Alright, so spell slot wise, we do have 2 casts of 5th tier spells, except for Cal, who's still only level 12. But either way, it's worth it getting the rest of our spells out of Melmond. I'm going to get Life 1 and Heal 2. Cure 3, I don't think is as good for this version of the game, because if you've got Heal 2, that is going to help you a lot in side of battles, and that's where we need healing the most. Life 1, of course, is really, really important. Until we get Life 2 at the very end, we're going to be relying on this quite a lot. Outside of battle, Heal 2 does not help at all, so it is a little bit of a gamble picking up at this point. Okay, we have 69k. That means I have to use it on the bottle, and I can't afford to get my Pro Rings and Ruby yet. Don't go to Gaia. Maybe I should have gotten all the spells right away. Should have saved up for the spells at a later time. Wait, why don't I just stick around here? We don't need Gaia yet. No, we'll still get the Oxyal. That's probably a little bit faster than coming back here later. Does class change sooner get you more spell slots? No. For that, it is only important with fighters and thieves, because they start out without having magic. So they need to class change to start getting credit for their spell slots. But for red, white, and black mages, they will develop their spell slots even if they can't cast any spells of a particular tier. Which Moogle has the spear at the beginning of Final Fantasy VI the minigame? I'm pretty sure that is Mog with the spear. Probably not Kutan. Alright, Soundhound. Have a good evening. Maybe come back later with the run still having another couple hours to go. You got plenty of time. That's not a fun encounter. I will stop by at the inn. Maybe by the clinic, depending on how this goes. I wanted some cabins anyway. And some soft potions, but we'll need the soft potions later. Right, there's our quick pit stop in Onrak. We'll stick to the waterways, even though these are fairly dangerous here. It's also going to be fairly dangerous at the waterfall trap tile, so I don't know if I'm going to be successful at grinding this quite yet. It'll definitely give me a lot of information, though, and a lot of cash, which will help me buy some pro rings. The lack of pro rings is particularly concerning, because that is an easy way to get instantly zapped by the Paralisks. Okay. 110 should do it. Without travel spells, I will need to walk all the way back out, so I can't go down to like 0 resources. But we don't need a ton to get through here. There won't be any Ghasties. You have to go really deep in the encounter cycle to see your first rare monster, and so there's no unrunnables to worry about. Yeah, we need to exit, but unfortunately it's like 5 levels away still. We have to do a lot of grinding before we can start getting those 6-tier spells. We're able to buy it now that we've class changed. In fact, we did the class change just slightly higher level than we would in a normal speedrun, which is crazy. Let's go with the harms to start. Since this is only a 1 Wiz Mummy encounter, I'm going to just use harm 1s. When you get level 8 charges, it's like level 28, I think. It's a ways in. It's lower than you have for the remakes. The remakes do bump up your level requirements quite a lot because they're expecting you to go on a scale of 99 levels instead of only on 50. But the base game, you have access to everything before you're level 30. Hello, bat. What a good bat. Is the best bat here? That is going to be the question as we go around this corner. Will we get the best bat of all? There's no out of bounds bat. Sadness. Sadness and despair. There's a lot of mummies though. That's more happy. Happy about the mummies, sad about the bats. Alright, there's a little bit more than 2 Agamas worth of experience. This is why Waterfall Cave is pretty good to come to early. There's our cube. Let's grab the items in here. So the ribbon's really great. That does give me 1 person with instant death resistance. Get rid of that cap now. Wither staff, ribbon, we got the 3 gold chests, and we have a defender's sword, which basically is free ruses. I could sell this because nobody really needs the weapon, but the ruses are pretty nice to have. We use those quite frequently. Oh, there's some more mummies. This is more than 2.5 Agamas worth of experience. I say, Wisma, we lived through 4 Harm 2s, but no, we only had 3 out. Okay, we're less than 1,000 away from our next level up. Another 2 Agamas. We are getting some good luck here. This is actually not that uncommon in the original version. The remakes, they swap the order of the monsters scheduled for the formation so that the birds are higher priority than the mummies. So it goes from being a wonderful encounter to being a really, really awful encounter for XP. Who knows? Maybe Out of Bounds Bat was just barely outside of view, and when we go out there a second time, he'll be around. We can always hope. There we go, starting to hit 14s. There's some bats. By bats, I mean birds. Alright, so we're still going to want to harm 2. You need to Zeus, though. Cockatrices, there is no defense for, so they're really obnoxious. There goes my 1 soft potion. Oh, it's also the person that had the Zeus. Ugh. We're running. We're booking it out of here. We're calling this the end of the waterfall. Because of cockatrices. It was all set for Perilous, because then I realized we got a problem. No way to kill these guys now. Ace is down, what? Now I'm wishing I had some more soft potions again. Alright, let's at least get Dan back. We got some experience. That'll help out a little bit. Maybe we will come back here later. My goal, though, is to try to rush Mirage as soon as I can for the additional items there. Dan is pretty squinty, but not squinty enough to die to these guys. Without Pro Ring, that's a pretty disgusting fight. Alright, we'll take a few more mummies, if you insist. You know, you should not use your only harm 3. You gotta harm 1. Did I get the loot in the room? Yes, I got all the items. I did the items first and then did the grinding second. Just a step route? No, but there is no chance of a Ghasty because they're really far in the encounter cycle. You cannot encounter any Group 8 monsters until you've played the game for a really long time without resetting. Up and around. Oh, Lord. We could always use more mummies. Let's be honest. We could all use more mummies in our life. Let's just go ahead and harm 3. Probably shouldn't be too reluctant at this point. We're basically on the verge of getting out of the cave. Yeah, if you saw Warmech last week on Famicom, you would know that it's really hard to get Group 8 monsters. Really, really hard. one more. But this is it. The last one we're doing, I promise. We might do more. But this is the last one for right now. Wismovy's down. Ace missing out on a lot of experience, but he was actually the furthest ahead before this, so now he's the furthest behind. But not as much the furthest behind as he could have been. He could have been more further behind. Really obnoxious hydras and gators. These things hurt a lot, especially for white mages who have still really no defense. Ow. Ow. Made it. All right, there we go. Go ahead, get soft potion. That's all we need for revival here. I'll get stacked just for future use. There's a bunch of those. Alright, so Ace is going to be fine. What is our next big task here? I guess we need to clear out mermaid section. Still with no travel spells. It's gonna be a while before we can get exit, but we're working on it. Actually, let me skip one encounter after power on. This will get rid of a Naga fight, which is probably the worst of the encounters in Sea Shrine. This is gonna get me a Wiz-Hag fight, but we do have the Zeus Gauntlet on Dan. I think Bill's got the heal staff. Just try to set things up so it's in a better spot for everybody. Gershark out of the way. Oh, water mentals are going to be disgusting. Is there a way to avoid that fight? We might just have to hope for not getting 3 water mentals. I only have 3 encounters in between now and when the water mental happens. There's no encounters on the mermaid floor, but getting all the way to the bottom of this floor and then back up is a lot of steps. I guess we could ruse. We could ruse ourselves at the water mentals, and then go for the Zeus after that. 3 and Zeus. I can see our weapon's basically non-functional at any of the monsters at this point in the game. We are very low leveled and we are white mages. A breathtaking combination of inability. Let's go ahead and grab the mage staff here. I want the mage staff before the water fight as well. Even though that's like a terrible weapon to use against them, it's better than 0. give the mage staff to Bill. Ace will take the heal staff. Wizard staff can go up here, and defense can go up here. Wizard staff's gonna get sold in just a bit. We'll take a sea snake fight. I think 2 Zeuses will kill them. We're close enough. A mage staff will also do at least some damage. Save my level 1 charges for Ruse, so I'm going to be doing healing. It should be with the heal potions. Mage staff saves the day. Mage staff saves the day. That's an item and a half right there, which is the reason I did the fight. Alright, time to loot the mermaids. So the mermaid section, I'm going to just grab everything. I'll even grab the 10 gold chest, because we are not going to come back here later. But I can get the opal armor as well. That's like 20,000 bucks. Like, all of this money is really, for this moment, to get armor for my mages. So pro rings and gold bracelets are going to make a huge difference. And then after that, you need a big pile of cash again for spells. Opal gear for the knights. We're just going to go ahead and sell that. And there's the slab. One slab later, we can get into Sky Castle and Mirage Tower, which is where we really want to be going. We have conspicuously avoided doing any real grind up to this point, and that is going to change once we can get all of our attack items. Already got this one, right? Yeah, we picked that one up. Hello. This is the room where you're not quite certain what they were going for with the treasure chest balance, because that's a decent amount. That's not so much. And down here there is some more money, and our last item is going to be an opal shield, which again for the mages does nothing. Oh, pure potion. I guess that is an antidote in the remix as well. That is a treasure chest that I should not bother with. The 10 gold one is probably more exciting than that one is. I'll just throw away the gloves. We don't need those for really any value. Okay, so gold moves down to you. You get opal and gold. Ribbon on Bill. We should really put the ribbon on Dan, to be honest. But Very is definitely in on this. I think she is getting a kickback from that bottle purchase. Suckers people into rescuing her, and then just goes right back in the bottle. It's all a scam. Okay, next one is Sea Snake before the water, so we go ahead and grab this. That's the last one I'll bother picking up. The other items in here, the Light Axe. I mean, the Light Axe is actually not bad for what we are doing. We definitely do have a lot of harm spells being used. But for right now, Harm 2 is not a really important option. There's the water fight. Okay, 2 water mentals. Let's go for the ruse strats. So we're rusing up here to reduce damage. And then once we are basically dodging their attacks, it's going to be like 7 rounds of Zeus gauntlets to kill them. Ruse. You're gonna drop a cure too to try to keep Cal alive. With 2 ruses, he should be able to dodge the water tools, but it's not guaranteed. You need 3 to be safe. Let's have you cure 2 yourself. And then it'll be 3-3-2-2 at that point. I think we're all reminiscing on getting some piles of cash. Which you wouldn't expect giant sentient water spouts to be carrying around a lot of money on them, but it turns out that they are fairly wealthy. Use a heal 2 here. Mage and Zeus. Hey Luke, welcome in. Alright, we can still be hit by criticals, so we have to watch out for that. Otherwise, we're just slowly grinding these guys down. Their weakness is ice. Unlike most other monsters here which are weak to lightning, you would need to have the black shirt from a Sky Castle to do a lot of damage to them. White no exit spell, we do not have enough money or levels for exit. We're probably good on money now, but for levels we would need, I believe, 4 more. Might be 3 more at this point. I think we are still level 14 though. I didn't actually use the Zeus. Alright. Dan will just mercifully pound the Watermetal into submission and not bother with the Zeus Gauntlet. Or maybe Cal will do it for him. Dan too lazy to kill the water. So I get the black shirt and then the Agama grind. The Agama grind would not be really worth it. The monsters in Mirage Tower are much better. We'll be able to kill them more easily than we could kill Agamas, and we get more experience for it. Like, this is a tempting fight right here. To be honest, 2 Agamas just sitting there. Very fresh and delicious, but let's get the items first. We need to get lucky with the Masmi to be cast. We will have Fade spells. So we will have another way of killing him, but it will require 2 trips through Temple of Fiends to pull off. And welcome in, Beer Force. We're doing some 4 white mages tonight. It's gonna be a blast. Literally, once we have our explosive spells. Yeah, for Chaos, you're going to spend the first couple of rounds defensive buffing, and then ideally he gets Cure 4 off, but you just go crazy with the Fades and with Masmian at that point. But we have some time. We have quite a while before this is a relevant problem. First, though, we must get a whole bunch of levels and beat 3 Fiends. Getting the levels will take us a lot longer than beating the Fiends will. Translated slab, so we can go across Lufini area here. I guess we could... Do we actually want Zombie and Troll? I think with the Trolls... We do have Zeus and Mage Staff now, so it wouldn't be terrible. Four Black Mages harder? I think 4 white mages is harder. The only thing harder than this is 4 thieves. Super Flare Star, welcome in. Let's go ahead and fix up our armor situation. We have a couple of things to sell off that we picked up in Sea Shrine. That silver can go. Opal Gauntlet can go. Opal Helmet can go. And did you have something as well? Yeah, Opal Shield. Alright, so those are fixed up. Weapons... Wizard Staff can go. Unless there's something we would ever want to confuse. We're probably okay. We're probably okay. I'm gonna get pro rings for everybody. We'll lose 10,000 bucks on this because I could be getting a 4th pro ring. Actually, let's do that. I'm gonna get my... That would require I do Blue D first. I'm trying to think if I want to get my 4th pro ring in Sky Castle or not. So I'd have to do Blue D twice because of the lack of exit. Ooh, this sucks all around. Sucks all around. Oh, definitely want a gold. We know that one's true. Alright, that looks good. I'm gonna hang on to the Wizard Staff for right now for the emergency confusing. We might want to confuse Carrie. That would be really funny. Go ahead and grab a stack of houses. We'll need plenty of houses for grinding at Mirage. Get some heal potions. Gonna max these out. And we're also gonna get some cabins as well to go along with our houses, because everything has to be double saved. Can we make Carrie run? The problem with running is you have to get the fear spell. And there's not really a lot of places where you'd ever want to use that thing. Man, how many heal potions did we use? I guess there was that stretch through waterfall, which took quite a bit. How often does it work on Carrie? You have to land it 4 times, I think, to have her have a reasonable chance of running. And each cast, I think it's like a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 chance because she is weak to the status ailments and doesn't have a lot of magic defense. Like, Tiamat's weak to poison, but her magic defense is high enough that the Bane spell working is only like 1 in 7. Yeah, around 16 casts would probably be enough. Depends on how lucky you got in the fight. Right, that should be good for right now. We already have our Oxiel, so nothing doing in the back. We have our spell charges recovered. We do. So let's hop on down to Lufania, grab our slab translated chime. And I decided I would like to pick up the Zombull troll fights because I do have Zeus and Mage Staff. So we can do some decent damage to these guys. Mage, there's Zeus. Remember when we were scared about all these encounters? We're still kind of nervous, but way less so than before. That was only like 3 hours ago that we were first seeing them. Battle number 1. Battle number 4 is Frostwolves, which is why I have to kind of keep track of this. Frostwolves are still pretty bad. You would not want to run into those. Big pile of giants. I don't think this is worth doing with only 2 attack items. And we're going to get better stuff inside of Mirage Tower once we can get there. Especially guards are going to be pretty good early on. 2 Lit 2s and a Fire 2 does a really good job against them. Alright, there is the Zombuls, so... Go ahead, Harm, Mage, and Zeus. Everyone does have instant death resistance, so Perilous are not a problem. Chimeras are still going to be pretty bad. We only have 1 person with a ribbon right now. Vampires should be good, guards should be good. So that'll be my primary setup for it. Guard, vampire, and waterfall trap tile. Those are the 3 fights I'll be looking for in Mirage a lot. We'll be back here later. We would like to get to the both Fade and Life 2 from 8th tier magic, but it's going to be a while before we can afford it. Quite some time indeed. Where is the next set of Frostwolves after this? Okay. Just checking to make sure that we had some room here before going up. Giant Tyro, and then Frostwolf to finish. So we might get through there without any more Zombie troll fights, which will be nice. Don't even have the Tyro. Tyro turns into Sandworm, which is not so nice. We don't want to see this guy. Ever been in GDQs? Yes. So you can see all of my GDQ runs. There's a collection for marathon runs, which has all of the GDQ runs as well as the limit break runs that I've done. That is one of the video collections off of my channel page. Okay, do we go in here? I think we house, even though we only used a couple of harms. Mirage Tower starts off. Guard, Vampire, Guard upstairs, which is a good time to go grab the stuff. So let's do it. That's better than the monsters we're going to see on the first floor, so I want to do these first and then get the bottom floor later. Kind of a good encounter. 2.5 Aggers worth of experience, and they don't do a lot of damage, so you can definitely take this on, but the ambush is not as fun. There's 2 down. The rest of them should die in this next round. Dan does take a bit more damage than everybody else because he doesn't have a pro ring yet. That's 8 less absorb rating for him. He also doesn't have a gold bracelet, so that's another 9 that he's missing out on. go. All right, so we got our first battle down. That's the guard battle. We got Vampire coming up, who's pretty good. I can afford to drop all of my Cure 1s here because we don't really need those. Our first priority is to get this Thor hammer. Alright, so harm 2s for vampires. Maybe you can think about harm 3ing, but I kind of want to save those for life spells. So if he gets hits again, we will need a life spell for him. What are bonus members? So to balance the teams, when I'm doing challenge runs and randomizers, everybody's going to have 10 members. So it starts with your base team, and it gives you bonus members until you've got 10. And the only restriction is that it cannot be an already picked monster. So some people are getting some war mechs and iron goggles and other rare stuff that's not part of the speedrun. It could be anything in the game that is not already on your team. Why not the mage staff? Just because I got plenty of harm 2s. Get another Agam and a half right here. Okay, as long as it's not Dan. As long as it's not Dan paralyzed, then we get our lit 2s every round. Will I do 2 Temple of Fiends runs? Yes. I will get the Mazmoon first, exit out, and then redo Temple of Fiends with Mazmoon to save Fade charges, so that we'll have Fades for Chaos. Alright, we got him. I think that's the only ones I'll actually want to take the fights for when I'm going through here. Let's drop... actually, you can get rid of your harm 2s. You don't need those as much. Yeah, 6 Catman's not a good fight yet. We will eventually take like almost everything in here and just grind away at these monsters, but for right now, I'm focusing on ones that give me really high value in terms of being easy to kill for white mages at this point. There we go. Here's our Thor hammer. That is going to go on Ace. He can actually equip it and hit people on the head with his beautiful purple hammer now. Grab the rest of the stuff while we're here, and then we're going to go back out the way we came. Sort of sell for a bit. There's money, and the Dragon Mill also will sell for quite a bit of cash. How much armor space do I have left? So I could pick up the heal helmet and the Aegis shield, and I think those are the only 2 armor pieces in that first floor section. The Vorpal's also there, but we don't worry about running out of weapon slots ever. Services, we've got the Catman Saber-Tea, the Trap Tile Fight, Guard, Trap Tile, Trap Tile, so those are actually not bad encounters. They'll need to have enough health to get through there, so we are going to be dipping into our heal potion collection for a little bit. How are you guys failing to run? How bad can you be? I mean, Dan doesn't need to answer that. We know how bad Dan is. The rest of the team, though, they've got some explaining to do. back's not really a big deal. We'll go ahead and just swap him back around. Famicom and NES are very different. They are about 3 hours and 20 minutes different in terms of time for completion on their any percents. MSX, I do not have an MSX console or a copy of the game. Really, I would get an MSX console if I could find a copy of this game, but it is very, very difficult to locate anybody willing to sell it. I'd rather have mummies or guards. I think I'd rather have guards at this point. So we can go downstairs, get Vampire Guard, and those are pretty good fights. Wonder Swan I've got, but the Wonder Swan has no way of being captured. There are no output devices of any kind on it. Except if you get this really rare accessory, you can get the headphone jack as an external adapter. Which is really weird that you can't even use headphones with the original console. You could use a webcam, but it would look really terrible. The Wonder Swan is the same type of console as like a GBA, which has no backlight. So it's almost impossible to see a Wonder Swan without a huge amount of light shining on it. And a webcam just doesn't pick it up. Cal's slightly dead, but you know what? We got solutions for this now. Back in the front you go, Cal. Shield that'll sell for quite a bit. Got our money, and there's a heal helmet around the back, which is one of the items I want to have. The heal helmet is going to be pretty important in the late game for allowing us to basically scum through a lot of dungeons. You would imagine the white mages would have so much healing it's coming out of their ears, but it turns out you were chronically short of healing with this party because they take so much damage. The Wonder Swan color have a blacklight? No. The Swan Crystal is a little bit better in terms of visibility, but even it is tough to see on a camera. The original Wonder Swan was black and white. Then the Wonder Swan color came out with still a reflective screen, and the Swan Crystal is the one that's the easiest to see, but it's still not really something you'd want to do. My heal hat, and my money. Alright, so we are out of here. I think I can take the right-hand side. Oops. Thor. Mage. Mage, please. There you go. And Zeus. Let's see what your bonus members are. MTI, Paralisk, Arachnid, and Slime. So, Paralisk is a monster not normally possible to get in the speedrun. I guess Slime is as well, but unlikely to score points. We'll see how lucky the people that have Warmech in their bonus team are going to get. Probably no Warmechs tonight. Turns out Warmech grinding not an efficient way to level up white mages. Ooh, we have a 6-tier spell charge. Level 16. I thought it was 18 for some reason, but I will definitely use this opportunity to grab the exit spell. Are guards robots? Yes. You can tell it a lot better in the remakes, where they have nice big robotic graphics. So close. I can't believe nobody died from that. There we go. We got our first foray into Mirage Tower done. We got the Thor hammer out of it. We got the heal helmet. We got a bunch of stuff to sell, which is going to raise money for getting everybody this exit spell. Alright, so Dragon Mail can go. Aegis Shield can go. We want the heal helmet, and is that our last pickup? Yeah, that was our last pickup. And then Weapon Shop, I know we got the Vorpal and the Sun Sword, both of which can go. Oh, we got the extra Silver Hammer because we got Thor Hammer as a pickup. There's Vorpal. There's Sun. I could sell that Wizard Staff. I probably don't ever need it. Do I get all of my spells at once? And do I want Fog 2 or Invis 2? This is a tough call. The benefit of Invis 2 is that we have Ruse as well, and we could stack the 2 invasion spells together. Fog 2, though... I think Fog 2 better for the remakes, not for NES, so we're going to get Invis 2 here. We definitely want Exit. Let's go ahead and get those 2 spells. A lot of cash, alright. Exits all around. We don't know who could be alive at the end of dungeons, so we want to have the maximum chance we can of getting those exits off. Oops, let me get one last thing, which is restock heal potions while we're here. Yeah, we need 12 more. We've got one person that can cast Exit right now. I think we want to have everybody able to exit before doing Blue D, and then go on up to Sky Castle, start clearing out that area. The ice shirt, the black shirt for Ice 2 is the one that's really, really nice to get. There we go. How are we doing on houses? 8 houses, 27 cabins, so that's a pretty good amount of clearing potential that we have for Mirage Tower. And we'll definitely want to sell stuff off before we get that many items. Alright, that works. Yeah, we could do Olive Guard, Vampire Guard on the way over. We don't need the items in the middle, so that'll save me a little bit of time for cleaning out monsters there. Only 2 guards, we'll skip that. Turning my nose up on the Agmaworth experience already. We'll equip the white shirt, yes. The white shirt, rather than getting the last gold bracelet, saves me some cash. Oh, that's some good vampire action. That is some good vampire action right there. Hey, Prophet NES, welcome back. Yeah, we got our class change about an hour ago. And we're working on grabbing items, so we've done Waterfall. We've done the top half of Sea Shrine. And now we're trying to clear out Sky Castle. Now, I don't have any of the Fiends dead yet, so those are like the last thing on my list overall. I actually want to do Thor Hammer more often than I want to do Heal Staff. Alright, this is pretty good too. So we get another 5 monsters, each of which is a half Agama, so 2.5 Agamas worth of experience per kill. Bonus members are just for challenge runs. They just add on to your base team. So there is no change to how your base team works at all. But when we are doing non-standard games, you'll be maxed out at 10 monsters for everybody to make it so that there is a little bit of a better balance. And these will include monsters that are not part of speedruns, so it could be anything, even Warmech. Worm is a good fight. Definitely get the Bane sword. I will probably skip the other heal helmet. Give you defense. Does that even do anything? Defense might not help me at all. This, by the way, is going to be a really, really bad fight. It'll be better when we have the black shirt, but we can't have that on the first trip. Alright, Ace is dead. That didn't take long. Bill's dead. Alright. It's up to Dan and the Zeus to finish this off. Good luck, Dan. You're gonna need it. Dan's got the ribbon, that's why he's not taking as much damage as everybody else. Maybe I should get the ribbon from Sea Shrine before challenging this. It's sounding kind of tempting. And we had such good guard vampires. Bad Blue D. Dan tried his best, and unlike Astos, Blue D is actually pretty good, so Dan's best was not quite able to take him down. But maybe next time Dan can get it. Dan's not going to give up over minor setbacks like that. Do Blue D again. Probably more useful to have Ace heal staffing in the first round. Who doesn't have any useful attacks, then at least get some recovery. It's up to you, Bill. Show us how the mage staff is supposed to work. Give Cal some notes. That way he can get that Bane sword working, maybe. Man, we got such good guards and vampires. Gonna feel really bad if we die to Blue D again. Dan, you hear that? Don't make us all feel bad. can even get good experience here. We'll be greedy. We'll be greedy and take all the battles. And then hope that Blue D cooperates. Never mind. Cal had other plans. Cal was busy. Doesn't have time for these wyverns. Zeus and Mage. We're having Dan with the Mage type because he does have the ribbon, so he's going to live longer than the rest of the team if there are Thunders. Hey, Bovinity, welcome in. Alright, so let's go try this again. That was a good first round, not getting thundered. Good second round, not getting thundered, even with a slight loss of Cal. Better than the alternative. Three in a row without thunder. So that's a 50-50 every round, whether you're going to get thundered. Dan's got him. Dan's got him. Good. Let's go ahead and put our party back in order. We just need to get a mad dash for items here. We are hopefully not going to stay too long. Go put that back. And put that back. Dan was temporarily promoted to the party leader and then immediately demoted after remembered all the things that he has done in the past. As tempting as this fight is, Gurnaga will eventually use attack spells. Eventually. Main sword. We want to skip the heal element until later so we've got more room in our inventory for lugging equipment around. Hey, Soundhound, welcome back. We want Dan in the front for this stretch because he does have the ribbon, so he's able to block a lot of nasty skills and spells that the rest of the team is going to be hit by. I'm going to use the Bane Sword. I will probably use the Bane Sword in a couple places. Maybe in the Tiamat fight. Definitely in the Tiamat fight, but a couple other places as well. What spots do I have for armor? We have 3 open slots, but I can get rid of the caps. Not really feel any concern, so I will grab everything from this side. Everything. We can sell. There is our ribbon number 2. Let's put that on. Let's put that on Ace. Because it's already in his inventory there. Makes it really simple. Bill should actually have heal helmet in slot 1. We're going to grab the white shirt and the black shirt here. And the black shirt especially is a great pickup. So we'll finally have Ice 2. That'll be the last of our 4 elemental attack weapons. So that's pretty much as good as we're going to be until we have Fade, which is like level 20, somewhere between like 25 and 28. Is there a good guide for people that want to run this? Don't run 4 white mages. There is a marathon route tutorial that I have on my channel page. That one I recommend. That one's a pretty good one to get started with. Let's do that. Who wants the black shirt? Who doesn't have an attack yet? I think Cal does not. Yeah, Cal's looking for something to do. Actually, let's not worry about using the white shirt quite yet. So we got 2 things to sell. Getting the adamant here so I can forge Excalibur and then throw that away. Or in this case, sell it for money. Be able to take on Evil Men now. As long as he doesn't X-Fur. Don't want to see that first round X-Fur, because then he gets scary. Or he's kind of scary now. Evil Man in round 2 can nuke, but it's a 1 in 16 chance that he does X-Fur and then nuke for his first 2 moves. So usually you can avoid that. Alright, Adamant, do I bother with the Pro Cape here? I don't think I do yet. I think we got some time before we need to worry about that. Alright, speaking of worrying, what do we want to do for our leveling? Do we start right away? I think we should. You might need healing. You guys are all good. Let's get some levels. That'll be our first priority here. I think Guard Vampire Guard is a better start than the first floor ones. The Expert doesn't actually do anything. It's supposed to remove your status resistances, but that does not have any impact on the game. The real danger is just his move number 2. The nuke is what you don't want to see. White Mage is wearing black shirts. I know it's against all dress conventions, but somehow Dan makes the style work. He's just innately fashionable that way. Okay, a lot of vampires. Understood. And Cal is down, so we still have all of our main attacks. Ice is the least important element to use against these guys. Hey Dan, welcome in. We're 5 hours into our White Mage playthrough. Working on our leveling now that we've got basically all the tools that we need for level ups. Next big thing is just levels and spell slots. Interesting. Would I want to have Wyvern Worm, which is a good fight, but it would force me to commit to third floor rather than first floor. Because otherwise I'm going to get Catman here, which is not good. I get Cerberus, which is not good. I guess I could take Nightmare Badman if I want. That's probably a better fight. Ooh, Medusa's Saber-Tea might not be bad. That, Medusa Glance is going to be blocked for Dan and Ace. Saber-Tea does hurt a bit. Both of those are relatively accessible. X-Ray doesn't do anything at all, so what it might have done would be to just set you to neutral for all of your elements, and even that's pretty aggressively bad, but the monster that uses it, the Evil Man, he's not in an encounter that has any elemental attacks in it, so neither Evil Man nor Nightmare have any elemental skills. So it's kind of a weirdly misplaced one. If you fixed it, it would be a really big benefit for your team, because you could, like, X for Chaos, and then he'd be vulnerable to, like, instant death spells much more readily. And I think that makes it tough to actually go and implement it, because it would definitely unbalance the game very heavily in your favor. First of the two Nightmare Badman fights. Yeah, I definitely see kind of a lack of great encounters here in the mid-section in either first or second floor, whereas the third floor has got some good stuff. It's got a bunch of vampires, it's got Wyvern Worm. Wyvern Worm doesn't sound great, but the Wyverns are half Agama each, and you can have up to 3 at a time. So I can imagine them stacking up pretty well. Meanwhile, Batman, too much damage for only a half Agama worth of experience. Start using our Cure 2s now. See, I'm not really using spells for killing the monsters for the most part. We have really only Vampire and Wiz Mummy as the two main undead in here. I think my mistake the first time I did this, when I did 4 Mages a couple months ago, was too much focus on undead, when if you've got the tools to go and do AoE damage, you have a much broader range of monsters to draw from. One Batman down. Upstairs, Catman Saber-Tea. Okay, what is the level gap like at this point in terms of Agamas? So about 18 Agamas worth of experience, 4 levels. Assuming we keep all 4 characters alive. It'd be much, much smaller in terms of Agamas if we did a more selective grind. Guards are trap tile. Technically, the trap tile does have higher maximum value. I think average value, guards beats it. We can do guard, 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 guard. That'll be a pretty good chunk of the way through. Probably can't take too many more battles before housing, just because we'll run out of recovery spells. It's still a little bit more than Agama. Where's Wormek? I don't know, is Wormek on your bonus team? Maybe you're responsible for bringing the Wormek tonight. Everybody check your bonus list to see what monsters that you were supposed to bring to the party. If you type !FF score, you can see what monsters are on your bonus team, filling out your team for challenge play. This was something that was voted on for the best way to handle challenge runs, is to give you bonus monsters, as opposed to having an entirely separate team that you have to maintain. I really do like the idea, because it makes it so that you can focus on your main team, and you still get to have all of your monsters all the time. Two more guards downstairs. Yeah, I guess we just stay downstairs after that until we run out of resources. Dan did good on Astos. We definitely have to give him his due credit for that. Dan did, I think about 130 damage to Astos, which is a pretty big fraction of Astos' health. It was a very solid performance. Sadly, only 2 guards. 2 to 5 for this formation. So you're hoping for a lot of 5-packs. But over time, it should average out. They might have done more than 130. If it was 6 crits, that would have been at least 150, plus whatever he got from his regular hammers. Like maybe another 10 or so. Is it ogre time? I think we're done with the ogres. It's more like Nightmare and Batman time. But if you brought some ogres, you know, do share. We got a couple of Cure 2s left. We got your back to full, and we have one more person's Cure 2s. And all of the Heal 2s if we want to, but Heal 2 is primarily useful inside a battle. Outside a battle, it does not do nearly as much. Go to the right-hand side, because we don't need to do any more in the second floor. Exact same encounters on both sides of the doorways. This positions me more conveniently towards the exit. Ogres ate all the olives, but I like olives. I am not inviting ogres to the party ever again. Alright, decent. We still have, I think a couple more fights we can do after this last set of Cure 2s. Level 18, alright. That's it for my Cure spells. So what could we get that would speed this up? So until we have Fade, we don't have any other ways of doing damage, so we're limited to Mage Staff, Zeus, Thor, and Black Shirt. You could Bane Sword, but there's very few things that Bane Sword is going to be effective on that are worth a lot of experience. For defense, we could get the last ribbon out of Sea Shine, but there's really nothing else there unless you want to grab the light axes that probably are not going to be overly useful for this. Dan's still alive. And location-wise, we've got basically right here and anywhere in Sky Castle we want to go, or Waterfall, which is not bad in terms of monster locations. Okay, a couple of heal 2s here. That'll be good. Beginning of our encounter cycle. I'm going to try the third floor approach. We did the first and second floors, and what I noticed was the third floor actually had a whole bunch of interesting fights. I don't know how good the vampire fights are, because you would be taking a lot of damage in those battles. Guards are probably the best in terms of being very, very safe experience. Will I get the Mazmune? Yes. I will get the Mazmune and probably 2-trip Temple of Fiends. So the first time I go, I can use Fades on the bosses, and then with the Mazmune, I can save all my Fade spells in trip number 2 for Chaos. Will Dan get the Mazmune? That's a different question. Dan might get the Mazmune, he might get sacrificed to the forces of evil. It's really tough to see these things in advance. There's our guard fight. So Wyvern Worm or Catman? Wyvern Worm is definitely the better of the two. Vampire server is definitely vampire, so yeah, Wyvern, Vampire, Vampire, Wyvern coming up on third floor here. Alright, Craig. See you when you're done with your party, and hope you've got a good trip home. Excellent. Lots of wyverns. That's what we want to see. Yeah, these are probably much better monsters than I've been doing on the first floor. I would love to do Sky Castle as well, but you do have to fight Blue D every time, and he's still going to be a pretty bad battle even with another couple levels. The black shirt will help a little bit to speed up the damage. You're looking at going from like a 4-round fight to a 3-round fight, so you still could get plenty of thunders in. Vampires next. How would Zombles compare? So, Zombles are individually about 40% of an Agama, and vampires are 50% of an Agama. To give you a sense of their relative values, and these are going to have way more on average than a Zomble will. Alright, so vampire again. We get another wyvern battle after that. Each Zomble is 1,050, so pretty close. Alright, that looks good. We should be on our wyvern next. Nice, we can get the max each time. Definitely want to see lots of wyverns here. They're worth a lot more than the worms are. Medusa and Saber-T versus Traptile. I think Traptile is better for that. So we go back down for 4 fights. Oh, then we have a Chimera battle, which I don't want. Chimeras are going to hurt a lot. I guess Cerbus and run away instead. These guys getting chaos. My best bonus monster might be like Rock Gall or something. It's really, really thin for my team. I know the only one that was not in the normal speedrun was... oh, I remember what I got. I got Rock Gall, Purple Worm, and Frost Gator. Which is like... not even bothering with the bonus. Traptile. Back down. That's okay. We'll take it. Especially with a chance to strike first. Oops, you guys got out of order. Wyvern Poison swapped around Cal and Bill. So now it's a slightly different pattern for what I need to select for whether it's weapon or armor for the AoE. Just enough damage to kill all the Wiz Mummies. By the way, for comparison, that battle right there was almost exactly the same as a 4 Zombo encounter in terms of XP. And it was not even a particularly good Wiz Mummy fight. Could have had 3 more Wiz Mummies that also showed up. But again, armor, weapon, armor, weapon. At least until the next time we get swapped around. Does everyone have a ribbon except for Bill? No. Dan's got a ribbon, and I think Ace might have another ribbon as well. We only have 2 ribbons because we did not get the one out of Sea Shrine yet. We have not done any of the fiends after Lich. All we've done is clear out most of the good items from the dungeons so that we're able to take on these fights. But beating the monsters is actually a much bigger task overall. Hey Tokyo, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. What is the plot of a prequel between Final Fantasy 1 and 2 with Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan? Probably something about Dan's wacky adventures leading everyone into danger. Pretty much the story of his life. Go ahead and hit level 19 there. Boop. Boop. Man, we're getting some low quality waterfall fights here. Could be up to 5 whiz mummies and no birds. Especially no cockatrices. Alright, so this one I want to skip because Chimera is a bad fight for me. We're going to have 2 people that would be hit by Cremate for a large amount. And Cerberus upstairs is at least a better one to run from because they're not going to do a ton of damage. They're not worth enough to really bother taking down though. Yeah, we'll go upstairs, do 3 battles. And then there's more Cerbai out of that. Oops. Stay up there. There you go. And we can see what the Cerberus gives me in terms of experience. I think it's going to be less than Magma, though. Is the first step off a stair a safe square? The stairs themselves are safe. But taking a step off the stairs is not safe. Unless you're like into a doorway or something else that's already a guaranteed safe square for other reasons. Alright, 4 Cerberus, that's actually 2 Agamas. I am shocked. I thought Cerberuses were terrible for experience, but I was wrong. We're fighting those guys now. So basically, like, everything in here is like a half Agama each. It's wonderful. But I might take Cerberus over Vampire. They have the same number of average monsters in the formation. The Cerberus would have slightly less variance, and I think they would do less damage than Vampires would. Although Cerberus has got a higher preemptive rate, so we would have to sit through attacks and things like that. Maybe Vampires are better. We'll do the mummy trap tile again. Hopefully we'll get a good one. It's been a while since we've had a good pack of mummies. Okay, on to your cure spells now. Done with you. On to you. Okay, we're done with cure once. We still have plenty of cure 2s though before we have to leave. Since everybody's got to exit, we don't really worry about anybody running out of charges. Once again, but a single whiz mummy. The minimum that could possibly appear. so worst case on this fight is basically what I'm going to get right here for XP. I want to see what the total is. About an Agama and a third. That's better than the worst case of the vampire fight then. And the best case is better than the best case of the vampire fight. So I think we come out ahead by doing trap tile over vampires. Hey, Maelstrom, welcome in. This is the downside of the Cerebus fight. Lots of scorches. Should be everybody level 19 now. I don't know where we would get our 7th tier spell charges at. If we're getting 3 here, it might be level 20 or 21. I think it was 16 for 6th tier, which would put us around 20, 21 for 7th, because we need to get into the high 20s for 8th. Yeah, the Mirage Tower part is basically where we do all of our grinding. So everything up to here is just like get through as fast as possible so we can get levels. And then boy do we need to get a lot of levels. These trap tile fights be so bad. Right, we'll have one more after this as well. We'll see if that one's going to be better. I'll have a couple coming up before I have to leave, so they got time, but on average, you're going to get 3 Wiz Mummies a time. And we've gotten 1 Wiz Mummy, like 5 in a row. Did I start this run 5 hours ago? Yep, this has been a single segment so far. Nope. Just as bad. 6 in a row. What's the target? I mean, ultimately, probably like level 33, which is a really, really far ways from here. We don't need 33 to beat the Fiends. So I can stop a little bit before that and go take them on. Like, once I can beat the Fiends, then grinding at Temple of Fiends Revisit is actually better than grinding here, because the monsters will be worth a lot more. Do I want to be on 2nd floor? No, I want to be on 3rd floor. It was good. I mean, we're going to go for the whole game. But for right now, our next target is when can we beat the Fiends? And that gets me access to generally better grind spots, as well as potentially a new item if I want to go grab the 2nd Pro Cape. That's going to be in Temple of Fiends Revisited. Trap tile, don't disappoint me like you've done the last 6 times. We need some of the good stuff. That's at least a little bit better. We did get 4 Wiz Mummies out of it. A lot of jerk birds though. They're not really appreciated. The cockatrices, there's no resistance to their petrification attack, so You do get better over time because you will have higher magic defense scores just from your levels. That's like your only thing that's preventing you from petrification being inflicted. Nice vampires. Armor, weapon now. Every time we get swapped around, I have to remember the new combination to do for the attacks. We should be coming up on level 20 here pretty soon. Yeah, somehow we got DCBA. I mean, it's been kind of swapped around as people die, as people get poisoned. Poisoning is really the only thing currently happening whenever we do wyvern fights, so it's really uncommon. But every once in a while, we will pick a group of wyverns up and get a new person into the middle slots. Yep, so far this has been totally single segment. We started 5.5 hours ago, and that was with just 4 white mages and some very basic cloth armor. And that was just basically the same thing, but we have slightly more spells. It's a really long growth process. Cure 2's on you. Level for this grind. I mean, if I've got a couple charges of Fade, I can do the 4 Fiends. I think that's probably the second level after getting 8th tier spells, which we're thinking it's somewhere between 25 and 28 for the first one. So just one more level past that will be, I think, sufficient for it. Like 8 Fades should take down Kraken, and definitely will take down Carry. For Tiamat, we do have the Bane Sword as well, so that'll be pretty helpful. Is stat progression better with the first or second classes? It's always the same except for the Black Belt, which seems like kind of a bug, that the Black Belt gets worse when he class changes. You're one battle away from your level. Now, how long can we go before we run out of resources again? We can get pretty deep into this. Like, this is a lot of battles with just my Cure 1s and Cure 2s. I'm not even using heal potions, because I don't want to spend the time rebuying those all that often in between these trips in. Here's another 2 Agmas. Alright, so Dan 20. I think that's our first level 20. I think I'll target my next break around the 6-hour mark. I do want to grab some snacks, which I have bananas. Don't tell the Titan. He was going to be fine with just his ruby. He doesn't need bananas as well. Service. It's not too bad. There's Bill hitting 20. Ooh, one thing I wanted to check was when we get 7th tier spells. We might start getting them at 20. It's either 20 or 21. I think likely it's going to be 21 and then 26 for 8th tier. But that'll definitely be good to have. 7th tier spells, we're going to get some useful stuff there. Cure 4 is really, really good. You can get Null Death as well. That's one of the few ways to get resistance to Earth magic. But probably better to just use them for Cure 4s and get the Wall spell instead. We can also get Harm 4. I'm not totally sold on Harm 4 as a viable killing spell at this point, because there's not that many undead left in the game. Really depends on what my my wallet looks like. Because Cure 4s and Wall and Life 2 is a pretty hefty amount of cash for 4 people. Black Belt keep using the nunchucks challenge. That would be interesting. Like he would have a hard time doing damage. Like maybe always has to use a weapon, so they could eventually end the game with Mazmune and have some way of beating the game. If you do 4 black belts, that's correct. You do not want a class change. There's no benefit and nothing but downsides to doing so. You might still go to ordeals because there are good items inside, but you wouldn't want to do the class change quest itself. Okay, I've got 2 Cure 2s left, so we're almost done with this before we have to head out. There we go. That's what I was looking for a pile of mummies. 5 whiz mummies is 2.5 Agamas right there. The rest of it's just kind of miscellaneous change, so I think Perilous would be the best, because at least then you don't have to worry about being put to sleep or petrified. Right. Level 12, I didn't check whether we got 7th tier spells for that or not. We do. Alright, so that's our first Cure 4 charge waiting for us when we get out of here. That's probably worth going back for to buy 7th tier spells at this point. For right now, I'm going to not get Harm 4. And I don't think Heal 3 is really useful, given that you can use Heal 2 instead. And you'll probably want to use Cure 4 as much as you can. Like, if you get insta-killed, Life 1 plus Cure 4 is a pretty good combo. Cure 4 also being really good for battles. Unless the monster has, like, a really spread-out AoE attack, like Tiamat 1. Then you probably are looking to Cure 4 instead. It is 25 for level 8? I guess that's not too bad. So 26 will probably kill all the fiends. 6 levels to go for grinding, which is definitely going to be after my break is done. Half an Agam worth of experience. How dreadful. That's the downside, I guess, of the Whiff and Worm find. The really low odds of nobody showing up. Nasir did do all of the main programming, but there are parts of the game that are not included in that. Like, I don't think the battle program was done by Nasir, and some of the overworld stuff was not. It's hard to tell because, like, in the code, you can't really get a good sense about who did what, but there is more than one person credited. But Nasir is definitely the main programmer, and the rest of the team was probably assistants that were assigned to him. Because when Nasir lost his visa to work in Japan, they basically shipped the development team with him in one of the games that he was working on. So he was clearly the person that was in charge and doing a lot of the overall effort. Serve as vampire wyverns. We're starting to run low in terms of what we can get here. We're also out of healing. Got only a couple more heal 2s I can throw. Might be enough for level 21, might not. Where's Nasir from? Nasir is from Iran. I don't remember where he formed his first game company. I think he was in the US first, and then Square recruited him for work after that. Alright, Cal having some slight difficulties here. But both Bill and Cal have 1 in 4 chances to snap out a paralysis like that. I think we lost our mage staff though, so we don't do the most damage we could on the vampires. Looks like 2 of them living into the last round. Alright, Dan's fine. Very little healing left. Saving at least 1 life charge on everybody in case of emergencies. We also have exit spells on everybody, so no real danger of getting stuck here if we happen to wipe part of the party. This was not worth it. Not worth it. I think he did have a game company again after retiring from Square, but it was not any notable games that came out of it. Like, basically, he kind of retired after Final Fantasy 3, came back for Secret of Mana, and then retired again, which doesn't seem to ever have been seriously considered to reverse again. Healing I can use. 1, maybe 2 trap tiles, and then some guards after that if we happen to still be here. So Actually, a decent chance of getting 21 before we go. We got to be getting close with about 20 Agmas or equivalents worth of experience, and we're getting like 2 or so per battle. Alright, Dan's fine. Dan couldn't be better, in fact. Just as long as we can right here. Some good mummy experience, so 2 more Agmas right there. The guards are usually pretty decent as well because they tend not to do a lot of damage. They're mostly paralysis and that's it for their attack. Excellent, that's perfect for a guard fight. Maximum guards and a chance to strike first, which basically means a free fight entirely because Lit 2 does so much damage to them. If you're talking about the Final Fantasy 1 disassembly, there is actually a really good annotated guide for it that the randomizer developers I know have been using quite a lot. That was actually made like probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and back even longer than it was being worked on, but it took a while before the author finally finished it up, and it's decent. There is a lot of mistakes in it because reverse engineering a game is very hard, but for the parts that it's got, it's really, really thorough in terms of giving names to a lot of the routines. Hey Greg, welcome back. Hope your party was enjoyable, and we're going on our 4-way mages still. This is getting towards, probably about halfway through our Mirage Tower grind before we can kill the 4 fiends. Right now we're level 21. I'm thinking 25 would kill Carrie and 26 would kill Kraken and Tiamat. Be my last battle right here before the break, so I'm gonna go finish this guy off, get my Cure 4. Maybe we'll pick up Wall and Life 2 as well. I don't think we have enough cash for it yet, even though we are gonna be filthy rich after doing all this grinding. Yeah, 275k. That's a good start, but we got a ways to go before we are gonna be able to buy everything. Armor-wise, I do have 2 things to sell. Weapons. Nothing for that. I feel like I've been holding that opal shield and silver bracelet. It's been a while since we got those. Anything that we could buy that would be helpful here. So we are maxed out on body armor. Dan could use a pro ring. That would be 8 more defense for him. Dan's got a hat. He's got a ribbon on. The ribbon is the best hat of all. Alright, so Cure 4 for everybody. I mean, this is like right now, like all of our cash in one go. That's 180,000 for those 4 Cure 4s. And it's 240,000 for each of the 2 L8 spells that I want. We got some time before those are going to be required to be purchased. So Opal Shield goes. Who had that silver bracelet? Ace did. For Dan, which we can always throw away if we need additional slots. Also, we can throw away these caps in, I guess just Bill's cap at this point. No, Cal's got one too. Go ahead, hit the end, and I will go take my break. So give me 2 or 3 minutes. I want to go ahead and get some more water, get some bananas, and some things to snack on. And we're back to 4 white mages right after that. Wyvern, but we can't get the experience from these guys. How disappointing. Hey, that's the boys. Welcome back. Right, and back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. This time with Cure 4s. Anything interesting while you're gone? We got some more levels. We are now able to cast 7th tier spells. So we're going to have access to Cure 4 and 4 more levels, I think, for Fade, which would be really, really big. Is single character possible? Yes. People have done single character class challenges for every single character class, even thieves. As remarkable as that is. Those are runs which are not for the faint of heart, because it's like, especially like a single thief, you're looking at probably a solid week or 2 of play. Man, these vampires are frisky. Yep, Cal getting 21. Again, 25 is where I get Fade, and that will be probably the best time for killing the fiends. Not sure if I'm going to get 26 naturally just from the fiend fights, but probably want 26 for Kraken. 25 though should be fine for carry. To our wyverns and worms. This was a nice find that the 3rd floor actually had some really good encounters overall. I was able to avoid the 1st floor and the resetting as much as I could to stay for very, very long trips each time through. Like, we've got plenty of Cure 1s and Cure 2s and even Cure 4s now to power us along. Technically, I could also use the Heal 2s in battle, but those are a little bit trickier to time. Outside of battle, it only does basically half as much effectiveness. So you kind of don't get a lot of value out of it. Vampires or Cerebi? I think I've gone back and forth on this. Service is, or it's the same average experience. Service has got a better variance, so you're gonna have less highs and lows, and it does less damage overall. But the problem is they've got a lot of ambushes. You have to sit through a bunch of rounds of the Service is attacking you. Is this the longest grind in the game? It's pretty much the big grind for this one. Like, to get to Astos, you're like less than an hour. So this is going to be like 5 times as long as that. And once you can beat the 4 fiends, then you have access to Temple of Fiends Revisited, which is going to have better experience per minute overall. So you'll be able to grind a bit faster there. And that's what you need for the remaining levels to be able to beat Chaos. I'll probably have my microphone muted for just a bit here to go finish my bananas. Hope you guys enjoy the grinding in the meantime. Alright, there we go. 2 bananas down. I'll save the last one for a snack in a little bit here. When we play this after the New Year's, Dragon Warrior 2 is definitely on the list. I want to get Dragon Warrior 2 GBC. I've been wanting to do this for a really long time. And this will be a good time to jump into it. I mean, either GBC or NES, depending on how it goes. Oh man, Dan's down. What a shame. And then for Final Fantasy 1, I think it'd be interesting to do single segment, which will be a very different category than what we've had up to this point. Oops, you need that one and a Cure 4. Alright, Dan's back. There might be some bananas involved. I cannot say where they may have come from. But welcome in, Jeremy. Ooh, nice. Good amount of XP here. I have a bunch of other games that are on my list, but I have like so many things that I want to do speedruns of and not enough time, so I don't want to commit to things too early. See, Mara, we're going to be doing Warmech. Warmech will probably not appear tonight. I think a Warmech grind would be very inefficient for white mages. Right now we are working on getting our 8th tier spells. It's level 25, or 21 right now. And so that's going to take us a good chunk of time. Once we have Fade, though, we can take on the 4 Fiends, and that will let me advance a little bit further in. I can't beat Chaos with just level 25, but getting the Fiends out of the way means I have access to Temple of Fiends, and it'll also give me a good excuse to go clear out the remaining little bits of the dungeons. So I need to get the ribbon from Kraken's dungeon, and probably don't need to bother with the light axes, but if we really wanted to, those are there too. Carry doesn't really have anything. You get some cash from like the ice sword and stuff, but not a big deal. And then Tiamat's got a bunch of good stuff upstairs. There is a pro cape in here, and a whole lot of things we could sell. I don't think money is going to be a big issue, seeing how much we're getting from doing the grind. But I do need to buy 2 8th tier spells still, excuse me, which is going to be 480,000 cash. We used the same strats as last time. Last time I did Mute and Bane, which was just to show off. And I think if you're going at it more seriously, you're going to use Fade for this particular group as your way to kill the Chaos. It's basically 2 trips through Temple of Fiends. Do a first dive, using up all your Fades on the early Fiends, but picking up Mazmune, and do a second dive using Mazmune to save a bunch of Fade charges so that you could beat Chaos with it. Vampire service. Let's stay up here for Vampire. Oh, 22. Alright. 3 more levels to go for Fade. I mean, you could probably do carry without Fade, just sit there and Zeus Gauntlet a lot. But she's going to be much faster with it. There's not anything you can get from her dungeon. Kraken, you really would have a hard time. Zeus Gauntlet and Thor, they would do decent damage. So, like, if you were dedicated and had a lot of buffs beforehand, you could probably take him down as well. Do the Warmech for the memes. I mean, we've done so many war mechs. I feel like we're almost war mech'd out with how many war mechs we've war mech'd. Who else since Dan got poisoned? So Dan to the back of the pack. Yeah, I think we would rather take the trap tile over the Medusa Saber Tea. I shouldn't have stayed up there for that fight. We got another one coming up that we'll do correctly. Oops. New pattern. Weapon armor, weapon armor. Gonna do the wah-wah now that Dan got swapped around. Proof of Danliness. Does Dan really need to prove himself? Is there anything more that he has to do to show that he is the best Dan that he could ever be? Sure, thank you much for the bits. We're going to put those towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond. It's really in need of relief. Yep, over 300 encounters already done, and we are definitely going to have plenty more before we are done with the night. Tyro versus Warmech. I would take the Tyro, to be honest. Tyro is both much friendlier and also much more delicious than Warmech is. You will injure yourself trying to eat Warmech. Okay, who's got some Cure 4s? You got some Cure 4s. Ooh, that's a nice mummy group. But we need to do the Wawa pattern. There we go. Weapon attack. Weapon armor. Weapon armor. King Charizard, thank you much for the subscription there. Glad to see that you're enjoying this challenge, and I hope that you do enjoy your out-of-bounds bat as well, who should be arriving through your floor and/or ceiling. He's kind of confused about which is which at times, but he will be there shortly. Palatiro versus Warmech. My money is on the Warmech. Let's be honest. He does have more nuclear weapons than you probably do. Does Harm 3 and 4 use up my heal spells? Yep. Harm 3 would use up my heal 2. I actually don't have Harm 4, but it used up a Cure 4 if I wanted to use it. And most of the monsters here are not undead. The vampires and mummies are the only two things, and the mummies come together with other stuff. So you don't even have the option to just one-shot the encounter with it. Taking a snooze. Bill with the main staff in the front, I'm not a huge fan of, just because he's got generally a very important role to play, except against Cerebuses. Almost everybody else, the main staff is decent on. Pew. Weapon armor, weapon armor. One of the big disadvantages of the White Mage party, they really don't have attacks. So we're having to be very careful with the way that we use these items. It was important to get them as soon as possible in the game. So we were actually here back at around level 13 or so. Maybe 14. I think we came at the waterfall around 13 and got a couple levels there before we headed on to Mirage Tower. We're in the midst of our big grind, and then the Fiends are up next. Ooh, good mummies. I can take a whole bunch more encounters on this floor before I can go back down. Man, this third floor is really nice. The last time I did this, it was first and second floor only, and I just didn't really think about going up here too often. This is actually a very nice set of encounters in a lot of places. So 22 and about 9,000 to go. That is 15 Agamas worth of experience. On average, we're getting about 1.5, maybe a little bit more than 1.5 Agamas per battle. Man, my team in 316th place. Needs to do better work next time. I got really bad bonus team members. I think my base team would be not bad for white mages, but my bonus team, we haven't even seen two of them, Rockgull and Purple Worm. And Frostgator is just so uncommon, because you're only going to have him in a couple of places where you're canoeing around, that they're basically giving me 0 points right now. Alright, do worms actually have more HP than wyverns? Answer this question for me, Gyrebot. They do! Alright, for some reason I thought that wyverns had more HP and worth more experience, but worms are actually the more valuable monster. For changes, we do have the new feature for bonus monsters, so this is a way to balance teams. That way your main team for normal speedrun games can be used for challenge and randomizer runs without worrying about the cost of monsters as much. So however many monsters you need to fill up your team to 10, you just get random monsters. As long as it's not already on your team, you can get anything, even Warbuck. And that gives you kind of an interesting set of additional monsters to root for. Those are going to be randomized every time, though. So you have to see what FFF score prints out to know what your extra monsters are. That's the only one of the 3 changes I've done so far. Next up on the list was to get rid of teams that are inactive so that there's less spam overall at the end of the night for leaderboards. And that'll probably get done sometime late December, maybe early January. And quests are definitely going to be January, probably late January for that. Quests are objectives that takes multiple games to complete, so it might be you need to kill Dan 25 times with your monster team, and it'll be tracked over a period of time, and you get a little bit of a reward when your quest is done. Just like one active thing that you can decide if you want to focus on, or if you want to just kind of ignore it and let it slowly build up. Teams inactive. I'm going to start with just deleting the teams that don't have active Twitch accounts anymore. That's pretty easy. That'll also handle the people that name changed and didn't tell me to delete their old team when they did it. And we'll see how many that frees up. I was also thinking about making a leaderboard feature where rather than showing the full leaderboard, it shows people that have said something in chat during the day. And that would just be another leaderboard type that would rotate through. Just as a way so that people that are actually here can see what their teams are more frequently. Alright, Serbai time. These were another monster I was surprised by. I always thought that these were terrible for experience. And I wouldn't take them in a speedrun because they're really slow. And I don't have any free Ice 2s, but turns out that they're also a half Agama like most of the monsters here. Again, we don't need the heal cow for that. Trying to use my cure 4s very efficiently, which is, drive somebody down to about 100 HP, and then you get a lot more value out of it than if you cure 4 when they're at 180 or 200. I think for the ending one, we would still want to have the leaderboard with everybody. Just so that people that were not here can watch the VOD and see how they did. But, like, during the game itself, probably I would have just the people that are in chat so that they can see where they are. We'll do our heal 2s here. Happy to get one thrown off during this battle, that'd be pretty nice. Actually, no, we just do it outside. I don't need to maximize my effectiveness on these. There we go. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. Alright, Zetsu, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and hopefully your team will do well. The rest of us, though, we're continuing on deep into the night. We're only 6.5 hours into this run. We got probably 5 hours left to go. Actually, I'm thinking it's going to be faster than that. If I don't do the Warmech kills, that'll save me a bit of time. And this grind seems more efficient than the one I did before, so I think that it'll be probably only about 4.5 hours to go. Failed to kill the Wiz Mummy. Disappointment. Will I finish tonight? I'm going to try to. The goal was to do this as a single sitting playthrough. Okay, got some wyverns coming up. Nice. Ace. All right, chance to strike first. More of those, please. What level am I grinding to? Right now I'm going to go to 25. Then I can take on the Fiends at that point. And after I kill the Fiends, then I'll have a little bit better gear. And also I'll be able to grind a Temple of Fiends, which is going to be more experience per battle than this. All right, 2 levels for Bill. How many battles is this? 20,000 per level. All right, each Agama, we're looking at like 60 Agamas worth of experience. Now I do get more than 1 Agama per fight, so probably only about 40 total battles for those 2 levels. Still a lot. How do you deal damage to Kraken before he kills you? You just deal a lot of damage. Like a Fate will do probably about 150, 175 average, and then Thorhammer and Zeus Scarlet do probably like 100 average, and he only has 800 hit points. So in theory, you could kill him right now. Throw a bunch of ruses up so that he can't hit you with physical attacks, and Kraken 1 does not have any spells. So he's actually not hard to do, but until I can kill all 3 of the Fiends that are left, it's not worth doing one individually. Carrie is still alive. We are still on the Carrie split. That split's been there for a while. Yeah, Cerebus up here. You're going to stay on the 3rd floor for the next couple of fights. Hey, Nevis, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Hope you're having a good evening, as well as everybody else watching. I blame Dan for failing to kill this guy. It's our first non-Cerebus kill, like with the ice 2 doing so much damage to them. Very, very tough to leave one alive. Count 23, alright. Continuing to make progress. Fighter, Black Belt, White Mage, Black Mage. That's a very respectable team. Black Belts are hard to get decent in a short amount of time, so they are more of a long game commitment. But Fighter, White Mage, and Black Mage, a very strong combination. You can really put those three together with almost anybody, even a Thief, and still do decently. Some more 23s. How is Bill so far ahead of the rest of the pack? One more battle up here, then we go downstairs. I guess we go down right now, but this is better to stay up here and get the trap tile fight than it is to do the vampires. Maybe it would be better to get the vampires. Starting to change my mind on this trap tile. Should be 3 whiz mummies on average. I don't know how it's giving me 1 all the time. Hey Brisky, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. Back downstairs. You got a Cure 4 left. 1 Cure 4 left, and then a big stack of Cure 2s and Heal 2s. Guard, trap tile. Trap tile if I want it. Fastest, slowest single class. I think Red Mage is the fastest. Red Mage and Fighter are pretty good. Black Belt's pretty good as well, because once you get some levels, you do so much damage that despite not having really any healing or any spells of any kind, like you can just pound the monsters so fast that they don't have a chance to stand up against you. Thief, Black Mage, and White Mage are the ones that are troublesome. The Thief, mostly so. Thief is, you know, by far the worst, and there's really, like, no comparing him to anybody else. White Mage and Black Mage, I think that they're both not terrible, but they do take a long time to develop. White Mage is going to be very slow to start, but pretty solid to finish, and Black Mage is kind of the reverse. Alright, we got the clip through the robot. Totally unnecessary robot clip. 6 hours? It's been 6.5 hours, in fact. We'll try to do it single segment. Against my better judgment, more trap tile monsters. That trap tile has not been delivering. Alright, there we go. That's a good one. Not quite perfect, but close. Surprised we still take down Wiz Mummies even without the mage staff going off. A lot of damage to miss out on. That's pretty good for right now. 15 Agamas away from the start of level 24. Again, 25 is the overall target here. Wyvern, Cerebus, Trap Tile Wyvern, so we're up here for a while. It's interesting that even without any benefit to the levels, like the weapons that we're using aren't getting any stronger because the game does not use any stats for determining weapon damage for usable items in combat. We're still getting a lot further during these grinds without having to restock, I guess because we're dodging a lot more, and we've got just a bigger tank of HP and more spells to be able to keep alive. Once we have Fade, though, that changes things tremendously. When do I stop grinding? 25 is when we go kill the fiends. Right now we are about 23 and a half. And after we kill the fiends, we can do more grinding. But we'll stop for right there. Get those three out of the way. This better than Agama's? Yeah, we get way more than an Agama worth of experience in pretty much every encounter. Like that right there was an Agama worth, and it's way more accessible. And on average, we're getting maybe 1.6 Agamas per fight. This is 1.5 Agamas. We can do 5 more battles up here still. And no immediate pressure to go back downstairs. It's still do a solo thief run. The only one I've seen streamed was Jay Coper's Solo Thief, which I'm assuming is still around. He did solo character challenges for all 6 classes over a course of a couple of months. More up here. Then we're gonna do something on the 2nd floor, kill a guard. Then back to the 3rd floor again. These little vacations that I look forward to. Do we have any Cure 4s left? Might be down to just Heal 2s and Cure 2s. I think we had 1 on Dan. Remember somebody had a Cure 4 at the end. Dan's got one. Start using your Cure 2s up. That'll be good for right now. The Cerberus has 50% chance of ambush. So one downside of taking this fight. If it's versus Chimera, though, I like this, because Chimeras, as good as they are for experience, they do have a lot more damage with their breath attack than a Cerberus will. And you can also take Cerberus over Vampire for some of the encounters. That one's a little less clear-cut. Vampires do a lot of damage, Cerberus does more even damage to the whole party. That with the neutral start at least. Okay, third second. Doing a little bit of zigzagging here. About to hit level 24. I know he's got to be really close right now. Bill 24. Nice, that's our first person there. So one more level for Bill. Then he'll have Fade. The rest of the team has somehow drifted quite far behind. Even though you get equal experience distribution for every living party member. And like, I don't even remember Cal ever dying tonight. Other than like complete party wipes. But there must have been a spot where Bill was alive and just carrying the team through there. There's Dan 24. You are done. Go ahead and drop the heal 2 first. Get those pairs out. And done with that healing there. So we have a little bit left on party number 2 before moving on to party number 3. Hey, with Dexter. We're enjoying these white mages. They're having a good time. Take trap tile up here. Guess I could have stayed downstairs for vampire. Just avoid some of the room transitions. I'm liking the vampires more and more. Down here. Just for reference, we're not even halfway to our first Group 8 encounter. You have to go really, really far into the encounter cycle to see those guys. Which, as we found out, Famicom War Mech is Group 8. For no good reason whatsoever. Hey, German Fencer. Right now we are level 24. 25 is where I get Fade, which is the holy spell, and that's what I'll use to kill the fiends here in just a bit. Fate and Mazmune will be for Chaos. I'm going to do 2 trips through Temple of Fiends. The first one to get the Mazmune, the second one to save my Fate charges for the Chaos battle. Probably needs a little bit of healing here. I know we've got one last heal 2 left. No, we have no heal 2s on you. Your last heal 2 out of the way. A couple of cure 2s before we have to go on to Dan. Beautiful. Just what I've been looking for. Finally a good vampire fight. For XP, so 15,000 remaining. We need 10 more of those vampire fights for level, and maybe a little bit more past that for the rest of his friends to get fades as well. Top floor has Trap Tile, Wyvern, Cerebus, Trap Tile. So 4 more battles up here we can take before moving back down to the second floor. That's right, Dan can do it. Dan being a helper. Hey CG Drifters, welcome in. Glad you enjoyed the AGDQ run. That was really fun to do. Doing a co-op with Friesel was great because we could have multiple people up there that, you know, understood the run really well. And Puexel as well is somebody that really enjoys RPGs, so he was great to have along for additional commentary. Alright, Dan, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Will it be at AGDQ 2018? Yes. So I will be there in 2 weeks from today. AGDQ starting in 2 weeks and 15 hours for the first run. By running into games, I did not submit anything to AGDQ this year. I feel like I had enough other projects underway. This is the first time that I didn't submit after, I think 6 or 7 in a row having games at it. It's really relaxing. This is like the first time I'm not like super stressed out at doing runs in December, which feels really, really good. like he's gonna need some healing in just a second. Learning to speedrun Final Fantasy 1. For the NES version, I recommend learning the marathon route first. I have a tutorial video on my channel page that you can go, which basically takes you through the whole run. And it's so much of a visual reference because you have to know where to walk, what tiles to do the resets on, that the video is the best way of communicating the information. For other categories, just like different versions of the game, it really depends on what version you're going to be most interested in playing. Like PSP is extremely easy to learn. You can probably pick that up in a couple hours and be able to do speedruns for it. GBA, PS1, those are going to be like somewhere in between where it's not quite as difficult learning-wise as NES, but definitely does involve, you know, figuring out what the route is going to be and where to do things efficiently for getting through the game. White Wizard's not known for their offensive prowess. They have a hard time just killing things, and so it's difficult for them to get their level ups. Okay, Bill's still stunned. I'm gonna go ahead and skip his turn. We got Cerebus still down here before I have to go back upstairs. Two third floor flights. Getting kind of this alternating pattern where it's 2 fights on the second, 2 fights on the third, and back and forth like that. Every part of the encounter cycle is going to be a little bit different. That's why I've got a reference on the side for what battles are coming, so I know which floor to be standing on. What's with the scoring system? If you do !FF, you'll get details about Final Fantasy. And all of the exciting action about guessing which monsters are going to be the most awful to me tonight. We actually haven't had too many truly awful monsters, but definitely this is a night of a lot of points, considering how long the run's going to be. Will Mini Marathon have Final Fantasy? I'm thinking about not doing it because NES is going to be the last run of the night. I know the bot does not do well with super long recording files. I'm surprised it's held up this well for 7 hours in at this point. But if I can swing it, we might do Fantasy. Also, it's a little bit more pressure to keep things on the route, whereas I'll probably want to do something fun for the finale of it. What is the bot written in? The bot is written in C, which is not really a great language for doing Twitch bots, but because I'm doing a whole bunch of video processing, it's basically just watching the Twitch feed to score everything. That makes it tough to be able to, pick and choose what you can work in, because you have to have a very high performance processing library for parsing movie files. If I want a single file for the recording, then the bot wouldn't... It would have to, sit there for a while, sucking in all of the movie until it got to a point where there was actual NES gameplay. That's the thing that really slows it down, is just having to, chew through it. And it does run at, I want to say it's 6 or 8 times real speed if it's going flat out. But considering that's going to be 12 hours in, that'd be a while before it could catch up. Back to armor, weapon here. It's been so long since we had a party member swap. Yep, the bot just watches the Twitch stream. I'm playing on a normal NES. It's been modded for higher quality video output, but I've got a NES top loader that I do this on. As you can hear really loudly whenever I do a power cycle, because it's got those big clicky buttons instead of the really quiet buttons that the NES front loader had. Alright, back to third floor. Cerebus and Trap Tile up there. I'm amazed the party is holding out this long. Kind of curious about where they're doing in relation to 25 now. Bill's going to be the closest, so he'd be the first one to check. Did I do the AV mod for the top loader? So the top loader is modded with an NES RGB. So it can have RGB or component output. And that's pretty much what you want to do for the highest quality of output. The regular AV mod for the top loader just gives you composite like the NES front loader has. So it's still that kind of grainy picture with a lot of shifting pixels around. You definitely can notice the difference between composite and either S-Video or component. Oh, do I do it myself? The NESs I farmed out. I was doing most of the systems for GDQs. I did the Super Nintendos and N64s myself, but then the NESs are a lot more labor intensive. And the boards that you buy is a pretty big proportion of the overall cost, so getting those modded by somebody that has a big stock of them was easier. I have to check the level. 3,000, we're so close! We are 5 Agamas away from Bill hitting 25. What's the capture card? It's a pretty old and cheap Avermedia CO27. I've been meaning to replace it. I just haven't had time to do it. The big problem with this capture card is it doesn't do 1080p 60, so like a lot of HDMI inputs, it's gonna have to have a lower resolution for. So at some point I want to get a more modern capture card just to be able to support that. Alright, should be good enough for right now. I think we want to go back downstairs. That was Cerebus and Trap Tile. So that would be Trap Tile next if that's correct. We'll get that high definition NES action. Just what this game needed to have 1080p graphics. Who would I recommend for mod work? It depends on where you live. If you go to Tim Worthington's NES RGB page, he does have a list of distributors, and you can just contact them. Definitely want to get it either in the same country that you are relatively nearby, so that you're not dealing with lots of shipping time and customs fees and things like that. Ooh, there's a good one. There is a good Trap Tile fight. Getting our full 2.5 Agamas. Hey, Scav, welcome in. And welcome into End Remember. You're only 7 hours late to the start of the run. You've barely missed most of the grinding. We have not done the fiends yet, so you've got all 3 fiends post-lich left to go. Bill 25, alright. Let's confirm that that is actually the Fade charge. Yep, alright, we got our 8th tier charge. How much cash do I have? 300,000, so we can get Fade for everybody, but we can't afford Life 2 yet. Just the way I like it. Playing dangerously. Now, I used a C library to parse the video images. I used a library called FFmpeg, which is not related at all to Final Fantasy, just a coincidence. It's pretty much the most common library for movie and video processing. Like, a lot of systems used it under the covers as their way of doing file parsing. But all it does is give me a bitmap of here is an individual frame from the movie, and everything else after that is custom. Try to get 25 for everybody before leaving. There's Dan 25. Guards are not too bad, they don't do a lot of damage. So we'll get 2 guard fights here. Do I do the text search on my own? Yes. So the text searching is totally custom. Basically, it tries to find borders, and within the borders, it'll know that these are the boxes, and this is what the font looks like, so it can pierce things together. And since Final Fantasy doesn't have a lot of variety in the text, it doesn't have to handle like free-form expressions or things. It makes it a lot simpler to figure out what might be being said. Disappointing guards. We've had better guards tonight. Now the question is, when I'm going through the Fiend dungeons, do I bother picking up items for cash? Looking like I'll need about 160,000, and that is a lot of money, but you will get rich really quickly beating things up in Temple of Fiends Revisited. So I use the library for letter recognition. No, everything once I've got the individual video frames extracted is totally custom. Way to fork it. Right now I don't have it published because it's integrated with a lot of Twitch stuff, so that's hard to easily release. If I ever get time one day, then it'll be on my list to try to make it so it's better split apart for other people to be able to use. So close. Okay. We'll use up 2 of my emergency lives. We're probably fine without it. I think this is it. I think we're gonna get our other 225s right here. Stay strong, Dan. I mean, even if Dan dies, I guess that would not be terrible because Dan doesn't need experience. The grind is done. We got our levels 25. Let's go kill some fiends. Also, we need to pick up the Fade spell. We need to get that one important step. And then the Fiends. No more grinding, I promise, there's more grinding. We have not yet begun to finish our grind. This broom. How fun is 4 white mages without class change? You just have a different route for the end. You're gonna go focus on getting Mazmune as soon as you can, and have a more powerful single white mage. Alright, Fade on everybody. I kind of want Wall as well. Very expensive decision though if I go for that. So 160,000 for Life 2. The reason Wall would be nice is it lets everybody survive all of the difficult encounters. Let me do the inn here. Make sure we got everything. Alright, looks good. We've been very patiently waiting until Carrie was easy pickings. I should probably skip this fight. No reason to take a Fire 2 to the face. Volcano music is pretty good. My favorite song in the game is the Sea Shrine theme, which we'll be visiting again very shortly. We had to do Sea Shrine earlier to get the mermaid items so that we could get into Mirage Tower in the first place. Alright, do we grab items for cash? I'm thinking we don't, and we see how much money I end up with after the grind. So I'll still get more money at Temple of Fiends Revisited. And we probably don't actually need Wall on everybody, to be honest. I guess heal 2s are actually... whatever. We don't need the life spell all that much. 4 of those in. 5, 6. Alright, everybody's full. Fire elementals, what? Well, the one unrunnable here is gonna block our progress. That's okay. We will not waste any fade charges on them. Killed with the maid staff. How embarrassing. Carrie. We've been waiting for this. Fade. Our first use of Fade, and it's going to be a fun one. He's got 600 hit points. About 250 damage so far. 360. 490. Oh man, this is going to take a while. Finish her off. And 110 with the other items, so that's probably about 6 uses. Cal's fine. Cal's still fine. Carrie's not. Alright, we hit the carry split. Our first split in over 3.5 hours. Carrie is down. We go to the south route here. Actually, let me drop into Crescent and get some heal potions again. How many are we down to? 74, alright. Alright, Charizard, have a good night. Thanks for the good wishes there. Also, Carrie does give us 1 Agama worth of experience and more than 1 Agama worth of gold, so definitely worth the time. Hey, Rifters, thank you much for the bits. We're going to put those towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond. Man, have you seen it? It needs relief. Alright, so Carrie out of the way, let's do Kraken next. I will need to grab the ribbon on the way down. I don't think the light axe really helps at all. There's 2 light axes in Kraken's dungeon, and they're kind of somewhat inconveniently placed. Although I don't have a route for going through here without doing the mermaid section first. So that'll be interesting about how the encounters are going to be. I guess we want to take the Wizzahags over potentially getting things like ghosts, so I can check out what the beginning of the encounter cycle is like. Yeah, we'll get full. I'm gonna get any cabins and houses. Do I want to do that? Nah, we can skip them. Heal 3 and Null Death here. Neither which I think is particularly important. I'd rather have Cure Force. You know somebody that lives in Melmond? Man, that's rough. Grab the Ghost Shark fight. I mean, it's 2 Agamas, why not? see this Zeus Gauntlet and Thor Hammer here. That's going to be doing pretty good damage throughout the entire dungeon. 200 per round on Kraken. So even if our fades don't take him down, the follow-up is still pretty good. No, I didn't want the fight here. Alright. So good to know that's a bad way to start the dungeon. It does get rid of a Wisahag battle. On the east side, you can actually make it to the steps before the Naga fight, so you go ahead and take that. It looks like it doesn't work for going west side first. Cal's stunned by the big eye's roguish good looks. Sea Snake, not really an interesting fight. I mean, they're actually not bad. Sea Snakes and Lobsters, surprisingly good for experience. Sea Trolls, not so much. Lobsters are eating Dan. The last time we let him into the aquarium. Alright, grab these. Got 13,000 gold here, basically just sitting around. Ooh, that's a lot of lobsters. I'm tempted, but no. We shouldn't fight the lobsters. We got Temple of Fiends Revisited coming up. Okay, ribbon, I guess to Cal. And we'll leave Bill as the person that doesn't have one. Got one open slot here. I guess technically two, because we don't need the cap for really anything. Alright, that'll be good. There is a lot of water metals coming up. I don't want to fight them. Let's hang out here in the meantime. Nice, Gearstrike big guy. Good encounter. If I skip the next two battles, then I think I still have one water metal on the way to Kraken, but only one instead of more than one. I might be able to make it if I only skip one encounter, but I'm not totally certain about it. You know what, let's try it. They're not going to be that bad. People have been asking where Flash is. Flash is one of the skills you rarely see. Toxic's another one, that's the Iron Golem skill. Is there the only tool you can run from? If it's a single group, so just elementals by themselves, then yeah, fire, water, and earth are all unrunnable. It's not like anything special, it's just that they correspond to battles that are flagged as unrunnable. And there's nothing in the entire Sky Castle that is unrunnable, so no reason for air to get similar treatment. Black shirt. I think if we're this far in, we should be able to get there without getting the next encounter for waters. We got 3 battles to make it to Kraken. Next one's lobsters, which is a mostly dangerous one, so we'll go ahead and drop the heals for that. One more. That looks good. Nice. Alright, so no ornamentals for us at the end. Go ahead, drop that last heal too. We should be fine. It's time to get a Kraken. Just in case our fades do poor damage again, I'm going to go start off with the Invis 2s. Each Invis 2 is a half strength ruse, so you want to get generally around 6 to max it out. But 4 should be pretty solid for dodging most attacks. Some attacks can be dodged with 4. Kraken using ink, he's a moron. So we're fine. 300, alright. He's probably not gonna need the Thorin Zeus too much. Why not Fog 2? For NES, there is a cap on evasion and accuracy. So it comes out in your favor to stack evasion much more so than in remakes. Where, to be really safe, you have to basically go the route of having the defense instead. Alright, 400 damage. Call that 550. $700. Okay. Zeus. Thor. We'll see which gets him. Thor does. Alright, Kraken down. Pretty good start. Supplies here. I think we're doing really good on cabins. Yeah, houses, I might need a couple more. Not a ton, though. We could buy 1 life, too, right now. Oh, boy. It's going to take a while to get that 240k. 320 if we want to, or 300 if we want to have a wall charge as well. Oh, Gerpede. I don't think Gerpede's a really good option. So we're going to go. Greg Pede. Living another day. The unrunnable. Alright, well. Now that we know the service is actually a half Agama, I don't feel nearly as bad about taking this fight as I used to. I don't need to go to Melmont, because we already have translated our slab. Let's go up here to Gaia to do the inn, and then drop in to fight some Tiamats. Also, I want to do one switch I've been thinking about for a while. Should go to you. The person without the ribbon should have the white shirt, because the white shirt does give me an additional elemental resistance. White shirt is death and fire is actually pretty handy. Go to Melmont anyway, but we don't have any nuke charges. What would we do there? Tyro. So much good experience, but no, we have to pass it. We have to give the Tyro the pass. Alright, so... yeah, I gotta give Cal the Bane Sword. I can't pick anybody else to do it. Cal has to have the Bane Sword. Let's see, we don't have the warp spell, but I've already got a lot of the items out of here, so we'll see how we're doing on steps as I get near the top. I haven't think much for the bits. We'll put those towards the Melmont Relief Fund. Melmont, we're not going there, but it needs more relief. And yeah, people haven't heard, there is a promotion going on, just like they did last year. You get an additional charity benefit from Twitch if you do hashtag charity. I haven't seen it being advertised as much, but it's still there for Twitch to provide an extra donation. Dan's fine. Dan's still kind of fine. He's been better. Take Living Stone, thank you as well for the bits. We'll put those towards the Melmont Relief Fund. As soon as we figure out how to get Melmont some relief, it's definitely getting a lot. Third floor here. Taking the experience that I can, just because there's still decent fights along the way. Like, especially the ones that don't really do much damage, or would be just as slow to run away from. You might as well grab the XP as you go past. Assuming that you don't die to Tiamat, that would be a shame. I've been rotating my character slots, so the character development really doesn't matter who's in the front, but you try not to let somebody be dead too much so that they are not super far behind the rest of the party for experience. All experience is split equally between your party members. Alright, you're done with those. Maybe I should save some Harm 2s for like a Blue D fight, but I feel like we're okay. Not a Blue D fight, something like Whiz Vamp for Harm 2. Blue D needs some other stuff. Blue D needs to behave. No thunders, please. What a jerk. Bill's gonna take double damage because he does not have lightning resistance. Everybody else has got ribbons now, though. Which makes the fight slightly more tolerable. Also, we do have a black shirt we didn't have before, so we'll be doing more damage per round. Okay, third round should do it. The level bonuses are actually not slot-based. So you get no real difference depending on where you're standing in the list. For what it does is basically there is a list of guaranteed attributes that are going to go up based on your class and level. And then everything aside from that is just a percentage chance per stat. So if you really want to grind it out, you can just save your game beforehand and try to get the perfect level ups, but it's not really necessary for a 4-character group. That's more of a thing if you've got one character. Okay, these Gurnagas might not be the best idea to take them down with abilities. This fight's an Agam and a half, so I thought I was going to try it, but it seems like it's going to be on the slow side. There we go. So 8 attacks. Healed up there. Nothing left to grab on this floor. Oh, it's our friendly eye. Which is why I healed up to make sure that Bill especially was over 300 so that XXXX would not do anything to him. I got a little bit of time here. The R Hydra is not a great fight, but what I'm doing is grabbing the Pro Cape. And there's not really a good time ever in the game to do this, but this is my opportunity to go and snag this. We have 5 battles anyway to get rid of before we need to go to the next floor. Good, A-Fire, A-Fire. Exactly what I wanted to see. Each Whiz Vamp's roughly 1 Agama, so he's a pretty good fight. A-Fire just does nothing at all. It misses yourself, and it doesn't affect anybody it does hit, so it's kind of a waste of a turn for him. I hope I have enough steps to do this. I mean, I've got 5 battles, so it should definitely be able to make it. That's really the important one. Pro Cape. I guess we can give it to Ace. Give him some more physical defense. I don't think Bill having more defense really helps me. Ooh, Fire Hydrant chance to strike first. I'm gonna be greedy. We've got 2 Lit 2s and an Ice 2. So that's pretty good damage against these guys. They get turns though when they start doing their breath attack though. That'll hit Bill a lot. Alright, looks like they're not too bad. And 4 Fire Hydrants for experience gives me 2 Agamas, alright, so they're a half Agama each as well. And a lot more dangerous than the Cerebuses. Alright, we'll just pass on. This is only a single Chimera, never a larger pack. I've got 3 battles left, 2 battles left. Just gonna run now. I don't know if I have enough time to go grab the other stuff here. We do. It's so close. We gotta have time. These are all free steps inside the room. Katana sold for a decent amount. I never sold the Excalibur, so I can get some money from that as well. That is a good sword for selling. There's our Hydra number 2. We need to wait for Guard Sentry. We went up right now, it'd be Mancat Medusa, which is not a very fun encounter. The Fire 2 from the Mancats, it's not going to do a ton of damage anymore to everybody except for, well, even Bill shouldn't really get hurt too much by it, but it does take some time. Two to the right, 2 to the north. Only 1 Whiz Vamp. Disappointing. We'll still kill him though. Guard Sentry probably does deserve another heal first. Probably should save more of my heal 2s for the Tiamat fight rather than using them on the overworld. Cure 2s are not really helpful in the Tiamat battle, whereas heal 2s really, really help. Definitely not doing these battles. Hey, Big Name Bro, welcome in. Will there be a Warmech? No Warmechs. Maybe this will be a Warmech. Odds are against it, though. Alright, team out 1,000 hit points. Probably... Oops, Cal's got the Bane Sword. Probably gonna go down to the Bane Sword, though. $100 damage, alright. 900 left to go. That's not bad. A little bit over 300. Cal used the Bane Sword. It's pretty ineffective. Okay, 450. I guess if you heal 2 here. Cal's gonna use up his Fade just so that we don't feel like we've wasted it. And I guess the white shirt from Bill would help. Alright, the munch is not bad. Alright, 600 damage. So we got Cal with the Bane Sword. versus the rest of the team trying to take down Tiamat. Squint is not effective on Tiamat, sadly. We're going to use the Bane Sword instead. But welcome in, Adam. Bane Sword's not effective. Got to get a refund on this thing. There's the Blizzard. You can see how much more damage Bill's taking than anybody else. That's why I'm having Bill also do the heal 2s. You don't want him to die and lose those charges. With the Bane Sword, it's still ineffective. Meanwhile, we're doing about 40 to 50 damage per round, so slowly we are taking Tiamat out. This would be a good round to double heal 2 to catch up. Alright, Bill's fine. Bill is okay. Cal use the Bane Sword. It's pretty ineffective. Is it possible to Bane cast? Yes, I actually Bane cast the last time I did 4 white mages as my way to kill him. It's not recommended because it takes a really long time, but you can do it. Last heal 2 on Bill. Can't use the Bane Sword. Pressure. Nope. Can't figure it out. I mean, at some point, this 50 damage is going to kill Tiamat. Like, we only need like 7 rounds of it. Sure, we'll use the Maid Staff. Give him another 15 or so for Bill's credit. Cal fails to use the Bane Sword. See, fire does not do double damage to Bill because of the white shirt. That's why I passed it back to him. Let's use your heal 2s. Cal, use the Bane Sword. Man, Cal. We can't take you anybody. Or take you anywhere for this. Anybody else would be so successful with the Bane Sword. They would be renowned throughout legend for how good they were at baning things. Didn't use the Zeus Gauntlet. Not quite enough. Bill used the Maid Staff. Still not quite enough. Cal used the Bane Sword. I don't even know why I had to say anything for that one. Cal, a failure as always, has failed to use the Bane Sword properly, leading to Tiamat's rather conventional demise. I'm so dejected, we're not even gonna kill this Tyro. But with that, the 4 Fiends have fallen. Temple of Fiends is open, and that means I can do grinding in Temple of Fiends now for some pretty good experience per battle. I need to think about where I want to be in the encounter cycle to start this off. We probably don't want to do the Frosty fights. That one is not nearly as lucrative as many of the others. Let's do a quick check, compare how this is to Mirage Tower earlier. And we still need the money for Life 2, maybe for Wall as well. We definitely need to kill some stuff. Hello, Bat. Okay, quadruple chimeras. So you probably want to Zeus, Black, Thor, and do one fade from Bill. Chimera is definitely one of the good fights here in this battle, with not doing any extra damage. 3 to 4, so it's got a good average amount. We got the zombies upstairs. I think those are better than the purple worms. Let's go ahead and take those next. And their weakness is ice, so the black shirt does do good damage. This will be the level 33 grind. We'll see how high up we want to go here. I probably want to get a couple levels before getting Mazmune. Like right there, that was about 3 1/3 Agamas. Probably never want to go upstairs, although the Batman is not actually that bad. I mean, on average, you're looking at 3 Agamas worth of experience. Harm 3 or Harm 2 here? I guess Harm 2, Harm 2, Harm 2, and Mage Staff is my best play. Ooh, slimes or chimeras? I would try the slime one. I would try the slime at least once. Only 2 of these guys. Let's get some benefit out of the heal 2s. Harm 2, and Mage. I'm not sold on this upcoming fight, which is Slime, but I think it's an interesting one to at least check out, see what the experience is like. I could be throwing... I don't know if the heal staff or heal helmet's going to really make a difference here. We got so many better things, option-wise, on the table. Is Service near Unrack unrunnable? Yes. That's the only time that services appear in that area. This is the minimum experience you would get from a slime encounter. So 4 to 8 in the formation. Ooh, and Mage Fighter upstairs. Mage Fighter might be a great one. I'll have to try that one as well the next time. Sword probably doesn't do very much on those. I mean, it might. Sometimes very hard to tell who's going to die to poison easily. Alright, 1100. That's only 2 Agamas for that, but that means 2 to 4 Agamas for the formation overall. This one, Chimera Chimera is good. The next one's the bad one. That's where the Frost Giant Frostwolf shows up, or the Frosties. I might take the Frosty and then try to run. Go ahead and use Bill's second Fade Charge. Chimera and Chimera mostly out of action. Did a pretty good job there on one of the two. There we go. Okay, let's do... Ah, man. The Frostwolf encounter is so bad. So bad. Just gonna have you fade for this one as your best choice. Main staff there. That's not bad. That's an okay way of dealing with Frost Giant and Frostwolf. For 2.5 Agamas, seems kind of decent. Do you guys need... I don't think you even need fades. With as good as Black Shirt does on these guys, and Ice being the strongest base element, I'm not sure if Fade is required. The Poison Chimera Breath would not be great for Bill, but everybody else is gonna resist it. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. If only we had some more Chimeras. Those guys are actually really good experience, but both Chimera and Chimera are 50-50 for showing up. They're not doing it. Very shy. If you agree. Bill hitting him on the head with a hammer is probably going to do as much damage as fire would. It does. Almost identical. What is the grind target? Get a couple levels, do the trip down to Masmuin, probably like 28 or so for that. And then we'll have to figure out what we want to do for the Chaos trip. Chaos one's going to be interesting just because we have likely already been down once for the Masmuin. So that's like, all right, step number one. And then after that, look at how do I get there without having to use up a whole bunch of charges of Fade to do it, so. I wonder if Batman would be better than this group. Batman would definitely require Fade. But the experience is really, really good. Alright, we're close. Almost anything should get him. I could try the Mage Fighter here. I would rather get the Chimera Chimera to actually give me a good amount, though. If we get double of both, that's a really nice fight. What a disappointing group. Just like the Waterfall Trap Tile encounter. never coming through in Mirage Tower when we're fighting them. Do I want Zombie to try the Badmen for once? I'll try the Badmen, see how they are. Knowing that does cost me a fade guaranteed makes it a little bit less of a attractive fight, but I want to see what the damage range is like. Six Badmen. You've got a fade. Black shirt. Thor. Mage staff. We'll see if this is enough damage. They definitely hurt a lot. So that is a downside of the Badman encounter. There's just 3 Agmas right here for reference. Looks like they don't really resist fade all that often. So that's good for ever wanted to try that. I think the more interesting one may be a mage fighter as opposed to like the slime fight or something. Yay, we got the full house. All right, this is what I want to see. I grab fades already. Nice. All right. We got half of them down. And the other half down, too. Almost. Let's try the Zombie D instead of the Badmen. I feel like if we're going to do anything there, you might as well just jump up to the Harm 3s and take them that way. Yeah, with Frost Giant coming up again, I'm not sure if I want to stick around much longer. Arm 3, and let's just use the Mage Staff on you. That'll be the same strength as a Harm 2, more or less. It's not terrible. Pretty expensive resource-wise. But you can get away with a couple of those every once in a while. So Bill should still have the Tear Spell charges left for a heal too. So you want to just drop 1 or 2 onto the party here. We are Almost about to hit 27 in just a second. Let's try to get through 3 battles if we can. They'll let me try the mage fighter upstairs to finish it. Okay, there's your fade charge. Do you have any fades left? No, you don't. I mean, I guess it's more than 0 damage to use the white shirt, or the black shirt there. It's not a great move against monsters made of ice. The really good experience would be from Fred and Gasties, but the odds of that working out are rather poor. Weak to ice, Fade does a decent amount, but they will do a lot to you in return. So close, Cal. Chimera here. This should be the start of the 27 level ups. Ooh, and a free round. So I don't think I need to do a fade. I think Ace is the only one that has a fade left. I should check before doing the mage fighter fight. Because alternatively I could go downstairs and get the Chimera and then finish that way. Still only 2 charges of Fade. Must be 28 for the third. Yeah, Ace has got one. Once we have a third Fade charge, I'll be able to use it a lot more liberally on the way down. Ooh. I mean, it's a 90% chance of them going first, so I probably should not be surprised. Just means that they're going to get the Fire 3s out early on. Lit 3, never mind. But I think it was Fire 3. I guess Fire 3 in the remakes. The problem with Lit 3 is that it does a lot more damage to build than Fire 3 would. So Mage Fighter is not going to be a good fight with the setup that I've got here. See, build missing out on the experience. And that'd be about 3 Agamas if he had made it there. So everybody should be 27 now. Yep, 27 all around. Next fight looks mostly bad, so we'll go ahead and skip out. And 270,000 bucks. That's actually pretty good for cash. So we got enough money for Life 2s by doing that. They're definitely really lucrative enemies in Temple of Fiends. So I have to go to Lufania to pick that up. That'll be the one 8th tier spell that it's sold in that shop. We get any experience along the way here, it'll be a bonus. The monsters at this point for Lufania and Peninsula Power are not really worth stopping for. They're at best an Agama and a half. Why haven't more RPGs ditched experience for Agama-based metrics? That is the question that I ask every single day to people. Give me just one more Agama-themed game, and you would definitely have a sale. Okay, life 2. At this point, any shopping is kind of discretionary. I could buy Wall, which is another use of my tier spell slots, so it kind of hurts a little bit to stick more stuff there, but it would keep Bill alive during certain fights. Particularly Chaos, where you want to get the opportunity to at least use his spell charges before he dies. So if Chaos starts off with Crack, then you get very angry at him. Money-wise, 30,000. That'll be not enough for Wall, so we can't get it quite yet. There's nothing else really that's interesting to buy at this point. We're at max for heal potions, so those are good. First time doing all 4 white mages in a single sitting. We did this a couple months ago with a couple of sessions. I think that breaking up into 2 parts is pretty good, because then you generally have less than 6 hours at a time, but this is not too bad. Hello, bats. We have come to conquer this castle. Dan doesn't really know what a castle is, but he's trying. Chimera. Yeah, I think we decided the Zombie D is better than the Badmen. Unless I want to use 2 fades, which seems like overkill. I think what I'll do is go through this section with 1 loop, and then take my next break after that. That should be the last break of the night. I don't imagine this stretching more than 3 more hours. Money and experience. The way you want to get here as soon as possible for the grind to finish off, rather than grinding all the way to whatever your target level is back at Mirage Tower, or some more terrible place like, fighting the Zombie Ds in the first time you come across them in Ordeals or something like that. Bill, finish him off. Excellent job. Doing the minimum possible damage that Fire 2 could. Still enough to kill him. Decided that Mage Fighter was bad because it actually does Lit 3 first rather than Fire 3 like I thought. Fire 3 would be okay, because Bill would take half damage from that and get the resist check on it, so the critical would not happen. But Lit 3 just does way too much. That's going to be like 240 or so on him, even though the experience is really good from that fight. It's more than I am willing to do. Throw a couple more Cure 2s on people. I think the slime was also kind of disappointing. Although he rolled minimum last time. So it may not be totally his fault. I do want to see where we are level-wise in the middle of 27 here. And 28, I think, is where my third Fade Charge is going to be, and that's probably a really good time to try to grab the Mazmune. May not be enough for Chaos, but for Mazmune, I think we could do it. This should be the furthest ahead. He is 20,000 away. All right, we got some time. We've got some time. Okay, 4 battles here. Chimera, Frost Giant, Chimera, Zombie Chimera. So we get a pretty good stretch right here on the second floor for a while. By the time we're done with that, we will be more than halfway through the remaining experience that we need. Down. That is a lot of Frost Wolves. We do have 2 fades on everybody. And best to do it on Cal right here because the black shirt's really not going to do much. Oh, hey, Frost Breath. Haven't seen that in a while. Could be sub 10? It could be. Like, it really depends on the Chaos trip more than anything else. If Chaos is first try, then yes. Otherwise, like, it really depends on, like, how many levels we end up getting. Like, I think if the first try fails on Chaos, then I'll probably be really conservative, just so I don't have to do this half-hour descent down there with no guarantee of success. Chimeras coming up. And Neva's got Gurmedusa as a bonus team member. What a good scoring monster. I still have not gotten a single point for my bonus team. Actually, Gator might have gotten a point from a can't run. I don't think anybody else has. The thing about Chimera and Chimera is that they do have a lot of appearances, but I'm very rarely going to be running from them, and they don't really have a good chance of killing me, so they're going to look for like critical hits, probably as their main scoring source. Like right there, critical hit. Points. There we go. That'll be more effective. It's got harm 3 out. I wonder if I could do this with only one harm 3. Did not get the Chimera Chimera points. It might be really far behind. Because it is 8.5 hours into a movie file, and the longer it gets in there, the more laggy it gets. That looks like it skipped it. Too bad for Chimera and Chimera. I think in general it's been missing more things recently. I'll have to see if there's any difference in like the positioning of graphical elements on the screen that would affect it. Like really small stuff, like every time like the capture card decides it doesn't like where its drivers are, it seems to like move the screen 1 pixel over, and over time that drift does add up. That was pretty effective last time. Let's try that again. Also, I'm less than half a banana away from being done with my my banana platter. 3 bananas with peanut butter is a bigger amount of food than I thought. It definitely was enough for doing the second half of this run on. Where are we experience-wise? Pretty close to that level up. Do I understand much about the credits warp glitch in Final Fantasy Legend 2? I know like the basic idea behind it for the US version. I don't know if there are differences in the Japanese version, because I know that the spot that they do in the run is very different. So I have to go and look at it to see if it's the same or not. Does this route pick up Mazbune? Yes, we'll be getting the Mazbune in just a bit. I'm looking for level 28, which is coming up soon. I'm going to take my break, and then we're going to do a Mazbune finding trip. We'll get the Pro Cape as well on the way down. That'll be the last two things I need to grab. But we're not going to have the resources to fight Chaos on that first go. So basically, get the Mazbune, we exit out, and then we decide, is 28 or whatever level it is at that point enough? Or do I need more grinding? Conceal 2 is actually not a bad use. That's actually your last spell there. Yeah, the US version, I don't think you can set up the poison glitch to credit warp with the way that you've got the stuff in the run. Similar to how the Famicom version of Final Fantasy does the staircase glitch because of the additional character set available to it. But what I need to see is exactly what the values are that it's putting into memory, because everything it does there is basically overwrite memory with the value that is being knocked out of your previous text box. So overwriting your, what technically does for the US one for the poison glitch is it overwrites your character class, and then the meat change makes it permanent, because the battle data is not copied back over normally, unless you eat meat, in which case it does the transformation sequence. But there is more names that the Japanese version has, and I think that overwrites the flag that tells it whether or not it's the last battle in the game. But this, again, I have to go in and actually look at it. Do I get my third fade charge? I do. Alright. That's probably good. Once we get level 20 on everybody, we're gonna grab our Mazbune. And 12 casts of fade. Technically a little bit less, because we do have to worry about the problem with wall on at least Bill. But let's say we get 10 casts of fade. Is that enough for the fiends and then chaos? Build 28. You've still got Cure 2s. I got plenty of Cure 4s as well, so I probably don't need to worry too much about healing before the end of this. Will we swap the Mazbune around from player to player? Yes, on the way down, just so that we have even use of our fade charges. Assuming I need to use any. Like, Lich doesn't need Mazbune, or Lich doesn't need fade. Carry... Carry probably doesn't need fade. Kraken needs fade. Tiamat probably needs fade. Chaos definitely needs fade. More Chimeras for the road. We got our level. I'm gonna go bail out after this, and so we can afford to just burn all of our charges. Fade, 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 and fade. Not only does Carry do melee, and so I can white shirt against it, but also the white shirt protects against fire. So that element, it doesn't matter that Bill doesn't have the ribbon on. Most other things it matters that Bill doesn't have the ribbon on. There we go, 150,000. So we get wall on 2 people. I don't think that there's any higher priority spells to get besides wall right now. I think Fog 2 is just not good enough in NES to be worth picking up. Harm 4, when you've got Cure 4 on that same tier, pretty much never gets used. There's the wall. Who else would get wall if we needed it? I guess we could just give it to Ace. That's fine. Oh, I got more cash anyway because I never sold the Masmune and other weapons, so we got the katana. Nothing to sell from armor, but the katana can go, and go ahead and drop that off. And the Excalibur can go whenever we make it. See you later, katana. Hope you don't mind, ninjas. Sold your best weapon. I'll leave you guys here at the end music while I take my last break. Be back in about 2 minutes. Hopefully this will be the last one. We'll finish it from here. Let's go do Temple of Fiends here. So this is the trip down to get the Masmune. Okay to burn all of our resources before reaching that floor. Since I do need to beat 4 purple worms, so maybe not all of our resources, but most of our resources. Heal potions are in a bad spot. I could actually get a tent and fix that. No, wait, heal potions are in the bottom left. That means I can't get rid of the adamant, though. Gonna have to hang on to that thing. Maxed out on heals, 99 of those. Step number 1. First 3 outside, then some more inside the dungeon until we get to the right time for hitting the black orb. This is going to be the normal marathon route. I thought about doing, at some point, research for getting better routes through Temple of Fiends. Because really you want to have Germedusa set up, and then you want, ideally, for a lot of challenge playthroughs, to not have to deal with purple worms, water tools, or other bad unrunnables. And the one thing that makes that difficult is that the best setup for that is actually like continuing your RNG from the ways back, like the 80% route does. That's hard to do for a lot of these challenges. 3 outside, 6 inside, if that's correct. The 6th one is right by the orb, so you don't want to reset after that. really long one. To the right. Back and then forward in time. Where we get a zombie encounter. Maybe not the only zombie of the night. Because we already had one before. But if we had more, we would definitely say that they're not scoring any points. No points for zombie. Hey, Upper Strike. We're still going. We got our first try to go down to the Temple Fiends right here. See if we can get the Mazvian out. I guess I could try to get a level on the way down, but probably better just skip all the encounters. And if we need levels, then grinding is a better way of doing that. Just so that I'm not taking too much damage. Or wasting time if we happen to fail the attempt. Bill is the one without a ribbon, so he's in the best spot already for dealing with Phantom. I should probably use heal potions. I should probably use most of my spells up and then use heal potions. Harm 2 or Harm 3 for him. Let's do Harm 2s and see how well this does. Harm 2, Harm 2, Harm 2, and Mage Staff. If only we had the light axes. Harm 2s would be free. Yeah, about 250 rounds. This will be a 2-round fight. There are no encounters inside this room, so once we get past here, I can grab the ridiculous amounts of money, just in case we need to buy anything later. I should have done this earlier, like, get the money from Phantom's room, it's 110,000. There's my other two walls if I want them. We're gonna mute Chaos. We're gonna go for Fade. We get really lucky, he'll get muted, but the odds of that are pretty bad. Actually, the last time I did this, muted Chaos and Bane Chaos just to show it off. And we fought some more mechs too, so there were some detours in the previous 4 White Mages session. That was the one I broke up over 3 streams, though. How best to deal with these guys? I forgot there was a pair of purple worms here. The main staff's not really gonna do much, but the white shirt, until we get like 4 rounds in, is nothing. This is only 2 purple worms. It's so much worse with 4. Just like you take incredible amounts of damage every turn. Do I want to go for any petrification on Lich? I think on this one I don't. We're gonna take so much damage from Nuke, but that is that's acceptable because we can heal up afterwards. And we don't really know who's going to survive the Nuke to begin with. Ow. Ow. Alright. For the golems. Get a Gerbadusa fight here. If I don't need the Gerbadusas, I could actually go probably earlier. Does that help me at all? No, because there's the sorcerer on T-Mat's floor. That's usually the pesky monster to get past. How rude, paralyzation. Cal might have been thinking about using the main sword. We know he can't do it though, so they probably were not too scared about that. Okay, a couple of harm twos. Let's go ahead and have a one heal 2 here. Get us pretty close to full. Harm 2 or harm 3 for Lich? I mean, once he gets the nuke off, like he's got nothing else. So I can kind of take my time at that point. Yeah, nuke round 1, so no reason to rush it. He's only got 100 more hit points than he had last time, and only Dan died the first fight. With bonus team members, anytime I do a challenge run or randomizer, you'll get additional team members for free. That way everybody's got exactly 10 members on their team. And they can be anything in the game as long as it's not a duplicate. So you might get a Wormech if you're lucky. Carry's floor. So carry, the idea is to go defensively. That's our first Agama. We might be getting an Agama fact here. Agama fact. Most popular sport for Agamas is tennis. I already knew that one. That's a very well-known fact. Alright, fires. Yeah, we just want to go for offense. And I guess we can heal helmet because the maid staff is not going to help. It's going to be a 2-round battle, I think, regardless. Unless the ice shirt goes, like, all out. Alright, the ice shirt 2 out of 3, that's not bad. There we go, good start. I'll go ahead and grab the Pro Cape here so we have our last piece of gear in the game that we need. This will replace, I think it's a cap on Bill. Yep. Hey, King Booty, welcome back. Yep, you got some time. This is an Invis 2 fight. Viz 2s and a white shirt. This way over ruses, you get twice as much defense in the first round. Dan! Alright. Your prognosis is not good, Dan. Dan is so clutch. Alright, so we've got 7 Viz 2s up, so we're pretty much going to dodge the physicals now. For right now, let's just do fades and not worry about it too much. We only have to do Carry and Kraken for kills, so we can afford to fade away. She's got 700 hit points. To be honest, I could have done this instead of the Invis 2s. It'd probably been fine. Phantom Split, I guess I'm going to do that on the real Phantom trip down. I probably should have done it earlier, but I guess I could do that. Maybe people don't complain about it. Nice, good experience here, but we don't want it. And our last fight before Kraken. This one's gonna be fun. This one's either gonna be fun or it's gonna be a train wreck. There is no in between. We got the Mazmune in any of the runs. This is the first time down, so we're just going to grab the Mazmune here. And then redo the Temple of Fiends section with Mazmune in place of having to use fades on some of these fights. Dan! That one was 6 damage more than Carrie had. 6 more damage than Dan could afford. Ow! Alright. Lit 2 might do 32 plus damage. Oh, so that was really lucky for him to get that many hits in through those first couple Invis 2s. $100. All right, we got some work to do here. Luckily, we can use up all of our fades. No worries about saving any resources. Well, not totally true, because I do want to have... Yeah, I want to have some fades ideally for Purple Worms. I guess we have a fade on Dan as well. Okay with having only like 2 or 3 fades for the Purple Worms. We should be able to get through there without the Purple Worm fight if I don't need to grab the Mazmune, and that'll be what trip number 2 is about. There we go. Not a bad Kraken. Bane on purple worms doesn't really work. Go put Dan back in the front where he belongs. But Rock Gull's getting some points, maybe. I mean, they get the ambush points, no slow points. That is unfortunate for my score. They get the Dan punishment points. That is good for them. Alright, let's try the purple worms here. We got a bunch of fades. It'll be a really hopeful quick fight. Of course, it's 4 of them. For triple fade. And I guess heal helmet. Of course, Bill goes first. Ow. Alright, Ace is done, so even if he dies, it's not a big problem. Hey, Sakatana. We're about to get the Mazmune here. This is the first trip through Temple of Fiends. This is the one that secures me my weapon for the second trip. Not bad. Alright. Purple Worm's done. Two airmental battles. This is the first one, but we don't need to fight either of these. Why make 2 trips? Because I have to use a lot of fades to get down the first time, not enough to kill Chaos. I have no fade charges left right now, so Chaos would be just the Mazmune doing like maybe 150 damage around. It would not go well. Alright, Mazmune, I think we're going to put that on Ace for right now, but it'll move around over the course of the night. And nice. Alright, we're out. I need to restock my heal potions, even though we're only down 7. We want every last bit of resources we can get. Enough evasion and Cure 4. How survivable would Chaos be? Chaos not really at all with the amount of damage that he does with his skills. Like, you probably would have a hard time killing him before the Cure 4 looped around. Oh, I shouldn't go this far south because we start getting onto safe squares. Reduces the number of steps that I'm actually taking. The next one should be the short one. These feel like it's way too long for the walking, but we did do a hard reset at the start. We're getting the right encounters. go. Yep, that was pretty short. Last one to throw away right here. To the left, to the right. Back one. Will Zombie score any points? Probably no. No points for Zombie again. How heartbreaking. I hope none of you have Zombie on your team. Even the bonus monsters. Alright, let's get a good start here. It's not a good start. I mean, this time it doesn't matter if we use up all of our heal potions, because we're either going to beat Chaos or resetting out of it. There's no reason to exit out at all. Reasonable number of admin. 5 is the minimum that you can have here in this formation, so it's at least good to see. I think the Harm 2's worked pretty good. Harm 2, Mazmune, Mage Staff. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, some damage on Cal, which was unfortunate, but nice quick Phantom fight. I like the all-out attack on Lich, rather than worrying about petrification. Especially with Cure 4, we have a lot of healing if we need to dump heal potions onto somebody. But that does take away one of my 16 Cure 4s. Well, 4 of my 16, because usually if anybody's going to get nuked, everybody's getting nuked pretty hard. Alright, so for this one... I don't know if the heal helmet's a better choice than the Mage Staff. Ooh, that'll be really close. Might have wanted the Mage Staff both times. Right down. Just clench. There we go. First purple worm's done. Both times so far we've gotten double purple worms. Actually, all 3 purple worm battles we've seen have been maximum size encounters. So weird to see Dan running, but he's in slot 1, which is the best of slots to attempt to run from, as opposed to his typical slot 4, the worst of slots. Right, I want to move the Gershark Big Eye fight as close to the stairs down to Tiamat as I can. Alright, Lich. Harm 2, Harm 2, Mazmune. I guess Mage Staff is a better choice. Actually, no. Mage Staff's not a better choice. He still has the weakness is gone. Alright, so 3 people got nuked pretty hard. Ace maybe doesn't need the Cure 4. Okay, Cal's still up. Does not cost me a 5th tier spell charge. There we go, Lich down. It'd be kind of nice to do that Cure 4 later on the floor, but I don't know how to really stretch it out, because you would need some curing at the start here to guarantee survival against these encounters. Yeah, Harm on Lich is pretty good usually. The first version you could also use Fire. The second version, it's just Harm that he is susceptible to. And it's not really susceptible, it's just that all undead take regular damage instead of it doing 0. Okay, here's the firefight. I think I actually want a Thor here rather than use the Mazmune, because the black shirt's going to do a lot of work for the overall battle. Do I want the Argine Agama or the big pile of seafood? I think I can get the Gershark. I can get the Gershark big guy all the way to the wall without it, but I can get it pretty close. So normally I'd be getting the Pro Cape right now. This will move it like another 7 steps over. Alright, Carrie, don't be a jerk. There's 2 Invis 2s up. That's not bad. All right. Good start. We can have you 2 in Viz 2. That would be good. A total of 6. Ace goes attack, and Bill uses the heal staff. Or heal hum. We never got the second heal hum. I didn't get that in Tiamat's trip, but do I even have room? I might not have room in my inventory for it. Was the biggest stack of Invis 2s worth doing 6? Once you get there, at this point in the game, you should be doing full dodges. Okay, heal. And heal. It's 3 and 256 per attack. She's got 6 attacks per round. Just like Kraken's going to have 8. So there is a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of what looks good for your roll damage. Actually, I think Zeus is a better choice. Technically, Black Shirt's a better choice. And I don't think Bill matters. Bill does not matter. We're done with Carrie's floor. Kraken and Tiamat are the ones I'm really worried about. Tiamat because she's got really high spell damage. So staying alive during that is gonna suck up a lot of healing. Do I go for fades on Tiamat? I probably have to. We'll see how much damage that Ace does with the Masmine at the start. Oh yeah, somebody could do fades here, and then they get the Masmine for the Chaos fight. It's like one person can afford to fade all the time. Here's where the nasty fight is. Invis 2. Invis 2, you're actually going to ruse for extra protection, and you will Invis 2. Okay, Ace still up. East side save squares. There's save squares on both ones. I usually don't take the save squares on the east side because I want to move the fight to the west, but now I want to move it to the east for this playthrough. Okay, Invis 2, Invis 2. This is probably worth dropping a Cure for Ace. Like, he's got to stay alive for this. That hurts having him lose his Cure 4, but, you know, better than the alternative. Let's see how much damage Ace is going to do. Again, I can afford to have fades with Cal, but I'd rather save them for Tiamat if possible. 100. Not terrible. He's got 900. And we could do some chip damage with the other items as well. Temple of Fiends breaks the rule about save scores, by the way, so not every interior room is safe in Temple of Fiends. It's just one of those wacky things where the dungeon's not like super consistent with the rest of the game. Alright, that's actually pretty good. Attack. Let's have a little bit of heal helmet going on. Just in case he keeps doing lightnings. Like, he should be less than 200 with a hit sneaking through. Which rooms don't have save tiles? Carrie's floor does not have save tiles for it. So it's a bit of a weird one. Alright, we actually do get the Gershark Big Eye all the way to the right. So this will give me my best shot of not getting too many battles before Tiamat here. Because we don't want the Purple Worm fight if we can avoid it. Alright, here we go. So, we're going to start off with Invis 2s because she does have a really strong bite attack. This will be my last bit of Invis 2s I can use. Do you want to Ruse again? I think you want to Invis 2 this time. There's The Bane. Does Bill go down? Bill does not go down, even though he doesn't have a ribbon on. Pretty good first round. Bill will take more damage than anybody else from the attacks, and I could burn a wall here to prevent that. But I think I'd rather just life him up after the battle instead. Actually, no. Cal is going to be my fader. Yeah, Cal's going to fade. We have enough white shirts. Yeah, we do. The reason Cal can use fades is because he's going to be doing the Masmune on Chaos. So we're just going to swap out, and that way Ace can use it there. Oh man, Ace, no damage at all on Tiamat there. I don't think he got a single critical. Well, he definitely didn't because it would have said critical. But he did particularly bad with doing damage. Fade number 2. Tiamat's got 1100 hit points, so this is definitely a long fight if Ace can't get it together. It's a little bit better. It's my last fade I can use. Alright, that's okay. We got pretty good of a start, and this is really good damage, because Tiamat has not done any skills, which is ridiculous. It's really keeping us in this fight without having to do a lot of healing on Bill. Alright, there's the second Bane. Bill, you tried. Bill tried. This is a totally ridiculous Tiamat, though. She has done nothing but spells. No skills, no physicals. Just spell after spell, and Tiamat's down. We'll get Bill back for this little stretch along the way. Cal's gonna be least in person to have heal 2s in the Chaos fight. I normally get before Tiamat, and I gotta get to the stairs before we see purple worms. We made it. There we go. Okay, everybody's at full health. We're gonna move the Masmune around. Swap that over to you. And heal staff can go to, I guess can go to Ace. More productive than the Thor. Armor-wise, Bill has the heal helmet. He probably doesn't want that. If I put Bill in the front for the sacrifice, he needs to get his fades off. The problem with Bill is he needs to get his spells off, and that's hard. Actually, I'm going to move Cal with the Masmune, move him back to slot 3. Here we go, Chaos time. You're in a delay. Delay. You can try an attack. We're going to wall Bill. We want to see this wall go off before Quake. And ideally, Chaos goes like right for Cure 4, and then just doesn't use spells at all again after that. Was Agama the grind monster? Agama was not particularly common for the grind tonight. we can throw white shirts. This is actually a pretty good set of moves. Oh man, Dan probably needs a Cure 4 already. Physical is not what we want to see at the start. It's going to take us a long time to get Chaos to basically not be hitting us. I think I might actually have a couple of Invis 2s left. Yeah, you've got some Invis 2s. And Cal, do I just go for it? No, we're going to be patient and wait for the Cure 4. Alright, Dan's still up. Dan's fine. Dan is totally okay. Have I walled? Yes, Bill is walled. That was his first move. And Chaos has done 1 spell and 2 punches during the fight so far. Alright. Just keep clutching it out, Dan. I mean, if nothing else, we will be pretty well protected against Chaos's punches. Oh, do I go for it? Urgh! If I go for the fades and Chaos goes for the Cure 4 in a hurry, then we lose all of our fades. And that is very bad for us. Meanwhile, we're not going to do much damage with Mazmune, so that's going to take a really long time to get to 2,000. Use the mute! I mean, we can try it. We do have a couple of mute tries. I want to keep my health up, though, so generally it's, like, important to have plenty of these heal helmets and heal staffs, but let's go for some mutes. See if the Bill or Cal show can get it done. Bill tries mute. Ineffective. Does Cal still have the Bane sword? Maybe we could go for the Bane and Bill goes for the mute. Yeah, you still got the Bane sword. We're definitely using that. We need to see 2 more spells before I can go on the offensive. Alright, well, if you're going to do that, then I'm going to have everybody Mutant Bane you. There's the crack, alright. That no longer helps me. In fact, that hurts me because we want to see Chaos not use his skills until after Cure 4. Still looking for 2 spells here. Use the Bane sword. Never quite figured that one out. Oh man, there is a skill. That hurts a lot too. We don't want his next 2 skills to come. All right, if anybody is going to be doing heal 2s here, this is the time for Cal when he's not needing his Mazmune rounds. All the ineffective. There's a 3 in 256 chance of any of these spells working. Might as well go for it. Oh yeah, I mean, if we mute him, then he can't do anything at that point for really the rest of the battle, so you just go all out. Be better if the Bane Sword worked, because then that's instantly the battle's over. There's the swirl. Okay, that hurt a lot. We're gonna need to double heal 2 out of that. Actually, let's just go all in for healing. Mute does stop skills. Cass is just delaying the inevitable. Get back to doing this. You can actually mute again, probably. We have your heal 2 to use. Like throw a cure 2 or something on Ace to give him some extra HP. The one time we want him to cure 4. Just not playing ball. Shall use the Bane Sword. Still effective. Tornado! Alright, so another 2 to heal 2s to fix that up. Bill can heal 2 here because he doesn't have anything else to do. There we go. Alright, so we are 1 spell away from Cure 4 now. And then we can start the offense. Dan goes for his last try. It's ineffective. Ace, can you get it? Nope. Alright, so those guys struck out. And you're done already. Yep, okay. Now we're just waiting for Cure 4. Can't use the Bane Sword. No. Crack again. That's one I didn't want him to do. We want to see him do more spells right here. Give me a spell, Chaos. Get that Cure 4 out. Cure 4, alright. Offensive time. It'd be funny if that was the round where the Bane Sword worked finally. Let's go. 2,000 hit points. We've done 1 damage. 1 down. 1999 left. We have 9 fades. We got the Masmune. We've got 8 fades in the Masmune. About 150 so far. $280, $430, $530, $680. He's 2 spells in already. We don't want those nukes. Those are going to be very scary. $820. Our last round of fades. After that, it's all on Cal. There's the fast. So he's 7 spells in. 960. 1100. 1,200. 1,300. $1,320. Ooh, you got the 400 on Cal. 400. Okay, how do I get people safe here? We're gonna drop the Cure 4s. Just Cure 4 all around. Actually, I guess everybody Cure 4s themselves, rather than having some complicated sequence here. No! Not getting them. Ah, chaos. There's nothing else I've got for this. Yeah. Ooh, Dan doing some damage. Dan is getting the crits. Dan slowed. Chaos knew he was the threat. Yeah. Ah, that was going so good. Yep, just bad RNG on how that Chaos fight went. But we got so deep into the fight that I don't think we need levels. The biggest thing levels would give us is to be able to withstand nuke and then something else. But that was super bad luck that he rolled 400, the maximum possible nuke on Cal. Hey, Jibblekins, welcome in. Alright, zombie time again. The rest of the fiends were pretty good. So, I think we got very lucky on Tiamat. That one is the only one that I'm kind of worried about. I guess Kraken 2. The start of Kraken 2 is always a problem. I don't know what you're talking about, Sandbag. We didn't use any Fade spells early. Every single one was after Cure 4. The only person that had used any Fade charges was the person that had the Masmune. So they did not need them. Painful Batman fight. Sub 10 hours at this point, probably not. takes too long to get to Chaos, and then the Chaos fight itself is quite long. There goes Phantom. The double cremate. So Bill could get poisoned here, which Gemera poison is actually petrification, and we have the solution to that. Or the Gemera could be a puncher. The punching Gemeras is not as fun. Sucks up a lot of heal potions there. One purple worm this time. Actually, no, you guys can do something more useful with your elemental attacks, even if it's only a small amount of damage. For the Mazioon's doing better, and we will have more tries on Mutes and Banes, so maybe Chaos will not be as long as we fear. I mean, we did get like probably 30, 35 attempts in there. So if you look at the long range average, you need about 80 tries to mute or bane him. Alright, Lich time. Hey Barney, thanks for the good wishes. Not going for the nuke, but unfortunately puts Cal in killing range. Let's see if Lich regrets this decision. Need 100 damage here. That will not do, Bill. That will not do. Well played, Lich. Well played. Ooh, 400 on Ace. I think that was this. Was that? That couldn't have been the same as the Chaos one, but both times Ace getting the 400. River's in my slot 3 for the Mazioon wielder. Okay, so we want Cal to do the Cure 4 here. Get both of those. You guys will do with heal potions. You took a little bit less damage. That was the tease by Lich. Had the nucleus Lich and then he pulled it back at the last second. Alright, 4 of these guys this time. I think I decided that the Mazmune does not help. I mean, it kills 1 here, but it's better to get the AoE damage instead. Almost any of those probably have been better than the heal helmet. Like, it's a little bit of benefit. Alright, we look good. I do need to delay 1 battle before doing carry to catch it up. Otherwise I get extra seafood on the Kraken floor. And that's usually a worse fight than this one here. Alright, carry time. Get our Viz 2s going. Okay, Dan's still up. We'll have 4 Invis 2s here, which is not quite enough to be safe. So Dan probably wants like a Cure 2 or something. Invis 2. You can also Cure 2 Dan, and then we'll White Share. There'll be 6 total Invises. Okay, the critical was not great, but we're through that. And heal, attack, heal. Carrie does not like Dan for some reason. There is a grudge going on that might be deep standing. Just in case somebody else gets damaged, we'll still have the heal staff going. Hey Greg, glad you're enjoying the show. You get mixed up which has the staff and which has the helmet. Fire 3. That's why we've been doing the heal items. So we can keep our health up on top. Seemingly forgotten how to use the Mazmune here. He's working on it. 700 hit points to get through, though. Hopefully we don't have the same type of failure on Tiamat, where it really matters that we get good Mazmunes before we have to suck up a lot of heal 2 charges. Fire 3 number 2. I think she's got a Fire 2 as well somewhere deep in the spell cycle. I normally don't get this far. Very unusual to see down this depth. Which Saturn game did I speedrun? The one I did most recently was Astal. That was at Summer Games Done Quick. There we go. Carry down. Hey, Team Up, welcome in. This is Chaos attempt number 2. And the third time that we've been down here to fight Kraken. Our first trip was just to get the Masmune, which was successful. Our second trip was to get the Chaos, which was successful, but beating him was not as much. Thanks to a really big jerk pair of moves he did. Hopefully Chaos is not that bad in the return trip. Kraken time. Start off with Invis 2, Ruse. Ruse, there you go, and White Shirt. Okay, don't kill anybody round 1. Alright, don't kill any more people in round 2. So we've got 2 White Shirts and a Ruse up, so this is going to throw my totals off a bit. But I think this will work. We'll have to have Bill White Shirt again next round, but that'll be fine. Ace was the most important person to stay alive, so accomplished. We just need to Masmune him down. 900 hit points. That's a good start. It's about 300 in round 1. Does Cal get evasion too? Cal does not get any evasion. Can White Mage use the Masmune? Yes, anybody can use the Masmune. It is a universal weapon. This is one of the things that makes it really good, but you don't want to give it to a White Mage because it's better to put it on your best attacker rather than usually your very worst attacker when you're playing the game normally. Alright, cracking down. Let's see who's the best person to do this. Okay, Cal has used 2 Cure 4s already. We want him to have at least 1. So I think we will have Bill Cure 4 here for this battle. Put Cal back in slot 2. About to hit the 10-hour mark. I didn't wait for the fight. Alright. Supposed to wait for the Gershark Big Eye fight there. Normally that's before where Kraken is, but I delayed especially for this so that I would have more steps making it to Tiamat. But we're fine. We're all fine. Everything is fine. Also, we're level 28, so we have a lot more magic defense than normal. That helps with both trance and the instant death. Ribbons don't help, but your magic defense score does. White mages are not great at magic defense, but this is 10 more levels than we'd have in a speedrun. Okay, that's not a bad start. You've got 1 Invis 2 left. I don't really think you need to be using that. You got that one. You go for the attacks. Actually, you go for the heals. You go for the white shirt. Dan needs something better to do than this Zeus Gauntlet. This is the one where I can have Cal fade if I want to. We'll see what happens here. Alright, so far a good start. 1 damage! Alright, I think we're gonna go for the fades. And then what's gonna happen is that Cal's got the Mazmune during the Chaos fight, so he doesn't care that he's missing out on fades. It's always better for him to Mazmune instead. Oh, good one right there. You should have enough white shirts up now. Just have Bill do the heal helmet instead. There's the thunder. Alright, so this is going to be tough to out-heal, especially on Bill, because it's going to do a lot of damage. I would rather let Bill die here than use one of the wall charges, because wall turns into fade on Chaos, where it's more important to have it there. Ice 2. This is also going to do extra damage to Bill. Still alive, though. This chip damage is actually adding up to a lot, because our Mazmune is not doing so hot. Let me just go for attacks now. We're close enough to the end that healing Bill I don't think makes a difference. He's going to die pretty soon regardless. Yep, Bill's down. There we go. Tiamat's out. Bill used another Cure 4. I guess that's okay. We'll have 20 heal potions for the rock galls, which is fine. Or not the rock galls. We got air. We might have rock galls still. Might run into them just before the staircase. We do Mutant Bane. At the start, we've got some rounds to waste, and we can Mutant Bane during those. See if we happen to get lucky before Chaos gets the Cure 4 done. That is it for battles. Transfer the Mazmune over to Cal. We want to give that heal staff to somebody else. I think Dan. Yeah, because Dan. Just gonna give it to. Actually, yeah, we'll leave it on Dan. That works pretty good for him. And we could have Cal with the Bane sword as well. That's fine. About as good as it's gonna be. Let's try this again. Chaos take 2. We're trying to burn his Cure 4 off because we don't want to use any of our attacks until after he is committed to his. Start with the Invis 2s at the beginning because that does help out the battle. You need to wall. After we have 6 Invis 2s, we can do mutes and things. Okay, that's not a great start for Bill because he's going to take more damage, but that's okay. It's a first spell as well. You're done with Invis 2s. I guess mute. You should be able to Invis 2 still. We'll have Bill throw the heal 2 here. And Cal with the Bane Sword. Let 3 throw 2 spells in. He's going hard on the spells this time. Richie Moogle, welcome in. Nothing so far. Actually, you can do heal 2 again. We should be dodging all the physicals that Chaos has with our 6 Invis 2s up. Crack is not going to work, but unfortunately that's into his skill line, which we don't want to see at the start. Keep going with mutes, and you're going to Bane. Slow 2 on Dan, that's great. So 3 spells in, 1 more for Cure 4. We get a lucky mute or Bane, you know, pretty much guarantees victory there, but otherwise we go offensive as soon as we see that Cure 4 launch. Delaying a bit. Every one of these attacks is 3 in 256 chance of basically clinching the fight. There's the Cure 4. Alright. We have 8 spells before we've got a problem. 2,000 hit points in that time. Did not mute or Bane him, so let's do it. We have 8 fades and the Mazmune. Alright, 50 damage out of 2,000. 180. $310. 540. That's a good first round. Better than we did in any of the previous times. $630. 780. 1,020. 1,120. There's spell number 5. Gotta be careful about our health situation. $1,200. 1,400. So Cal needs to do 600 damage with the Mazmune. Yeah, slipping through with a punch. That's really uncommon. Cal does like 0. Alright, well that shows me I might need some more Invis 2s. This point, there's nothing we can do besides hope that Cal gets good rolls before Chaos gets the Cure 4 again. Okay, 6 spells. There's a good one. There's 7 spells, so Nuke is next. The mute is the easier clinch if we get it. That's why I'm just doing the last couple of charges on that before giving up with that strat. The trouble with Nuke, of course, is the round after could be another attack, which we don't want to see. I'm going to preemptively go for the heal 2 there. Maybe we can get lucky on the timing. There's the nuke. So we will have a heal 2 after the nuke. That's great. Biggest priority is keeping everybody alive. So triple heal 2, is that better than just cure 4ing? Yeah, I think it is. Alright. We've got 4 spells to cure 4. We're in pretty good shape. We've done a lot of damage. This is our best shot at it. Dan! Dan is so clutch! We are very, very close to chaos here. Okay. Going with all the criticals. That's a thing he can do. Come on, Cal. Finish it off. Terminate it. 10:06:26. 4 white mages have defeated the forces of evil. It works after all.